HarperCollins presents The Devil's Code by Michael Wood, read by Olivia Mace. Extract from a notebook allegedly written by Isaac McFadden. Hello. How are you? I'm fine, thanks. You? I'm good. That's all a complete lie. They're just words we say to each other out of politeness. And together, with the painted-on smiles, we accept those baseless words as being the truth. If we're being honest with each other, the conversation would go much differently. Hello. How are you? I'm in agony. I hate my job. My kids are driving me mad. I'm pretty sure my husband is cheating on me, and I'm 2 months behind with the mortgage. You? The same. I don't think I've ever felt so lonely since my wife died. I cry every night. I rarely eat. I'm drinking far too much. And last week I found a lump that I'm scared to get checked out. That's the truth. That's what we hide from the world. When I'm looking for a victim, I watch them. I follow them. I observe them before I go and talk to them. And when I do strike up a conversation, I don't listen to a single word they say. My opening line is always, "Hello, how are you?" Or, "Are you all right?" They always try to assuage me, a complete stranger, that they're fine. I know they're not. They know they're not. They know that I know they're not fine. To get to the truth, you need to look into their eyes. Eyes never lie. Ignore the fake smiles. Don't listen to a single word that passes their lips. Watch their eyes. They're not fine. They're in pain. They're tortured and tormented. They're lost. They're perfect. They're already dead. Chapter 1. Earsden, Tyne and Wear. Friday, 1st of March, 2024. The silver Citroën Picasso was driving at a steady speed along the desolate, waterlogged A1. Rain was pouring down in sheets. Visibility was poor. A weather warning was in place from the Met Office, telling people to only travel if their journey was essential. This was the essence of an essential journey. Isaac McFadden was concentrating on the road ahead, both hands on the steering wheel, gripping hard. Roy Orbison blasting out of the speakers, singing "You Got It," drowning out the sound of the rain lashing against the windscreen and battering the roof. Isaac was a huge fan of the Big O. It was his go-to music, whenever he'd had a hard day or felt like taking a trip down memory lane to happier times. On his honeymoon, he'd serenaded his wife with his rendition of Pretty Woman. He'd even surprised himself by how good a singer he was, though he could never replicate Roy's purr. You Got It ended in dramatic style, to be replaced by I Drove All Night. Isaac smiled to himself. He felt like he'd been driving all night already. He had left the village of Earsden behind him. Hopefully it wouldn't be long before he saw a sign for Eshet Airfield, not that he could see much through the rain. In the rearview mirror, a flash caught his eye. He eased off the accelerator and turned his attention to the mirror. There it was again. In the blur of the rain-splattered back window, a blue light was dancing. It was growing bigger as it came closer. He turned off the music, and through the hammering of rain on the roof, he heard a blast of a siren. There was a police car behind him. Shit. He muttered to himself. He must have been speeding. When he was lost in a mind trip, listening to his favourite artist, everything around him was forgotten, including how fast he happened to be driving. He already had 6 points on his licence. He blamed Meatloaf for those last 3. He began to slow down. The police were bound to ask him what he was doing out at this time of night in these treacherous conditions. What if they breathalyzed him? He tried to remember when he last had a drink. He'd had a bottle of lager about 4 hours ago. Actually, no, it was 2 bottles. Would that take him over the legal limit? Was it still on his breath? It probably was. Shit, he said again, much louder. Another blast from the siren behind. They wanted him to pull over. He had no choice. Isaac took several deep breaths and gave himself a quick pep talk. This is fine. This is going to be okay. Yes, the weather is bad, but you're on an essential journey. Your dad is ill. He's got cancer. No. He's got Alzheimer's, and you're going to check on him to make sure he's okay. It'll be fine. What if they offered to accompany me on the rest of my journey? He asked himself. No. They wouldn't do that. Surely. The police are far too busy for that kind of thing, aren't they? He pulled over to the side of the road, put the gear into neutral, and turned off the engine. He watched in the rearview mirror as the police car came to a stop behind him. The blue lights continued to flash. A uniformed officer climbed out from the driver's side. A beat later, another uniformed officer got out from the front passenger seat. Does it take 2 to ask me where I'm going? A tap on his side window made him press the button and lower the window a touch. A blast of cold wind and rain hit him in the face. He squinted. Good evening. Nasty night, isn't it? I wasn't speeding, was I? Good evening, the police officer said, shouting to be heard above the elements. He'd only come a few feet from his car, but he was already drenched. No, you weren't speeding, sir. Can I ask where you're going on a night like this? Yes, I'm going to see my father. He's got Alzheimer's. He called me and he's a bit scared with the weather. I thought it best to go over there. I see. I'm sorry to hear that. Where does your father live, sir? Shit. Fucking shit. Where does he live? He had no idea what lay ahead beyond Eshet Airfield, although there was a sign. What did it say? Thurston. He was sure it said something Thurston. But was it West Thurston or East Thurston? Did it matter? If there was a West Thurston, there was bound to be an East Thurston. West Thurston, he said. You're going the long way round, aren't you? Am I? I mean, yes, I am, he said with a nervous smile. I thought it best to stick to the main roads in this weather. I don't want to get stuck if any of the smaller roads are impassable. Very sensible. Isaac looked back in his rearview mirror. He couldn't see where the second officer was. Do you realise one of your back lights is out, sir? Oh, is it? Yes. Is that why you pulled me over? It is, yes. Oh, right, I see. Well, no, I didn't realise that. I'm sorry. I'll have it checked first thing in the morning. It doesn't necessarily have to be a fault. I can take a look. It could just be a loose connection. Could it? If you'd like to open the boot, we'll take a quick look. Ah, that's very kind of you, but I really need to go and see my dad. It won't take long. But, you're soaked. I can deal with it tomorrow. I'm not going to get any wetter than I already am, he said with a grin. Just pop the lid, sir. Won't take 2 minutes. I'd rather wait until it is actually an offence. Be driving with a rear light out, sir. Is it? Ah, right. He made no attempt to move. The boot? The police officer asked. Isaac turned to face the road. I'm sorry. I'd really rather wait until I can take the car to a garage. Is there something in the boot you don't want us to see? I need to get to my father, he said, his voice barely audible. Sir, I'm going to ask you to step outside of the vehicle, please, the officer said, opening the car door and allowing a torrent of wind and rain to enter. Isaac remained where he was. What's going on, Alan? The second officer asked, coming to the front. He doesn't want us to see what's in the boot. Why? No idea. Sir, please step out the car. Isaac didn't move. Have you been drinking at all today, sir? I really need to go and visit my father, he said, calmly, quietly. I'll go and get a breathalyzer, the second officer said. The first officer reached into the car for the catch to open the boot. Isaac grabbed him by the wrist. You really don't want to do that? Alan, the officer called out. Alan came running back. He took out his taser and held it at arm's length. Sir, let go of my colleague. They were at a stalemate. Isaac, eyes fixed firmly on the road ahead, refused to let go of the wrist of the police officer. The second officer aimed the taser directly at Isaac. The rain was lashing down, getting harder with every minute. Eventually, Isaac released his grip, and the officer pulled his arm away. Very slowly, take off your seatbelt and get out of the car, he said. He had no choice. He unclipped his seatbelt, swung his legs around and stood up, ignoring the rain thrashing down on him. He stood taller than both officers, but his height didn't intimidate them. Step away from the vehicle. He released a breath and took 2 steps away from his car, standing in the middle of the A1. His hair was plastered to his head. His shirt was sticking to him. He shouldn't have gone out tonight. He knew it had been a mistake. The second officer still had his taser aimed at him while the first went around to the rear of the car. He opened the lid and looked inside. In the darkness, he couldn't see a thing. He detached a torch from his utility belt and shone it inside. He opened his mouth to say something, but turned and vomited before the words could come out. Chapter 2. Blythe, Northumberland. Saturday, 14th of December, 2024. Eleanor McFadden had been dreading this day. She knew the evidence against her father was overwhelming. She knew he was facing a life sentence. But at the back of her mind was the tiniest glimmer of hope that he would be found not guilty, that he would be returning to the home she grew up in. Unfortunately, that wasn't to be. The foreman of the jury had stood up tall and straight-backed and cleared his throat in readiness. Do you find the defendant, Isaac McFadden, guilty or not guilty of the murder of Sean Bridger? Dramatic pause. Guilty. Eleanor had closed her eyes and put her head down. She felt a hand on her back, rubbing her, soothing her. Everything around her became a blur as the judge spoke and sentenced her father, there and then, to a minimum jail term of 20 years. She hadn't looked at her father as he'd been led away, but she was sure she could feel his gaze burning into her. Eleanor decided to strike while the iron was hot. She needed to take control of the nightmare she was in. This horror film she found herself in needed to end sooner rather than later, and it would only do so when she confined everything that had happened before now to the history books. The day after sentencing, she woke early, not that she'd slept much, and drove over to her father's house. She had no idea what she would do with it. She doubted anyone would want to live in a house where a man had calmly cut a body into 12 pieces. But the sooner it was off her hands, the better. The house hadn't been lived in since Isaac was arrested and charged. Eleanor had only been here twice since, both times to collect a few items of clothing for her father to wear while he was kept on remand. Leslie Quinn, next door, had been keeping an eye on the place, picking up the mail, making sure the house was secure, and contacting Eleanor when the odd window had been broken by vandals. She'd then got onto her dad's friend Hal across the street, who'd taken care of any repairs. And he'd kindly cut the grass and trimmed the bushes. She'd delegated tasks to other people, but this one she had to take control of herself. Eleanor entered the cold living room. She was wearing black. She thought it was fitting for the occasion. She threw her bag down on the armchair and sat on the sofa. Last week had been her 28th birthday, and she'd celebrated it by sitting in a courtroom listening to a pathologist helping the prosecutor explain in painstaking detail how it was possible to cut up a body into transportable pieces. She had to keep reminding herself it was her father they were talking about, and she wasn't living in some Netflix docudrama about a deranged psychopath. Leslie followed her in. She was dressed as if ready to tackle a massive spring cleaning project. Her hair was tied up, and she wore oversized combat trousers and a jumper that had seen better days. In one hand she held a bottle of milk. In the other, a roll of black refuse sacks. "You want me to make us a cup of tea before we start?" Leslie asked. "I think I'll go and flick the immersion on, actually. It's perishing in here, isn't it? I've kept the heating on a constant low. It shouldn't take too long to warm up." Eleanor hadn't heard what she said. Her eyes were fixed on the mantelpiece and the framed photographs showing happier times for the McFadden family. She wanted to cry when she looked at her mother's smiling face staring out at her, but she didn't think she had any tears left. For the first time, Eleanor was glad her mother was dead, so she wouldn't have to suffer through all this. "There we go," Leslie said, coming back into the living room. "Give it half an hour and it should be toasty warm. I've put the kettle on. Do you want a tea?" "Eleanor?" "Sorry?" Eleanor asked, looking up. "Tea. Would you like a cup?" "No." "There's some whiskey in the cupboard. I think it's a bit early for hard liquor." Leslie sat next to her on the sofa and grabbed her hand, enveloping it in hers and rubbing it hard to warm her up. "You've had a shock. We all have. But you more than most. If you want something to numb the pain, then bugger what time of day it is." Eleanor shook her head. "It'll be all right, you know," Leslie said. Eleanor turned to look at her, took in her features, the lined face, the makeup. the sickly, placating smile that she'd been wearing since her father was arrested. Surely it was hurting her by now. "Will it?" Eleanor asked, a stern tone to her voice. "How? How will it be all right, Leslie? Can you explain that to me?" It was a while before she answered. "People soon forget. They move on." "They might. I won't." "It's going to take time, Eleanor. You can't expect something like this not to have an impact on you. You just have to take one day at a time. I know it sounds like a cliché, but with each day that passes, you'll feel stronger." Eleanor was tired of hearing platitudes. She took her hand back, stood up and went over to the fireplace, where she picked up a framed photograph of her mother and father on their wedding day. "I'm just glad Mum isn't here to see what happened. It would have killed her." "He might not have," Leslie began, then stopped herself. Eleanor quickly turned around. "What?" "He might not have turned into a murderer if Mum had still been here." "Do you really believe that?" I don't know, Eleanor." "No, neither do I." She walked over to the bay window and looked out at the street. Life was continuing as normal. She recognised an elderly woman with a shopping trolley, Mrs. Cathcart. She didn't know her Christian name. She remembered her from her youth, always smiling, always bringing her sweets, and allowing her to play in her garden during the school summer holidays, because it was the end house and therefore bigger than theirs. Mrs. Cathcart had purposely crossed the street that last time Eleanor saw her. She was being shunned, guilt by association. "Leslie?" Eleanor turned back. "Do you think it was true, what the prosecution said, about Dad being stopped before he could commit more murders? Do you think he was a potential serial killer?" "I don't know about that, Eleanor. I'm no expert in these things. I don't think we should dwell on it, though, do you? Maybe we should just be thankful that there was only one victim." "I suppose. Will you, visit him in prison?" "I'm not sure. I've been asking myself that question for months. I suppose it depends on what prison he's sent to. Do you want to see him?" Eleanor wiped the tears from her eyes. "He's my dad." She choked. Leslie jumped up and went over to her. She held her bony shoulders and pulled her close in a tight hug. Leslie had been like a surrogate mother to Eleanor since her real mother had died when she was only 5 years old. When Eleanor was a child, Leslie's hugs had been warm and nurturing, and that's exactly how it felt now. Eleanor's father had never been one for hugging, but right now it was what she needed. She was eternally grateful to Leslie for sticking by her through all this. Since Isaac's crime had been made public, she was being shunned right, left, and centre. Eleanor had been seeing someone casually, though it had ended as soon as Isaac's name was printed in the newspaper. She had been glad she wasn't from a large family, but the few distant aunts and uncles she did have, dotted around the country, had ignored her calls. And she had noticed friends on social media were unfollowing her by the dozen. Colleagues had stopped inviting her on nights out. Neighbours stopped taking in parcels. And Eleanor's windowsill had been bereft of birthday cards last week. "What am I going to do?" she asked, looking at her only friend with tear-filled eyes. You're going to survive, Leslie said, with a catch in her throat. You're going to face this with your head high, because you have done nothing wrong, and I'll be with you as much as you want me to. Eleanor tried to smile, but it wouldn't come through the tears. Thank you. You've nothing to thank me for. Now, I'm going to make us both a mug of coffee, and screw what time it is, I'm dropping in a dash of whiskey. Then we'll go upstairs and sort through your dad's clothes. We'll see what you think he might want, and the rest we'll either sling or I'll take them to a charity shop. Is that okay with you? Eleanor wiped her eyes with the backs of her hands. Yes. Thank you, Leslie. The house felt different. As Eleanor stood in her father's bedroom, doors to the fitted wardrobe wide open, it felt alien. She felt like an intruder. She tore off a black bin bag from a roll and started to fill it. All of this could be sorted out properly later, when she was back in her own home. Right now, she just wanted to bag everything up and leave. Cardigans, shirts, trousers, jumpers, T-shirts. They were all bundled into a bag, tied up when full, then on to the next one. Eleanor hadn't realised her dad had so many clothes, and she was pretty sure there were boxes in the loft containing jackets and coats. She sat on the edge of the double bed and rolled her sleeves up. She was getting hot and sweaty, and the disturbance of dust was causing her to itch and sneeze. How are you getting on? Leslie asked, coming into the bedroom. I've boxed up all the kitchen things. I don't know if you want to take a look at them, see if there's anything you want. No, I don't think so. I didn't realise your dad had so much stuff. I'm going to have to... She stopped, as her eye caught something through the window. He's a nosy so-and-so, that Hal Garfield, she said. I've seen his blinds twitching on and off all morning. I bet he's itching to come over here. I saw him in the co-op last week. He only asked me what you were doing with your dad's golf clubs. Cheeky sod. Eleanor stifled a smile. He's welcome to them. Then he can pop down to the charity shop and buy them. Skinflint. I should go over and see him. He's been good to me since Dad was arrested. Just be careful what you say to him. He's like an old washerwoman. Anyway, I'm going to make a start on the back bedroom, if you want me. Leslie said, giving Eleanor a big smile and leaving the room. Eleanor remained still, both hands on the bed beside her. She remembered running in here as a child on a Sunday morning, seeing her mum and dad having a lie-in, and jumping up and down on the mattress to wake them up. Looking back on her childhood, she remembered it with fondness. Her mother was always smiling and laughing. Her dad was slightly firmer in Eleanor's upbringing. He told great stories, and always took her to the beach for trips and adventures at the weekends, when the weather was fair. Eleanor wasn't looking at her life through rose-tinted glasses. There was photographic evidence of her idyllic childhood. But now it really was tainted by what her father had turned into. The man who sat on her bed every evening and invented a new story about giants and ogres to send her off to sleep with an adventure in her head to live on in her dreams. She couldn't see him as a man found guilty of murdering and dismembering a 20-year-old man. It wasn't the same man. It couldn't be. Eleanor opened the top drawer of the bedside cabinet. The usual detritus of people with a nighttime routine lay in a disorganized state. She found a silver watch belonging to her mother that she hadn't seen for years. She picked up the delicate object. and looked at it with a smile. Then she remembered the rest of her mother's personal items. The police had searched through the house when her father was arrested. Had they looked through everything? She went over to the fitted wardrobe and threw open the door. She dropped to her knees and pulled up the carpet. Beneath, the end floorboard was loose. She took it up and reached inside where her mother's jewellery box was. Inside there was more than just an antique necklace and diamond earrings. There was a lock of Eleanor's hair from when she was a baby. The ID tag that had been placed around her wrist after she was born. And a small velvet bag containing a few of her baby teeth. She closed the lid of the box and held it tight against her chest. Treasured memories. Eleanor was about to replace the floorboard when something else caught her eye. She leaned down and reached inside. There was an oak keepsake box Eleanor had never seen before. She pulled it out, wiped off the layer of dust with the sleeve of her jumper, and rested it on her lap. Inside was a small, leather-bound notebook. It was A5 in size and very slim. There couldn't have been more than 20 pages to the whole book. It looked handmade. She opened it and saw her father's neat scrawl on the first page. A hint of her father's writing that she'd seen on Christmas and birthday cards her whole life. It made her smile. What was written made no sense to her. It was a chart of some kind, but it was all random words. She returned to the box. At first glance, it seemed like it was filled with trinkets, memorable items from her father's past, maybe things he and her mother had collected along their life journey together. The more she looked, the more she realized she was seeing these items for the first time. None of them belonged to her father. He wasn't the type of man to wear a sovereign ring. It was too small for his fingers anyway. He'd never wear a St. Christopher necklace. And why would he own a single stud earring? She rifled through the box and found a passport at the bottom. Leslie came into the room, holding up her mobile phone. "Eleanor, I've just had a text from Hal. Listen to this." "What's wrong?" Eleanor looked up at her. "I found this box under Dad's wardrobe. What do you make of this?" She handed her the notebook. She sat on the bed and opened it. She stared at the pages, the writing. A frown developed on her forehead. I have no idea," she said, genuinely perplexed. "What do you think all these are?" Eleanor asked, showing her the contents of the box. Her voice was shaking with fear. Her mind had raced to a dark conclusion. She was hoping Leslie could offer a sensible explanation. Leslie rifled through the box. She picked up the ring, a pair of glasses, a cheap Casio wristwatch. "They're not Dad's, are they?" Eleanor asked. "I'm not sure. I've never seen him wear a watch like this. He had one that his father gave him, didn't he? Then there's this." She handed her the passport. She didn't take it from her at first. They made eye contact. Both knew they were thinking the same thing. "It's a Polish passport," Eleanor said. "Why would your dad have a Polish passport? Isn't your family Irish?" "It's not his. Whose?" She couldn't finish her question. She took it from Leslie and opened it. The photograph was of a young man with blonde hair. He was handsome, giving a hint of a smile to the camera. The date of birth told them he was 21.
"These aren't Dad's,"
Eleanor said.
"Nothing here belongs to Mum either. I don't think they're keepsakes. I think they're trophies."
Leslie shook her head.
"Trophies? What do you mean?" "There are 12 items in this box. And look here, in the notebook, at that table at the back. There are 12 entries. What if Dad has killed more than one person? What if these belong to his victims?"
Leslie had the notebook gripped firmly in both hands. She looked down intently at the pages, a blank expression on her face.
"Victims?" she asked.
What?
"This chart, or table, or whatever it is, it makes no sense. It's like it's written in code or something."
Eleanor climbed to her feet. "I need to call that detective."
"What? Why?"
Maybe the prosecution was wrong. Maybe Dad wasn't a future serial killer. Maybe he was an actual serial killer, and he's kept a log of his victims written in some kind of secret code.
Secret code? Eleanor, listen to yourself. People don't write secret codes. They do when they have something to hide. I'm going to call D.I. Sutton. He needs to see this. I'm sure there's a department within the police force that's good at cracking codes.
She left the room, leaving Leslie sitting on the bed. She looked back down at the cream pages and took in Isaac's neat handwriting.
Jesus Christ, Isaac! What have you done?
Chapter 3. Middlesex University, London, Wednesday, 15th of January, 2025. When we hear the term serial killer, we think of a white male having dysfunctional relationships, engaging in animal torture and arson, and wetting the bed well into their teens. Of someone who was physically and/or sexually abused as a child. A loner, of low intelligence, in a meaningless job, if they can hold down a job at all. This is no longer the case. The modern serial killer has evolved and has the ability to maintain a double life, both a seemingly happy family man with a good career, a loving wife and children and a wide social group, and an evil monster, a butcher of innocent victims, a destroyer of lives, and not just those of the people he has killed. He will leave a trail of devastation in his wake. As I've said, my work isn't an exact science. There isn't a form to fill in where you tick boxes and get a result back saying if a person is or isn't a future serial killer. However, there are red flags that we can look for that should give us an indication that this person requires treatment before they reach the point of no return. Extreme antisocial behaviour is a possible indicator. Antisocial personality disorder is defined as someone who shows no remorse or guilt. Searching for these signs has become increasingly difficult in recent years, with the rise of social media, and negative aspects of comparing our lives with others having a detrimental effect on our mental health, causing us to withdraw from a reality of social interaction to protect ourselves further. We shouldn't judge a person who fears a crowded place as having homicidal tendencies. One factor we have seen increasingly among the young is a propensity towards voyeurism. Again, this is also linked to social media. There are some who live by Instagram and TikTok who post their entire lives online. It doesn't take much for a developing brain, an impressionable person, to become fixated on someone they've only seen through the screen of their mobile phone. It will get to a point where merely watching them online isn't enough. And then there's the entertainment factor to be considered. The rise of streaming platforms and the number of true crime documentaries and dramatizations in recent years have popularized the serial killer, elevating them to almost celebrity status. Is this fueling the minds of the young to give them a level of fame to grasp for? I'm going to talk about this more in our next lecture. However, does anybody have any questions about what we've discussed today, or in readiness for next time? Dr. Olivia Winter stepped back from the lectern, stood away from the microphone, and let out a heavy sigh. She usually enjoyed giving lectures. She enjoyed watching a captive audience listening to what she had to say, to her imparting her knowledge and wisdom. Except on a Monday morning, when the majority of her students were nursing hangovers, and Olivia used creative license to gain their attention. Over the last few months, Olivia's attitude to her lectures had changed. She could feel the eyes of every single person in the lecture hall burning deep inside her. They weren't so much listening as analysing what she was saying, waiting for her to say something that they could jump on and question her about. Something that would pick holes in her approach to forensic psychology, or her understanding of it. She often noticed students frantically scribbling down notes at a time when she wasn't saying anything they would need in a potential future career as a psychologist or criminologist. What were they writing? And was it about her? She took a deep breath and looked out at the packed auditorium. Several hands went up. "Gavin," she said, choosing a thin young man on the front row, wearing a baggy red jumper and blue jeans. He seemed to be trying to grow facial hair, but his face appeared reluctant to comply, as the hair was patchy. "You've mentioned social media quite a lot in your lecture today, and you've said a few times that people should be careful what they post online. But isn't that stamping on people's freedom of expression? And victim blaming?" "No, not at all. Obviously you don't know who is monitoring your social media pages, but it's basic common sense to be careful what you post. It's not only potential serial murderers who could be watching you, but people looking to commit fraud as well. If your bank account is emptied simply because you posted an innocuous photograph of a new wallet someone bought you for your birthday, without realizing your card details were within shot, shouldn't some of the blame fall on you for being so naive? I would never dictate what people should and shouldn't reveal about themselves. We do, after all, live in a democratic society. However, we should be aware of the dangers that are out there. Not everyone is as good as you or I. If you, Gavin, have over 1,000 followers on Instagram, can you be sure they're all interested in your insightful wit and social commentary? "He should be so lucky," Timothy, the young man to his left, commented, to a ripple of laughter from those close by. "Lucy." Olivia pointed to a young woman who was always in the front row. "You just said that a serial killer could maintain a loving family life and have a wide social circle. Then you said what typifies a serial killer is someone with extreme antisocial behaviour. Isn't that contradictory?" "Yes, it is. Which is why I said it's difficult to spot a serial killer. If someone wants to kill and continue to kill and have a high body count, they need to be savvy about what people like me are looking for. These are the ones who kill without compulsion, the ones who kill for the sheer pleasure of it, and not because of some personality disorder. It's all about manipulation." Lucy frowned. "But surely for someone who can do that, manipulate those around them, that suggests a personality disorder." "No, it suggests a dark and devious mind. don't confuse someone with a lack of empathy as having a fault in their genetic or personality makeup. Mary. Olivia pointed to a woman 3 rows back from Lucy, who had a mass of curly brown hair whipped up into an untidy beehive. When it comes to the glamorizing of true crime with all these documentaries and podcasts, do you think there's a study that should be done on the psychological impact on the survivors of those crimes and the relatives of the perpetrators? Surely the conveyor belt of Jeffrey Dahmer and Ted Bundy and all the others will affect those directly involved and their survivor's guilt or PTSD. Olivia could feel the temperature in the room drop. Everyone knew what Mary was alluding to. It was less than a year since Olivia's true identity, daughter of the infamous Riverside Killer, was revealed to the world by the tactless and reviled British press. You're right. Producers of such shows should take into consideration those left behind. You often hear them say that a particular programme has been made with the consent of all the survivors or the families of the killer. I'd like to think sensitivity is high on the producer's emotive radar, but I think money, advertising, and ratings come first. Were you contacted by the production company who are making the drama about your father? Olivia was pretty sure she heard a collective intake of breath at the direct question regarding her personal life. She looked around at the sea of expectant faces. How many of them were taking this course to get a real insight into the mind of a murderer? And how many were simply ghouls who wanted, one day, to write about being close to the daughter of a serial killer? After all, publishers and program makers grasped any tenuous link to a celebrated killer. How long would it be before Netflix produced a 6-part series from the point of view of Jeffrey Dahmer's dry cleaner? Yes, they did, she simply answered. And I told them I wanted no part in the making of the drama. The source material of the script was the book written about my father. They didn't need to ask me, as the rights to the book were purchased from the author. They contacted me out of courtesy. Will someone be appearing in the drama playing you? Mary asked. Playing a younger version of me, I assume so. I won't be watching to find out. Though fingers crossed they've made me a 6-foot leggy blonde, she said, with a faux smile. A ripple of nervous laughter ran around the room. Now, I believe that's all we have time for today. Next lecture is the open discussion, so if we can have some insightful psychological questions to tax us all, that would be something to look forward to. Enjoy the rest of your week. Olivia turned off the microphone and began getting her papers together as the room quickly emptied. Every lecture always ended with a personal question. Usually she skirted around them, or point-blank avoided them. But occasionally she felt she needed to answer them. Was there someone among her students who was noting down all the answers and building up a profile of her? By the end of the course, would they know more about her than she knew about herself? Maybe she should rethink lecturing. Leaving the university, Olivia made her way to where she'd parked her scooter. Driving a car in London wasn't for the faint-hearted, and Olivia didn't have time to sit in traffic. A cold wind blew around her, and she pulled up her collar. She turned the corner and stopped dead in her tracks. She looked up at the large billboard across the road. In the centre, a man was glaring at her, his steely gaze staring deep into her soul. She didn't know him. She knew his name, and that he was a relatively famous actor, not that he had appeared in anything Olivia had seen. It wasn't who he was that made her stop and brought a lump to her throat. It was who he represented. It was to be his biggest starring role to date, playing Olivia's father, Richard Button, in a new drama starting next month on ITV. Loving husband, devoted father, vicious serial killer. The tagline screamed out in red at the top of the poster. For viewers, this was going to be a gripping drama that would give them something to talk about with their colleagues the following morning. How many would think about the real people behind the actors' performances? This wasn't entertainment. This was real life. Olivia's life. And it was about to be turned into glossy fiction. Chapter 4. Olivia parked her black Honda PCX125 outside the office on George Street in Westminster. It was a nondescript building. A stranger to the area would think it was a delightful townhouse. Those who knew London would think they were the consulting rooms of a private doctor, a psychiatrist, or maybe even a private dentist charging exorbitant fees. Nobody would know that behind the black door lay the headquarters of the Behavioural Science Administration. It was a grand name, and headquarters was a slight exaggeration. 2 leading doctors in forensic psychology and a secretary hardly matched anything the FBI in America could offer. Funded by the Home Office and several universities, Olivia and Dr. Sebastian Lister's remit was to lecture around London on an ad hoc basis, as well as travel the world talking to incarcerated serial killers, in the hope of discovering what turned a person into a killer in the first place. Information and research was shared with similar organisations around the world, and while some people might be embarrassed to welcome a delegate from Quantico to this end-of-terrace house that was the heart of England's psychological fight against serial murder, Olivia and Sebastian weren't. The main draw for visitors was Olivia herself, the daughter of a serial killer, the survivor of a serial killer. Olivia had first-hand knowledge of what it was like to look evil in the eyes and win. That was something a suited, desk-bound agent of the FBI might give their right arm for. Olivia took off her helmet and ran her gloved fingers through her short hair. She walked up the black and white checkered tiled steps and pushed open the front door. Daisy Leatherwood, receptionist, secretary, personal assistant, office manager, baker of cakes, and queen of everything, was sitting behind her desk wearing headphones and a perplexed expression. Olivia guessed she was trying to keep up with Sebastian's speedy dictation. When she saw Olivia enter, she switched off the recorder and looked up at her with a friendly smile. "I really wish Sebastian would slow down when he's dictating his reports. There was actual smoke coming from my keyboard earlier. I type. I'm not changing a wheel in the pit stops at Silverstone." "I heard that," Dr. Sebastian Lister said, coming down the stairs, holding Stanley, Olivia's miniature dachshund, in his arms. Olivia took the dog from him. "Could you please just slow down, just a tad?" Daisy pleaded. "I shall try." "That's all I ask." "How was the lecture?" Sebastian asked Olivia. "Fine. I spoke. Students pretended to listen. Repeat every day for the rest of my life," she said. "Only another 30-something years until retirement." "By the way, you've got a visitor," Daisy said, nodding towards the meeting room. "Who?" Olivia frowned. She wasn't keen on unsolicited visitors. They never brought good news with them. "A detective inspector from Newcastle." Olivia looked to Sebastian, worry written on her face. "The police? Why would someone from Newcastle come all the way down here?" "He wouldn't say," Sebastian said. Don't worry. It's nothing to do with your father. I already checked. Olivia breathed a sigh of relief. She had spent her career interviewing serial killers. Occasionally, one of them took a shine to her and bombarded her with emails, letters, cards, deranged ramblings of what they'd like to do to her. She would get a call if one had escaped, or, God forbid, been given parole. She quickly thought and couldn't recall ever having dealings with a killer from Newcastle. "Do you want me to take Stanley?" Sebastian asked. "Please," she said, slightly distracted. "I'll stay down here. Give me a shout if you need me." He was always looking out for Olivia, and she smiled warmly. Turning to the closed doors of the meeting room, she took a deep breath, painted on a confident smile, and went through. The man waiting for her was sitting at the table. He hadn't heard her come in. His head was down, and judging by the expression on his face, he was deep in thought, lost in whatever was occupying his mind. He wore a heavy frown, and his eyes were glassy. He was in a world of his own. Olivia cleared her throat. He looked up at her, and the look of sadness quickly disappeared, to be replaced by a strained smile. He jumped to his feet. He was wearing a knee-length grey reefer coat, tight black trousers and large boots. His hair was a huge mass of glossy black. Olivia would kill for that kind of shiny, wavy hair. The smile lit up his face, and she found herself melting straight away, despite the cold air in the room. He was handsome, with beautifully straight teeth, smooth skin and sharp cheekbones. His fragrance was sweet and understated. "Hello?" she said. "I believe you're waiting to see me." He held out a hand. "That's right. Detective Inspector Linus Sutton, Northumbria CID. She shook his hand and didn't want to let go. His grip was firm, yet his skin so soft. "I don't believe I have a connection to Northumbria," she said, pulling out a chair and sitting down. "Sorry, can I get you a coffee or something?" "I'm fine. Your receptionist has already made me 2. "So, what can I do for you? It must be something important for you to come all the way down from Newcastle." She looked past D.I. Sutton and out into the street. That bloody red Vauxhall was there again. Sutton cleared his throat. "Have you heard of Isaac McFadden?" Olivia ignored the car outside and searched her memory. It didn't take her long to find what she was looking for. She took a keen interest in all murder investigations, serials or one-offs. Convicted of murdering 20-year-old homeless man Sean Bridger, I believe. That's him. He was sentenced to life with a minimum term of 20 years. The case is closed, isn't it? The case is, yes. However, while his daughter was clearing out his house, she found a box in Isaac's bedroom. Inside, there were some items that she couldn't identify, and a notebook in which he... Well, to be honest, we don't know what it is he wrote. We think it might be a list of his victims, and we think the items found might be trophies. Victims? Plural. None of this came out at the trial, though, did it? She asked, a heavy frown on her face, as she thought back to all the stories she had read online throughout the court proceedings. No, it didn't. Isaac was... He didn't give much away when it came to telling his version of events. He didn't take the stand either, did he? Olivia asked. No. He even refused to enter a plea. Unusual for a serial killer to remain silent once caught. This book that his daughter found contains a chart or a table, written in code, possibly, that we believe could identify more victims. Is it genuine? Eleanor, his daughter, says it's her father's handwriting. I'm assuming you've interviewed Isaac about it. I have. I've been to see him several times in prison. He refuses to talk about it. Why have you come all the way down to London to see me? To get your insight. I've been reading up on the remit of the Behavioural Science Administration. This is the kind of thing you'd be interested in, isn't it? It is, Olivia said, trying not to let the look of excitement appear on her face. Anything that could open up the inner workings of the mind of a serial murderer was always welcome. How many entries are in there? 12. And there are 12 items that we believe represent one for each victim. 12? Surely you'd know if you had 12 unidentified bodies on your patch. I'd like to think so. However, I don't believe they are all from within our boundary. One item amongst the collection is a Polish passport. Also, the victim Isaac was arrested for, Sean Bridger, was homeless and originally from Yorkshire. It was a sheer fluke that we managed to identify him. Have you looked for the person the Polish passport belongs to? Yes, Piotr Czachowski. He left Poland in early December 2023 to go travelling. Nobody has heard from him since. Was he listed as a missing person? No. Nobody knew he was missing. They just thought he was travelling across Europe. When was he last in touch with friends or family? He wasn't. Didn't anyone think it strange that they didn't receive a postcard? Sutton shrugged. Obviously not. He had very little family. His last surviving relative, his grandmother, died a month before he went away. According to local police, he didn't have many friends, and none he'd likely send a postcard to. Olivia listened intently to Linus Sutton. He had a soft, smooth voice, with just a hint of a Geordie accent, which grew stronger the more impassioned he became. She stood up. I'm sorry, I'm going to need a coffee. Are you sure I can't get you another? I'll have a tea, please. If I drink any more coffee, I won't sleep for a week. She went into the attached kitchenette and flicked on the kettle. Isaac McFadden, she said. Does he have a criminal record? No. Really? Nothing at all before the murder? Nope. The only slight against his name was 6 points on his driver's licence. He was squeaky clean. Olivia paused. A cold feeling swept over her. People didn't simply become serial killers. They didn't wake up one morning and decide to kill and have the level of competence that allowed them to get away with killing 12 people. Isaac had to have committed a crime in the past, something that led to an escalation into becoming a serial murderer. Tell me more about Isaac, Olivia said, as she began to prepare the drinks. Sutton reached beneath the table for his rucksack and took out a folder. He placed it in front of him, but didn't open it. From the off, he answered no comment to every question we put to him. He told us nothing about the body in the boot of his car, how it came to be there, whether he'd killed him, how he picked him up, nothing. Even when we asked him to confirm his name and address, he answered no comment. He refused a solicitor and had so much self-control, he sat for hours while we bombarded him with questions. He sat staring blankly at us. He didn't once ask for a drink. something to eat or to go to the toilet. He was like an automaton.
Olivia chewed her bottom lip as she thought, pouring boiling water into the mugs. Very cool, very calm, very in control of his emotions. I'm assuming you tried every tactic in the book to get him to open up. Did you mention his daughter to him? Many times. We said he should consider her and how she would feel having to watch her father on trial for murder. Nothing. We might as well have been talking to the wall. Either he completely shut himself off from reality in his guise as a murderer, or he really didn't care about his daughter. What does she say of her father? She brought the mugs in on a tray, along with a jug of milk and a bowl of sugar. She thought he was the perfect dad. His wife, her mother, died many years ago from cancer. He's always been there for her. She had an idyllic childhood. She didn't have a bad word to say against him. A loving family, Olivia offered. Her own childhood had been similarly idyllic. Were murderers so good at manipulation that they managed to fool their loved ones, or did they go above and beyond to avoid the telltale signs of their darker half? If that was the case, then Olivia's childhood, like that of Isaac's daughter, had been a complete lie. She threw that thought away. Happiness with her mother and sister was the only pure memory she could cling to. Quite. What she said about him doesn't tally with the man we interviewed. Sutton said. No, Olivia mused. When he was first arrested, Isaac's clothes will have been tested by forensics. Did he have anything on them connected to the victims? No. They were clean. No traces of blood or skin samples. Nothing under his fingernails either. Yes, he could have changed his clothes and showered, but we also tore through his home, and we didn't find a single trace of Sean Bridger anywhere. Well, not then, anyway. But you have since. When Eleanor brought us the box with the notebook and the trophies, we went back to the house. Fortunately, she hadn't done anything with it. We had a forensic team literally take the place apart. We found minute traces of blood in the garage. 3 different strands of DNA were extracted, one of which belongs to Sean Bridger. Unfortunately, we can't match the other 2 to anyone on the National DNA database. And you tested those other 2 against Isaac's daughter? Yes. Sutton stated firmly, almost annoyed at having his approach to his job called into question. I'm sorry, Olivia said, picking up on the tone of his voice. I didn't mean to suggest you'd been sloppy or anything. I just wanted to check all bases were covered. Trust me, I wouldn't be here if they hadn't been. We've exhausted all forensic avenues and questioned those we can question multiple times. Olivia nodded. This notebook, she began, leaving the question hanging in the air. Sutton opened his folder. He pulled out a stack of stapled A4 pages. He didn't hand it over straight away. This is a photocopy of every page in the notebook Eleanor McFadden found. There's also a list here of the items found along with it. There are no dates attached to any of the entries, and several different pens and coloured inks have been used. What we need to know is if this is genuine, and if there really are more victims out there. If so, who and where? Olivia couldn't take her eyes from the printout. She was itching to go through it all, sit down in her darkened office, doors shut, curtains closed, all distractions from the outside world obliterated, and scrutinize every single line, sentence, word, syllable, and get deep inside the mind of, potentially, a prolific serial killer. I'm not good with cryptic crosswords, but I'll see what I can do, she said, hoping her flippancy would stop her salivating to get her hands on the paperwork. He handed it to her across the table.
She took it from him in both hands and felt its heft. Psychologically, it weighed a ton. "Have you shown anyone else this?" She looked down at the cover page. It was blank. She could see the print from the text on the page beneath, tantalizing her. She wanted nothing more than to open it and read the horror within. Sutton snorted a laugh. "What is it?" She looked up. "I showed it to Professor Hatch at Newcastle University. Sutton stopped. He didn't seem to know how to finish his sentence. "Didn't want to get involved?" Olivia volunteered. "Something like that. You know him?" "I know of him. I think he's running down the clock until retirement." "I got that impression. He told me to contact you, actually." "Really?" Olivia noticed Sutton's cheeks redden slightly. He looked away. "What were Professor Hatch's exact words?" "Are you sure you want to hear them?" Olivia stifled a smile. "It would be helpful to know, when our office sends out Christmas cards, whether we should bother sending one to Newcastle." Sutton took a breath. "Professor Hatch said that if we wanted the insight into a twisted psychopath, we should ask the infamous Olivia Winter. His words were, 'They don't come more twisted than her.' I'm sorry." "Oh, he's definitely off the Christmas card list." Sutton let out a guttural laugh, which seemed to light up his face. Olivia found herself laughing too. She looked back down at the printout and began to flick through the pages. She didn't want to seem too eager. She didn't want to add to her reputation of being twisted. "Can I keep this?" "Of course. I'd prefer it if you didn't show it to anyone, though." "I won't," she lied. As analytical as her brain was, she relied heavily on her partner, Sebastian Lister, to help her. "Did you work on the McFadden investigation? Or are you just getting involved now?" "I worked on it from the beginning." "At any time did you think he might be responsible for more deaths?" Sutton sighed. "I couldn't read him at all. He was a closed book. He was too calm during the interviews." Olivia went back to the printout. She flicked through more pages, taking in the wording and the layout of the text. "Do you want me to leave it with you?" he asked. She looked up. "Sorry." She smiled. "I was getting submerged there. How long you down for?" "Just overnight. I'm back on the train mid-morning tomorrow." "Okay, well, how about I look over this tonight and you come back tomorrow and we can go from there?" "That works for me," he said, with an appreciative smile. "Shall we say 9 o'clock? "Fine. Well, I'd better be going," Sutton said, standing up. "I can count on one hand how many times I've been to London, and I always get lost. It'll be a miracle if I get back to my hotel." "Would you like me to give you directions?" "No, I'll be fine. Thank goodness for Google. I'll see you tomorrow." Olivia watched as Linus Sutton picked up his bag and left the room, flashing her a smile over his shoulder, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. As he closed the door behind him, Olivia returned to the journal. She opened the front cover and read the first page. "Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. In the morn should I awake, point me to a life that I should take." "Bloody hell," Olivia uttered. Chapter 5. There was a knock on the meeting room door. It opened without Olivia calling out. Stanley trotted in first, followed by Sebastian. "Oh, you are awake then?" "Sorry?" She looked past him and out into the street. It was dark. How long had she been in here on her own? She looked at her watch. More than an hour had gone by since D.I. Sutton had left. It didn't even seem like 5 minutes. Sebastian was 44, 10 years older than Olivia. He was average height and carrying a little extra weight around his middle, which was a never-ending struggle for him to try and lose. He lived in Finsbury Park with his 4 children and had been a widower for 2 years, having lost his beloved wife to breast cancer. As much as he tried to hide it, he felt her loss greatly, and many a time his face belied his constant reassurances that he was fine. Sebastian and Olivia met years ago when Sebastian was writing a book about her father, the infamous serial killer Richard Button. He had wanted to interview her as the sole survivor. She immediately said no, but something drew the two of them together, and they remained friends. It was a long time into their friendship before Olivia told Sebastian the full story of what it was like living with a man she thought of as the perfect father, the man who murdered her mother and younger sister and who tried to kill her. Sebastian knew everything about Olivia and never betrayed her confidence. She trusted him completely. Sebastian pulled out a chair next to her and sat down. "Something's keeping you engrossed." "Isaac McFadden," Olivia began. "Does the name ring a bell?" "No," he answered immediately. "You don't keep an eye on the news, do you?" "Definitely not. If I want to spend my evenings being depressed, I'll look at my energy bills." There was a light knock on the door, followed by an even lighter yap from Stanley. Daisy came in carrying a tray. "I thought you'd both like a hot chocolate. I brought my velvetizer in from home. Nobody uses it. This should warm you both up." Olivia took a mug from the tray. "I can't remember the last time I had a hot chocolate." And then she could. Her mind immediately took her back to her last Christmas with her mum and her sister. They were in their happy home in Kingston-upon-Thames, decorating the Christmas tree. Tinsel draped over every item of furniture, baubles rolling everywhere, as her mother, Geraldine, struggled with a knotted string of lights, and Olivia and her sister, Claire, planned with military precision where each ornament was going to go. Claire sipped at her hot chocolate and gave herself a chocolate moustache. She refused to wipe her upper lip, saying she wanted to be able to smell the chocolate as she drifted off to sleep. "Olivia?" Sebastian called out, bringing her back to the present. "Sorry?" "You drifted." Olivia looked around her. Daisy had gone. "Mental flashback." "You all right?" "Fine." She gave one of her stock smiles, took a sip of the smooth hot chocolate, and placed the mug down on the desk, away from Stanley. "Anyway, as I was saying, Isaac McFadden. He was arrested last year somewhere in Newcastle when police pulled him over during a storm and found a body in the boot of his car." "I remember now. Wasn't it cut up into pieces?" "It was. He gave no comment answers to everything, refused to enter a plea, and spent his entire trial looking bored to tears. No surprise that he was found guilty and sentenced to life. Fast forward to a few weeks ago, and his daughter was cleaning out his house, and she came across a notebook. In it, there's a code she couldn't decipher. She took it to the police, and they couldn't understand it either. However, they think it might be a table of Isaac McFadden's victims. They think there could be another 12 of them out there. Surely they'd know if they had a serial killer on their hands." He said. "That's what I said, but the man Isaac was arrested for killing was homeless and estranged from his family. It could be possible his other victims had dropped off the radar too." "I'm guessing that's the book that's been keeping you so engrossed." "Only a photocopy." "How are you with cryptic crosswords?" I prefer Wordle, Sebastian said, coming round to her side of the table so they could read it together. Sebastian sat back in his chair and took a deep breath. Well, I'd be lying if I said I understood all that. In fact, I'd be lying if I said I understood any of that. Olivia remained silent as she continued to gaze at the code she had already looked at several times. Then she said, Me neither. But it's an insightful journal, that section where he wrote about choosing his victims, not listening to what they said, but looking into their eyes to see if they're for him or not. We all do it. How many times do I ask you how you are, and you simply say you're fine, even though we both know you're not? For the most part, I am fine. And when I'm not fine, I don't want to talk about it, so it's easier to say I'm fine. Count yourself lucky you were never asked by Isaac McFadden, Sebastian said, almost flippantly. Olivia didn't respond. She had returned to the code. What do you think? Sebastian asked. I can't make up my mind, she said. What are you pondering? Firstly, why would someone keep a record of the people they'd killed? To look back over it and marvel at their handiwork. Why write it in code? So that should it fall into the wrong hands, they won't know what it means. But if you hide it somewhere private, somewhere only you know the location of, there's no need for a code, is there? No. Where was the notebook found? Sebastian asked. Beneath the floorboards of a fitted wardrobe. It was in a box with items the police believe are trophies from his victims. Who knew about the hiding place? Well, his daughter, for one. She found it after all. I think he was hoping it would be found one day. D.I. Sutton said that in his police interviews he was very stoic. He replied no comment to every question and nothing rattled him. He refused to enter a plea or take the stand at his trial. He sentenced himself before he even set foot in the courtroom. He remained silent because he knew this code would be found and the police would go begging to him for answers. He was manipulating the investigation from the moment he was arrested. He was. Olivia took her laptop out of her bag. She turned it on and entered Isaac's name into Google. She looked down a few articles until she found what she was looking for. Here we are. Isaac was pulled over by police during a storm. One of his rear lights was out. She began, reading from the screen. The police officer offered to take a look inside the boot, but Isaac's behaviour made them think he was hiding something. Which he was, Sebastian interrupted. At the point where Isaac was pulled over, he must have known that this was the end, that he'd finally been caught. However, he's hidden all his victims in locations that haven't yet been found, so during any police interview, they'd only question him about the one body in the car. He could have answered their questions and been charged and sentenced for the one crime. That's it. Game over. But he didn't. He remained silent and allowed a shroud of mystery to envelop him. When this code turns up, police immediately believe it to be genuine because of his strange behaviour. So, is it genuine? Or is it the workings of a disturbed individual with massive delusions? Olivia thought for a moment. I'm not entirely sure at present, she said slowly. Sebastian studied her. He seemed always to be able to read what she was thinking simply by looking at her. You want to go up to Newcastle and visit Isaac McFadden? If I speak to him, I'll be able to work out if he's written these words and if they're from his mind or from experience. Sebastian nodded. I can see that. Look at those interviews we've been doing this past year with killers around the world. I'm guessing you've noticed the ones we've always gone back to are the ones we've conducted ourselves rather than ones other people have done. I wondered if you'd noticed that, she said, with a wry smile. What about your work here? You've got lectures planned for the next month, and we've got the guy from California coming a week on Monday. Or is that why you're suddenly charging up to the other end of the country? Professor Monroe is only coming to promote his own book. We said we'd meet him if we could fit him in. We'll just say we can't. Besides, do you really want to spend leisure time with someone who is completely bald on top but has a straggly ponytail down his back? I bloody don't. Not really. Did you see his Instagram photos of his holiday in Mexico? I'm trying to block those from my mind. Moving swiftly on from a 60-year-old with a paunch in budgie smugglers, can you cover my lectures? You know I can. Though, Olivia, is there another reason why you're so keen to get out of London? Olivia frowned at him. I've seen the billboards going up for the drama about your dad. Are you sure you're not just running away? They do have billboards up in Newcastle, you know, she said, playfully. Don't be pedantic, you know what I mean. Unfortunately, journalists know where you live and where you work now. Once this drama hits the screens, they're going to be coming to you for a comment. Or at least hoping to snatch a photo of you in tears on your doorstep. Are you trying to avoid the scrum? Of course I am. I knew this would happen. Olivia, when I was approached to sell the rights of my book, I asked you on 13 different occasions, I kept a record, if you minded. You said no every single time. You obviously do mind. Olivia stood up and went over to the window. She pushed open the slats of the Venetian blind and looked out into the darkening afternoon. The red Vauxhall had gone. Selling those rights has paid for Tilly to go to America to study. It's paid for Alistair to go on that school trip to Iceland, decorated the twins' bedroom, and covers your bills for several months. But at what cost to you? She turned back to him. Obviously, I would have preferred if they'd turned it into a musical. Now you're being silly. I just want to get out of London for a while. I'm feeling stifled. The billboards seem to be all over the place. Whenever I go into a shop, I see your book with its new TV tie-in jacket glaring at me. I know I'm not, but I feel like I'm being watched. I've lost my anonymity. All my neighbours now know who my father is, and I feel their gaze lingering on me. At least in Newcastle, nobody will know I'm there. I worry about you. I know you do. You don't need to, though. Would you like me to look after Stanley? Yes, please. Shall we see if we can crack this secret code? Olivia's face lit up. Go on, then. Though if A equals 1, I'm going to be seriously pissed off at Isaac McFadden. Chapter 6. Biker, Newcastle. It hadn't been much of a funeral service for Rona Landy. It lasted barely 20 minutes, and the congregation of only 6 people was soon herded out of the chapel. As they stood in the entrance, none of them knowing what to do next or what to say, the next funeral was getting ready to begin. Rona had been just 38 when she died. Less than a week after discovering a lump in her breast last summer, she was diagnosed with stage 5 cancer. Her decline was rapid, and doctors warned her she might not see Christmas. She managed to cling on to spend a final festive season with her son, see in the new year, and wish him a happy birthday on the 5th of January. And then she succumbed to death a week later. Thomas Landy had grown up a great deal over the past 6 months. 17 years old, he should have been enjoying his teenage years at college, learning to drive, having nights out with friends, discovering freedom and what life had to offer. Instead, he deferred his A-levels and put his life on hold as he nursed his mother through her final months. She was all he had. He wasn't prepared to lose her yet. His 18th birthday should have been one of drunken decadence. He should have been scouring the clubs of Newcastle, getting drunk, waking up in the middle of the afternoon the next day and not remembering a single minute of the night before. Instead, he sat on his mother's bed and unwrapped the Hugo Boss watch she'd asked one of the carers to order online for her. She didn't even have the strength in her body to hand him the gift. The carer, Lucy, had to do that for her. He loved it. He put it on, kissed his mother, and promised he would wear it every day for the rest of his life. He spent the rest of the day by her side, watching comedy films from the 80s on the TV in her bedroom. It was a day filled with sadness and tears. Both of them knew they didn't have much longer to spend with each other. They tried to smile at Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell's unconventional romance in Overboard and Whoopi Goldberg's attempt to gain access to the British consulate in Jumping Jack Flash. But their laughs were false. Death was already in the room and biding his time before he took Rona by the hand and led her away. It was another week before Rona breathed her last. 2 hours before she died, Thomas sat on the edge of the bed next to her and held her hand. They didn't need to speak. Everything had been said. They were content to be with each other. "Tom?" she began. Rona had never shortened her son's name before, but she no longer had the energy for multisyllabic words. A short sentence could take several minutes for her to get through. "Do me a favor." Her words were barely audible. She didn't sound like his mum. Her voice was slow and slurred. Thomas didn't rush her. He remained by her side and listened intently. She would get her words out eventually. "Live your life." She took a few slow breaths. "Enjoy yourself." "I will," he said. He wanted to cry. He knew he was losing his mum and he wasn't ready, but he didn't want her to see him already beginning to struggle without her. "Do," she continued. "Do everything, at least once." He turned to look at her. She had a soft smile on her dry lips. She winked at him. She made him smile. "I intend to," he said, finding the bravado from somewhere. "Love you." They were her last words to her son. Rona's carers couldn't make it back to the house. The woman next door, Janet Ray, had put on a bit of a spread to toast Rona's life and had spent the morning cleaning up the living room and kitchen for the guests. Thomas unlocked the front door. He picked up the few letters and cards that had been delivered while he'd been at his mother's funeral and led Janet and 3 of the nosier neighbours into the house. In the kitchen, Thomas stood in silence. He looked around him. A year ago, this house was full of life. His mother couldn't cook a meal without having Kim Wilde or Bananarama blasting at full volume and dancing around the kitchen. Many a time he would come home from college and he'd hear an 80s classic from up the road. Rona would be singing away as she peeled vegetables or prepared the pork chops. Thomas wanted to remember his mother as she lived, always with a smile on her face, happy, having fun. But whenever he thought of her, she was in bed, her face distorted in pain, tears running down her cheeks. From the living room, he could hear Janet and the other women from Cheviot Mount talking about the poor turnout at the funeral and reminiscing about Rona, all with their mouths full of hastily made sandwiches and shop-bought sponge cake. Thomas was certain they'd only come for the free food. It would save them having to cook a meal this evening. When had he become so cynical? His mother wouldn't have come out with a comment like that. A cruel, untimely death of a loved one did that to a person. He sat at the table and looked at the post. A few stiff white envelopes obviously contained sympathy cards from people he wouldn't know. They could be opened another time. There was a brown envelope, which meant it was something important, serious, and grown up. This kind of missive fell to Thomas now. He was 18. He was the only adult here. He ran his finger under the flap and took out the letter. It was from Newcastle City Council. He read the letter. It didn't make any sense to him. So he read it again. "Thomas, are you coming through?" Janet asked. She stood in the doorway to the kitchen and looked down at Thomas. He had tears running down his face. "What is it? What's the matter?" "The council say I can't live here any more," he said. He swallowed his emotions. "Mum was the tenant, not me. And as a single person, I don't qualify for a 3-bedroom house." He looked up at Janet. "They're throwing me out." Extract from a notebook allegedly written by Isaac McFadden. A table with 6 columns and 12 rows. 1. A1. Scorn, height, yelling, brackets, navy. Dog, risen, brackets, angers, garden. Black, green, green, black. 3/6/4/21. Asterisk. 2. 01. Bait, angel, cog, brackets, kite. Dreading, origin, gander, brackets, Grinch. Brown, grey, black, black. 0/???? Ampersand. 3. F1. Screamed, touch, brackets, Allen. Gate. Noisy, brackets, onion, unwell, none. Brown, green, green, brown. 8/6/2/24. Asterisk. 4. J5. House, brackets, ancient, grass, garage. Brackets, sleeve, name tag, India, dark. Brown, white, black, black. 12/6/1/21. Bracket. 5. N2. Muse, answer, station, brackets, T. Brackets, scarf, minimum, energy, gram. Black, 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 black. 0/6/?? Percentage sign. 6. J6. Rely, octagon, brackets, cold, key. Brackets, chicken, zooming, old, ghost. Yellow, yellow, white, black. 10/6/? Percentage sign. 7. M4. Juice, electricity, leaves, brackets south. Misery, inception, 9, brackets king. Brown, black, black, blue, 6/6/1/20. Ampersand. 8. M5. Natural, brackets Joanna, attitude, veil. Christmas, house, elders, brackets border. Black, grey, blue, black. 0/5/7/20. Bracket. 9. A6. Dive, envelope, night. Brackets sausage. Brackets silk, aged, glove, alive. Brown, white, black, black. 15/6/3/23. Asterisk. 10. O3. Postal, action, brackets cat, transport. Brackets sharp, island, never, news. Yellow, blue, blue, blue. 9/6/19. Ampersand. 11. J9. Conduct, orange, brackets run, newt. Political, brackets walk, graphic, edition. Yellow, white, black, black/white. 8/6/21. Bracket. 12. M6. Date, Eton, edge, brackets poppy. Helpful, indeed, present, brackets heat. Brown, blue, blue, black. 12/5/10/20. Pound sign. Chapter 7. There were 12 entries in total in Isaac McFadden's cryptic chart, and none of it made any sense, at least not to Olivia and Sebastian. It didn't seem to matter how many times they read it. Nothing became clearer. I can only work out the first column, and that's only because it's in numerical order, Sebastian said, sitting back in his chair and folding his arms. Olivia remained silent. She was bent over the printout, her eyes glued to the text. Should we take the columns individually or go across the rows? Sebastian asked. I'm not sure, Olivia mused, finally looking up. Each column must refer to something, obviously, but then each row is about each individual victim, I assume. Okay, she said, standing up. She ran her fingers through her hair. Let's take this one row at a time. We can guess that the first column refers to the number of the victim, so 1. Now what does A1 refer to? I don't know. Maybe it's the road he picked his victim up from. But in the next row it's O1. There's no road called O1, is there? No. So it's not a road, then? What else can A1 refer to? Paper size? Again, there's no paper size called O1. Maybe it's a grid reference to an A to Z road map. Sebastian said. You look up something in the index, it tells you what page it's on, then which square. Numbers along the top, letters down the side. We just need to work out which A to Z and which page these refer to. Olivia nodded. That makes more sense. It could be either where he picked his victims up, or where he buried them, or where he took them to kill them. I wonder if there were any A to Z maps found in Isaac's house. Olivia mused. I'll make a note to ask D.I. Sutton tomorrow. She reached into her bag and took out a hardback notebook and pen. She scribbled inside. So we definitely think this is a grid reference thing, then? It can't really be anything else, can it? I wouldn't have thought so. A1, O1, F1, J5. Unless they're the beginning of a postcode. I hadn't thought of that, Olivia said. Where is A1? Sebastian went over to the corner of the room where his battered briefcase was. He took a tablet out and turned it on. There isn't an A, he said. There's AB, which is Aberdeen, and AL, which is St. Albans. No others beginning with A? No. Maybe he knows what the A refers to and doesn't want to narrow it down to either Aberdeen or St. Albans, and just uses the first letter. So it could be AB1 or AL1. Aberdeen is a big place. I'm guessing AB1 would cover a large area. It doesn't really narrow it down, does it? No. I think a map grid reference is more likely than a postcode, Olivia said. I hope so. Look at entry number 5. That's N2. N is North London. That's a massive area. OK. So the second column could be a map grid reference. We just need to find which map Isaac was working from. Columns 3 and 4 are very similar. A list of 4 words in each, one of which is bracketed in each entry. Scorn, height, yelling, navy. Dog, risen, angers, garden. Sebastian read. It's like a round from Only Connect, he said. What's Only Connect? Olivia asked. It's a game show. I don't watch game shows. Oh, well, there's a round in Only Connect where there are 16 words, seemingly random, but they can be put into 4 categories of 4 connecting items. Maybe each of these 4 words have a single common meaning. They could refer to the victim, or where he's buried them. Scorn, height, yelling, navy. And what could that refer to? Olivia asked. It was a while before Sebastian replied. I don't know. I mean, if it refers to a place, and Isaac stayed local to the northeast, then we need someone who is an expert in that area. I think I've only ever passed through on the train. Say he is copying this Only Connect program. Are there words in this round that appear in brackets? Olivia asked. No. Then what's the point of them? Sebastian screwed his face up while he tried to think of a solution. Maybe he needs one word to stand out somehow. So navy, in this case, could mean... He left the sentence hanging in the air as he thought. Is there a naval yard in Newcastle? I don't know. Navy blue, the colour? Could Isaac have been wearing navy blue when he killed him and wants that reminder? Sebastian shrugged. Are you getting a headache? I am. Olivia went back to the code. Scorn, height, yelling. I suppose if you're being scornful to someone, you could be yelling, and maybe you're yelling from a height? The Angel of the North is very high. It looks over Newcastle. It's a bit of a tenuous link, isn't it? Very tenuous. Let's leave the game show round and move on to the 5th column. Black, green, green, black. Well, that could mean anything. What's black and green? Sebastian sat back in his chair and looked up to the ceiling as he thought. Isn't there a make of chocolate called Green and Blacks? There is, but what does that have to do with anything? I don't know, it was the first thing that came to mind. Every 5th column is just a list of 4 colours. Number 5 is black, 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 black. What the hell can that refer to? Black seems to be in every entry. Could that refer to it being dark? Maybe he killed all his victims at night. Why would he need to remind himself of that? Olivia asked. Say black does refer to it being dark. What could green represent? He thought for a moment. Grass is green. Yes, and so are sprouts, cabbages, avocados, caterpillars, cactus, and bloody go signs at a traffic light, Olivia said, getting riled up. Green could mean anything, black could mean anything. I'm no good at cryptic crosswords or sodding anagrams. I mean, he obviously expected this to be found, or he wouldn't have written it in this way, which means he's like all the other serial killers we've met over the years. They want to keep taunting the investigators even after they've been caught. Isaac McFadden is in prison. He's lost his freedom, and this is all he has left to hold on to. And if there are a dozen more victims out there, then he can spend the rest of his life drip-feeding little nuggets of information to torment the police with. If that's the case, do you really want to go and have a face-to-face meeting with him? Sebastian asked. What do you mean? He'll know who you are. Dr. Olivia Winter, serial killer survivor and famous forensic psychologist. I'm not famous, she interrupted. You are. Whether you like it or not, you're known throughout the world as a serial killer obsessive. You study them, you visit them in prison and question them at length. You're even related to one. I know you don't care what the media say about you, but me and Daisy do. We read the stories, we look on social media. By not reading them, you can pretend they don't exist, but the fact of the matter remains, people know who you are. Isaac McFadden will know who you are. Whatever he tells you will need to be taken with a large pinch of salt. He'll delight in besting the great Olivia Winter. Olivia sighed and slumped down on the seat in the bay window. Stanley jumped down from the table and jumped up at her legs. She lifted him up and snuggled him on her lap. So what do I do? Do I go and see him or try and work this out on my own? By all means, go and see him. But you need to remember that things have changed for you now. In the past, you visited prisons and talked to killers, and they've just known you for being a psychologist who's written a few books on serial killers. Now they know you as Richard Button's daughter, as someone who fought her father and survived, as the person who single-handedly tracked down Jamie Farr and killed him before he could kill you. People on social media are already referring to you as a real-life final girl. I don't know what that means. Jamie Lee Curtis in Halloween, Neve Campbell in Scream. They're both final girls. The killer comes after them God knows how many times, kills their friends, but they're always left standing by the time the credits roll. I'm not a fictional character. No. But the lines between fiction and reality for a lot of people are very blurred. Can I give you some advice on this one, Olivia? You know you can. Stay under the radar. If you go and see Isaac, make sure it doesn't get out to the public. If people see you as a real-life Laurie Strode, they might try and hunt you down to test their theory. Am I allowed to ask who Laurie Strode is? Bloody hell, Olivia, stop watching things with subtitles and give popular culture a try from time to time. She laughed. Sorry. All I'm saying is that if you allow yourself to be caught up in a high-profile media storm, you'll attract a high number of undesirable people, horror film fans who can't quite grasp what they see on screen isn't real, psychos who want to try and take down the woman who has managed to survive 2 serial killer attacks. I'd hardly say I survived, she said, wiping a tear away before it managed to fall. Survived physically. Olivia snuggled Stanley a little tighter. Should I help D.I. Sutton or not? Only you can answer that question.
No,
You can answer it too. I trust you explicitly. Help him. That's what we're here for, after all. If it turns out Isaac McFadden has killed a dozen people, and it gets out that the Behavioral Science Administration turned down the police, we'd be in some serious shit with the Home Office. Besides, Isaac's in prison. It's not as if he's an active serial killer who can hunt you down to try and stop you. That's comforting. As a rule, we don't work on active investigations. Last year was a one-off, and only because you were so close to one of the victims. Once this TV drama is off the screens, the interest in you will quickly fade as soon as the next series of Bake Off begins, and you can return to a life of anonymity. In the meantime, stay low. Olivia placed Stanley back on the table and went round behind Sebastian. She wrapped her arms around him and kissed him on the cheek. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you for being there for me. Stanley yapped. For us. Olivia corrected herself. Chapter 8. Olivia rode home through the dark streets of London on her scooter, wearing a specially adapted rucksack-cum-papoose she found online to hold Stanley in. It wasn't ideal, and she was pretty sure it might be illegal, but she could think of no other way of getting to and from work with a dachshund without driving a car. Olivia lived in Modbury Gardens in Camden, a 4-story townhouse in an exclusive cul-de-sac. It was far too big for a single woman and a tiny dog, but it was her home, and she felt comfortable here. Just about. She pulled up outside her house and looked up at it. To anyone else, it would look as if it was occupied. Lights had been timed to turn on and off at irregular intervals once darkness had fallen. She'd timed the radio and television to come on in different rooms at certain times to give the illusion people were enjoying an evening at home, should anyone want to invade her personal space. If she thought about it, Olivia would call herself paranoid, though she preferred to think of it as being cautious. 21st century London was not a safe place. Olivia had been born and raised in the capital. She lived here. She worked here. Her father killed her here. She might not have physically died when he murdered her mother and sister and stabbed her multiple times at the age of 9, but she had been mentally and emotionally dead ever since. To her, London meant death, crime, fear, murder, danger, and horror. Yet she had no intention of leaving it. She put Stanley on a lead and took him for a walk around the block for him to stretch his little legs and do his business. They didn't stay out long. He had a large and secure back garden to be free in. As she approached her house, a couple came down the steps from the property next door. It had been empty for months since the Abbotts had moved to Germany on business. She hadn't known them. Olivia wasn't the neighbourly sort. She said hello, smiled and nodded if she saw any of her neighbours in the street, and she'd received a few Christmas cards, though she had no idea why anyone would send a card to someone they didn't know. To number 9, Merry Christmas, from the Coker family at number 12. She could see the motive behind it, the friendliness, but it was a faux greeting. Why wait until Christmas to approach someone you wanted to say hello to? Good evening, the woman said. Good evening, Olivia replied. She didn't stop, trotted up her front steps and took her key out of her pocket to make a swift getaway into her own home. Excuse me, the woman called out. Do you live here? Olivia turned. Yes. We've just been looking around next door. It's a beautiful property. Olivia didn't say anything. It wasn't that she was tongue-tied and couldn't think of anything to say. It was simply that she was uncomfortable and found small talk pointless and a waste of time. "What's it like around here? The neighbourhood?" the woman asked. Olivia looked around her. All the houses had their curtains closed and lights on behind them. Behind those closed doors, people were living their lives. Whether they were happy, sad, rowing, making love, ignoring each other, or simply sitting down to an evening meal in silence, was of no consequence to Olivia. "It's a pleasant neighbourhood," Olivia said. "People tend to keep to themselves." "That's good. That's just what we're looking for, isn't it, Ben?" she said, looking back to the man Olivia guessed was her husband. "Absolutely. I work from home, so peace and quiet would be ideal." Olivia would never describe London as being peaceful and quiet. In the distance, the sound of 2 sirens competing with each other could be heard. She turned away and back to her house. "We'll definitely be putting in an offer," the woman quickly called out. "We could be neighbours." Olivia glanced back over her shoulder and smiled. "I'm Natalie. I'm a registrar at the Royal Free. This is my husband, Ben. He's a forensic psychologist." This caused Olivia to stop in her tracks. She turned back to face the couple. She took out her mobile phone, accessed the security app, and turned on the overhead lights above her front door, lighting up the whole of the exterior, and bringing the couple more into focus. They squinted in the brightness of the light. She studied the couple. The penny dropped. She almost sniggered. It was clever. 7 out of 10 for ingenuity. "I'd have thought you'd have used different names," she said. "I'm sorry?" Natalie asked. "I don't know you, but I thought I recognised your so-called husband from somewhere. Ben Latimer, crime correspondent for the Daily Mail. I've replied to 3 of your emails, politely refusing an interview, yet you still persisted with your requests. I make a point of knowing the people who pester me, and you couldn't have been looking around next door, as I had an email from the Abbotts a week ago saying they've taken the house off the market, as they've decided to come back to live in England. For journalists, your research skills are terrible." Olivia entered her house and closed the door behind her. She would have liked to slam it, but she didn't want to give them the satisfaction of knowing they'd riled her. "Fucking journalists," she said, as she unclipped Stanley's lead and allowed him to run into the kitchen for a drink. On the back of the front door, Olivia had installed a cage to collect any mail posted through the letterbox. She had done this when she found Stanley shredding a letter from her GP inviting her for a smear test. 3 letters had been delivered today. One stood out more than the others, as it was in a pale yellow envelope. She didn't need to open it to know who it was from. She took the letters from the cage and followed Stanley into the kitchen. She tossed the 2 circulars on the island, and the yellow envelope went into a drawer with the others, unopened. Stanley had eaten and was now running around the back garden, which was lit up with motion sensor lighting like an alien invasion. Olivia stood in the back doorway, freezing cold, heavy cardigan pulled tightly around her, as Stanley yapped at decaying leaves being swept around by the light winter breeze. She looked up at the house next door, in continuous darkness for the past few months. The house beyond had its curtains drawn, lights on in almost every room, the shadows cast displaying the normality of family life within. Stanley yapped, making her jump. She looked down to see he'd brought her a soggy tennis ball for her to throw. "Not at this time of night, young man," she said. Olivia had inherited the dog from a friend of hers, Jessica Sheffield. a detective with the Metropolitan Police, who had been murdered last year by a serial killer. Olivia blamed herself. Jessica had come to her for help, but Olivia always stated she didn't work active investigations. She changed her mind, but it took Jessica's murder for her to do so. Had she been more flexible in her thinking, Jessica might still be alive. Stanley trotted back up the steps and into the house. She closed the door and locked it securely. He jumped into his little bed in the kitchen and made himself comfortable. Olivia pulled out a stool at the large island and sat down. She needed to eat, as she'd only had a sandwich at lunchtime, but she had more important things to think about. This code written by Isaac McFadden was gnawing away at her mind. She needed to try and break it, to understand it. If there were 12 victims out there, they needed finding so their families could say goodbye to them. Olivia poured herself a large glass of white wine, took a notebook from her bag and the printout given to her by D.I. Sutton, and read through the code once more. Still, it made no sense to her at all. It was random, but there had to be a key to it somewhere, even if it only existed in Isaac's head. She drained her glass and looked down at Stanley, snoozing in his bed. She felt lightheaded. She needed something to eat. She could be healthy. There was salad in the fridge. She had grains, pulses, lentils, and quinoa she could use to beef up the lettuce and beetroot. But what Olivia really wanted right now was comfort food. 20 minutes later, she was sitting in the living room on the Chesterfield sofa, tucking into a fish finger sandwich made with thick slices of white bread. Stanley was by her side, eyes wide open, waiting for leftovers. He would have a long wait. Olivia's house was on 4 floors, but she never went down into the basement. Many people in the cul-de-sac had adapted their lower ground levels to let out as self-contained flats. Olivia's remained empty. She didn't even use it for storage. It was a forgotten place. The ground floor was where Olivia mostly lived. There was a large kitchen, a cosy living room, and a bedroom with an ensuite. It was tastefully decorated and looked more like a suite in a 5-star hotel. It was all Olivia needed to be content, and it saved Stanley tiring himself out trying to run up and down stairs every time Olivia went to bed. The first floor was one large room that most people in the street used as a spacious living room. Olivia used it as an office for the days she worked from home. Bookcases spanned the walls from floor to ceiling, filled with texts on psychology and criminology. She had a desk in the corner where she typed up her notes and lectures, and a large refectory table in the middle of the room, where she liked to spread out to do her thinking. That was where she was heading now, with the printout of Isaac McFadden's journal in one hand and a bottle of wine and glass in the other. Naturally, Stanley followed. The top floor of the house was where Olivia rarely went. It was decked out with everything concerning her father and the crimes he committed, the women he killed. When she was feeling at her lowest, when she wanted to try and understand what had caused a seemingly happy family man to turn into a serial killer, she went to the top floor and punished herself further. Olivia began to read through the code again, though she had no idea why. She leaned back in her seat and drained her wine glass. She really shouldn't drink so much, especially on a weeknight. Especially when she had a meeting with the detective at 9 o'clock in the morning. She looked at her watch. It was almost midnight. Maybe sleeping on it would help, though she knew for certain she would be awake long before first light. She always was. Tucked up, with Stanley snoozing at the foot of her bed, Olivia lay with her eyes wide open. Sleep refused to come. The confrontation with the sneaky journalists earlier was one of the many things preying on her mind. What other tactics would they resort to in order to get a few words out of her in the run-up to the dramatization of her father's killings? Now they knew her address. Would it be better if she moved? Why should she? She loved this house. She sat up and switched on the bedside lamp. On the bedside table sat a framed photograph of her mother and sister, taken in happy times, before evil entered their lives. She thought about them both every single day, and missed them so much it physically hurt. One question she had always wanted answered was, why had her father turned to murder? Why had he killed so many people? Why had he killed her mum and sister and tried to kill her? Last year, she finally got the answer when she built up the courage to visit him, while he was recovering from a heart attack in hospital. He'd told her, simply, that he killed because he could, that he'd enjoyed it. She refused to believe that as a motive. She refused to believe her father, a man she loved as a child, took pleasure from killing other people. She climbed out of bed, slid her feet into slippers, grabbed her dressing gown and headed for the kitchen. She needed tea. And she needed chocolate. Stanley didn't even flinch. As she made a mug of tea and searched the cupboard for something chocolate-coated, she had a thought. There might not be 12 more victims out there somewhere. There might only be 11. Isaac was caught with a victim in the back of his car. But maybe Sean Bridger was victim number 12, rather than 13. Maybe Isaac had already written his entry into his code before he left the house to dispose of the body. 12, M6, date, Eton, edge, brackets, poppy. Helpful, indeed, present, brackets, heat. Brown, blue, blue, black, 12/5/10/20, £, she said to herself. She read the 12th entry several times. It meant nothing to her. It might as well have been written in a foreign language. Her eyes kept going back to the row of numbers in the 5th column. 12/5/10/20. What did that refer to? Was it another map grid reference? Could 20 refer to the year? Was it 2020? 10 could mean the month, which was October. 5 could be the date, but what did 12 mean? Was it the time? Was it 12 o'clock on the 5th of October, 2020? If so, he couldn't have been the most recent victim, as Sean Bridger was killed in March 2024. Maybe it has nothing to do with date and time at all, she said out loud. The only way I'm going to know if this refers to the last victim is by finding out everything there is to know about Sean Bridger. Extract from a notebook allegedly written by Isaac McFadden. Thanks to programs like Silent Witness, the plethora of shite from the CSI franchise, and the many documentaries on true crime detection and forensics, everyone in the world knows what police and scene of crime officers look for when they enter a crime scene. We know that every contact leaves a trace. That no matter how much you scrub and scrub and scrub at a tiled floor, you're not going to remove every speck of blood. A killer can be caught with one strand of hair, and DNA can be taken from everything. There was a case in the news not long back about a victim who had been killed and dumped, their body dragged by the ankles into woodland. The CSIs swabbed the ankles of the victim and found sweat deposits from the killer's fingers. Who would have thought of that? It's not possible to remove every piece of trace evidence, but it's possible to minimise what is left. I take my victims apart. For one thing, it allows for ease of transportation when taking them to the dumping site, but the implement used needs careful consideration. A chainsaw is going to be noisy. The neighbours might hear. And the blood spatter is going to be messy. An axe, again, it will be loud, and fragments of bone and tissue could fly off at random. A handsaw will also produce splinters of bone and will not make for a clean cut. Pathologists will easily be able to detect what kind of instrument was used. And there are some parts of the body that are thicker than others. The femur is the longest, heaviest and strongest bone in the human body. That's going to take some hacking into. Blades need to be precise. They need to be easy to handle and easy to come by. And above all, they need to be razor sharp. The dismemberment of a body is a laborious process, but with the correct tools, it's relatively easy and, surprisingly, it can be quite therapeutic once you get started. Chapter 9. Thursday, 16th of January, 2025. Olivia was the first to arrive at George Street. It was still dark, and a layer of frost made the checkered tiles difficult to walk on as she climbed the steps to the front door. She didn't put Stanley down until they were inside. He immediately ran into the meeting room, where he had a bed in front of the radiator. Olivia followed, went into the kitchenette, and flicked on the kettle. She needed a strong coffee to wake her up. She was shattered. More than usual. Isaac McFadden had haunted her dreams, causing her a restless night. She woke several times, and by 6 o'clock, 2 pillows were on the floor, the duvet was half hanging off the bed, and Stanley had moved to his own bed in the corner of the room, probably for some peace and quiet, bless him. Olivia was struggling to understand why Isaac had written a code in the first place, and what lay behind his laissez-faire attitude to his court case. By the time D.I. Linus Sutton arrived, a little after 9 o'clock, Olivia had devoured a bacon sandwich brought in by Daisy and downed 3 strong black coffees. She was feeling more presentable and alert. Sebastian had been late, his twins, Robert and Catherine, playing up on their way to school. He had only just sat down in the meeting room and arranged his notes when there was a knock on the door. "Sorry for my appearance," Linus said as he stood in the doorway. He was wearing a shirt and tie, waist-length reefer coat, boots, and tight tracksuit bottoms. "I only brought 1 pair of smart trousers down with me, and let's just say the hotel makes their eggs a little runnier than I'm used to." Olivia smiled and beckoned him in. "I rarely stay in hotels," Linus said. "Usually when—" He stopped himself, and his face dropped. "I was surrounded by business people in designer suits and smelling of expensive fragrances. I felt like a complete outsider." He tried to laugh to make up for his discomfort, but there was something troubling him, something weighing him down emotionally. And Olivia surmised it ran deeper than the headache Isaac McFadden was giving him. However, Olivia was pleased to find she wasn't the only one who was socially awkward in strange places.
Can I get you a coffee or anything?
I'd love a coffee, thank you. I'm not sure what that was at the hotel, but I think it had been made the night before.
Olivia went into the kitchen. I hope you don't mind, but I showed Isaac's code to a colleague of mine, Dr. Sebastian Lister.
Linus looked to Sebastian. You're the bloke who wrote the book about... He tailed off. That's me, he said, with what looked like a painful smile. They shook hands.
Olivia quickly continued. I know you asked me not to show it to anyone, but he's incredibly discreet, and I value his opinion more than anyone else I've ever worked with.
Linus looked impressed. High praise indeed. Have you both been able to come up with anything?
Olivia carried a tray into the room. She placed it in front of Sutton. He ignored the milk jug and sugar bowl and inhaled the strong coffee. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He took a sip.
Now that's proper coffee, he said.
We haven't come up with anything conclusive, I'm afraid. However, I do have more questions. I know you've been to see Isaac McFadden many times and he hasn't opened up to you. Do you think he'll see me?
Olivia asked. I can ask him.
Thank you. Regarding the code, I wondered if the last entry refers to his final victim, Sean Bridger. Olivia sat in a chair close to Linus. She tucked her short hair behind her ears. I've read this code countless times, and it's meaningless to me. Obviously it will mean something to Isaac, but what? However, if the final entry refers to Sean Bridger, then it might be possible to crack the code. So, what can you tell me about Sean? Linus placed his mug of coffee down on the table and made himself comfortable as he sat back and crossed his legs.
Sean was a troubled lad. According to his parents, he was a good boy until he went to secondary school and got in with the wrong crowd. By 14, he was shoplifting, skipping school, smoking and drinking. He was taking drugs by 16 and a dealer by 17. They tried everything to get him back on the straight and narrow, but nothing worked. When he was 18, he stole his father's car and sold it for £200 to a bloke in a pub. That's when they finally gave in and called in the police. Sean was arrested and served 6 months in a young offenders institution. On his release, he went straight back to his old ways. However, he didn't go back home to his family in Harrogate. He came up north, to Newcastle. His parents didn't see him again after the day he was released. His mother wanted to view the body. I had to tell her he'd been dismembered.
Good grief. That can't have been easy, Olivia said.
It wasn't. She literally collapsed in front of me and had to be sedated.
Olivia had the printout open in front of her. She looked down at the page, at the final entry of the code. 12, M6, date Eaton Edge, brackets poppy, helpful indeed crescent, brackets heat, brown, blue, blue, black, 12/5/10/20, £. We were wondering if M6 could refer to a map reference, like you get in the back of an old-style street A to Z. Were any found in Isaac's house?
Linus squinted at the ceiling as he searched his memory. I'm not sure. I'll have to check.
The list of trophies? Do any of the items belong to Sean?
Linus sighed. I went through them all with Sean's mother. That was a long hour. She had so many questions about each item. Eventually she said she was around 90% certain the necklace with the St. Christopher medal belonged to Sean.
Olivia made a note in a pad beside her. The 4 words in the 3rd and 4th column.
do they refer to Sean Bridger in any way? His personality, his appearance, where he lived, or where he was found? No, trust me, I've looked at this code until I can barely focus, and it's meaningless. Linus said. They just seem like random words. They have to mean something, Sebastian said. To Isaac, they refer to something specific about his victim in order to trigger a memory. We have the names of 2 victims, Sean Bridger and Piotr Czykowski from Poland. I've put together as much as I can about both victims, and I cannot find an entry that matches either of them. Obviously, it would make sense for the last one to refer to Sean Bridger, but I can't work out the key. I'm sorry. Linus looked genuinely troubled not to be able to move the investigation even slightly forward. What was Sean like when he arrived in Newcastle? Did you speak to his friends up there? Sebastian asked. He knew very few people in Newcastle. The few we managed to track down told us what they knew. Linus paused and took a breath. Sean was selling his body for drug money. He looked younger than he was, and men took advantage of that. By all accounts, he was raped several times. Jesus, Sebastian uttered. Was there any sign of sexual assault during the post-mortem? No. According to the pathologist, there was no evidence of recent sexual activity. How did Isaac come to find him? Did you show his photo to Sean's friends? We did. They'd never seen him before. Had Isaac picked him up as a rent boy? Olivia asked. I know he has a daughter, but is Isaac gay? Bisexual? Eleanor says not. We can't find any connection between Isaac McFadden and Sean Bridger. Could Isaac have been Sean's dealer? Sebastian asked. Didn't I read somewhere that Isaac worked as a sales rep for a medical company? He was, but he didn't sell medication. He sold things like hospital beds, surgical hoists, commodes. Olivia leaned back in her seat and sighed. They were getting nowhere. I'm struggling to understand the colours mentioned in each entry too, she said. At first I wondered if it was skin colour. Black and brown are mentioned in all entries, but one, the 10th one. I thought that too. Sean Bridger was white, he was very pale. Did Isaac beat him to death? No, he was strangled. Were you thinking of being beaten black and blue? Yes, I was, Olivia said. But that doesn't tell us what the brown refers to. I know he was dismembered, but did you ever find the clothes he was wearing? Yes, they were in a bag in the boot of Isaac's car, along with the body parts. Sean was wearing blue jeans, a hooded jumper and black trainers. What colour was the jumper? Hang on. Linus leaned down to his rucksack and took out a tablet. He switched it on and began scrolling through various folders. I couldn't have your Wi-Fi password, could I? Sure. Can I get you another coffee? I'd love one, thanks. Olivia handed Linus a card that gave him the Wi-Fi information, then headed into the kitchen. She could do with another coffee herself, after hearing about Sean Bridger's tortured life. Yes, a lot of it was of his own making. Nobody forced him into a life of drink and drugs. But if he'd accepted help, he might still be alive today. He'd landed on a path of self-destruction and couldn't find a way to get off. She found that incredibly sad, especially for someone so young. Can I ask about Isaac's internet history? Sebastian asked. I'm guessing your team went through his computer, tablet, or whatever he had. He had a desktop computer at home and a tablet, a personal smartphone and a work one. We also took his work tablet. Those he used for work were clean, as was his mobile. The only questionable searches on his computer were pornography. Nothing illegal. A mixture of straight and gay porn, though. Was Isaac seeing anyone? Eleanor didn't know him to be romantically linked to anyone following the death of her mother. When did she die?
Linus checked his notes.
September the 1st, 2002. She wouldn't have been very old. No, as Eleanor saw it, he dedicated himself to raising her on his own. The perfect father,
Sebastian mused to himself. Olivia came back in with the coffees.
Sean Bridger was wearing a navy blue hooded jumper,
Linus said. He handed her his tablet, which showed the clothes found in the back of Isaac's car, lined up neatly on a table in the mortuary suite. Blue jumper, blue jeans, black trainers, blue, blue, black, she said, pointing to the code.
What's brown?
Sebastian asked.
If not his skin colour, perhaps his hair?
Olivia guessed.
It was dark blonde, if memory serves. I do have a photo of his head, but it's from the mortuary. It's not attached to his body.
Olivia swallowed hard. She'd seen all kinds of disturbing photographs over the years in her research of serial killers, but it didn't get any easier.
Let me look,
she said coolly. Once again he turned his tablet to her. Olivia took a breath as she looked at the severed head of the young man on a stainless steel gurney.
I'd say that was more light brown than dark blonde, but that's just my view.
She handed it to Sebastian, who agreed with her.
So it could refer to hair colour. Hair colour, then clothes,
Linus said.
And if we apply that theory to the entry above, yellow, white, black, black/white, we get blonde hair, white top, black trousers, and black and white shoes.
He looked relieved at a possible breakthrough. It's a working theory, Olivia agreed. If you can find out when this Pieter was last seen and what he was wearing, you might be able to identify a second victim.
Apart from a stamp in the passport, there's no sign of him in England at all.
Linus said.
There's something I need to tell you both. It might help you get a better insight into the type of man Isaac McFadden is.
He cleared his throat, selected another file on his tablet, placed it on the table and pushed it towards them. The photo showed Sean Bridger laid out in the autopsy suite. His limbs and body had been put back together, though it was clear where he had been cut up. Linus leaned over the tablet and pinched the screen, zooming in on an area on his left leg.
If you look at where the body was cut,
Linus began.
You can see there is bruising all over the limbs. The next photo.
Linus flicked the page over to reveal pictures of Sean's internal organs.
Show the heart and lungs, which appear paler than we'd usually expect them to be. The pathologist is 100% certain that Sean Bridger was still alive when Isaac began cutting him up.
Bloody hell, Sebastian exclaimed, a hand reaching up to his mouth. Olivia turned away.
That's not all,
Linus said. He paused as if to compose himself.
I'm not going to ask you to study these photos to spot it, but Sean Bridger wasn't hacked to pieces. He wasn't cut up. He was taken apart.
What? Olivia asked. She leaned forward to get a better look at the photo on the tablet.
No bones were cut,
Linus said.
Sean was found in a dozen pieces, but he was taken apart at the tendons and muscles that were holding the bones together.
Oh my God, Sebastian said.
How do you do something like that? You'd need to speak to the pathologist. He did tell me, but a lot of it went over my head. Olivia pinched the touchscreen and zoomed in. "He took him apart while he was still alive," she said, more to herself, to process what she was seeing. "Can I speak to the pathologist?" she asked Linus. "Sure, I'll get you his details. I mean, have you ever come across anything like this before?" Sebastian shook his head. "No," Olivia said. "When I was reading the section in Isaac's notebook last night about cutting up his victims, something didn't make sense. Now I know. He never mentioned cutting. He talked about taking them apart. This is a level of disturbing behavior I've never come across before. I can't understand how Isaac has managed to evade the law for so long, not appear on the police radar, yet commit a crime of this atrocity." Linus cleared his throat and continued. "What about the row of numbers in the 5th column? 12, 5, 10, 20. Can you work out what that might mean?" Olivia sniffled. Well, at first I thought they might be a map grid reference. Then I thought maybe a date, 5th of October 2020, and maybe the 12 referred to a time, 12 o'clock. But Sean was killed in 2024, so it can't. Was his birthday on the 5th of October? Linus consulted his tablet. No, April 7th. But he was 20 years old, wasn't he? Yes. Olivia chewed her bottom lip as she thought. She quickly snatched up the printout and looked at the final entry, then the others in the code. How tall was Sean Bridger? Oh, Sutton went back to his tablet. 178 centimetres, 5'10". That's it. Well, it might be it. 12, 5, 10, 20. He was 20 years old and 5'10". And the 12? Shoe size? He was an 8. Weight? Could he have been 12 stone? He was much lighter than that. But if the 5 and 10 refer to him being 5'10", and the 20 refers to his age, the 12 has to be something personal to... Olivia stopped and put a hand to her mouth. What is it? Sutton asked. Olivia closed her eyes. She felt sick. What's wrong? She opened her eyes and took a deep breath. Can you show me that photo of Sean fully laid out again? Really? Please. Linus handed over his tablet. Olivia looked down. There he was, 20-year-old Sean Bridger, his body parts assembled in order to make him whole again. She counted the different pieces. She struggled to speak. She was on the cusp of crying. 12 pieces, she said quietly. 12 pieces. 5'10", aged 20. 12, 5, 10, 20. Fuck! Linus exclaimed. They remained silent as they absorbed the horror that this code, this chart, represented. So, Linus began. The entry above contains the numbers 8, 6, 21. That could be 8 pieces, 6 foot, and 21 years old. Possibly. Jesus Christ. What kind of sick monster was he? How can nobody know anything about this? Sebastian asked incredulously. What did his neighbours say about him? Oh, they all thought he was the perfect neighbour. How could he keep all this to himself? Linus asked. Olivia shook her head. She was speechless. She looked down at the photograph of Sean Bridger, dissected and put back together again on a mortuary slab, like a macabre jigsaw puzzle. This took horror to a whole other level. Very little scared Olivia. But right now, she was petrified. Chapter 10. Not long after Linus Sutton had left, backpack on, heading to the train station for his journey back to Newcastle, Sebastian asked Daisy if she would take Stanley out for a long walk around the block. Dog walking had been added to her list of talents. Olivia and Sebastian were now alone in the office at George Street. He went into the meeting room and closed the door behind him. He opened his mouth to say something, but Olivia got in first. "What do we know about people who dismember corpses?" she asked, looking up from her notebook. Sebastian pulled out a chair opposite her and sat down. "Well, we know that there are usually 5... No," she interrupted. "What do we, you and I, know about people who dismember corpses?" "Nothing. I've never interviewed a killer who cut up his victims." "Me neither. This is the perfect opportunity to expand our knowledge. And he's right here in the UK. No long-distance flights to the US or Japan for a change." "You don't have to convince me that this would be vital information. But why do I get the impression that you're waiting for my approval?" Olivia reached across the table. Her reach didn't quite get halfway. "I love you to... Oh, I was going to say I love you to pieces. But perhaps I shouldn't say that. But I do. I love you, Sebastian, and I respect you. I wouldn't feel comfortable going up to Newcastle if I didn't have your support." "You always have my support. Whenever you go away, I always wonder if you're not running away from something." She sat back and folded her arms. "I think this time I am. There were 2 reporters outside my house when I got home last night, and there's been a car parked out front for the last few days. Red Vauxhall. You've noticed it too. I called Foley and gave him the registration number. It belongs to someone who works on the Mirror. He's having a word with him." Olivia shook her head and looked down. "I should never have sold those rights," Sebastian added. "We talked about this. 13 times, remember? You've already had a massive increase in sales of the book, and it's getting translated into more languages. You need this money for your kids." "But at what cost?" he asked, reaching across to her. She took his hand in hers. What's a little more mental torture to someone who's already screwed up beyond all help? She smiled. "You're not as screwed up as you make out. A lot of it is an act so people don't get too close. You use your trauma as a defense mechanism." "Don't tell anyone." She winked. "Promise me 3 things," Sebastian began. "You'll keep in touch, you'll share what you find out, and you won't allow Isaac McFadden to get under your skin." "Poor choice of words," Olivia said, with a hint of a smirk. The penny dropped. "Shit, you know what I mean. Stop splitting hairs." "I promise," she said, crossing her heart. "Good. Now, do you want to know my theories about body dismemberment?" "I'd love to." "Okay. First of all, it's rare. Fewer than 5% of murders involve dismemberment. However, some psychologists believe there are 5 different kinds of homicidal mutilation. The most common is defensive. It helps in hiding or moving the body to a burial location, or for getting rid of evidence, or to make identification more difficult. Isaac mentioned in his notebook about the ease of transportation. Olivia interrupted. True, but I think he's got a little bit more enjoyment out of it than merely making a body easy to dispose of. The second is aggressive, where the acts of killing and dismemberment, are one and the same, usually as a means of torturing the victim. The third is offensive, where the dismemberment is the real purpose of the murder all along, and is mostly associated with lust and necrosadistic murders. Usually, in this case, death is by strangulation. The PM report said Sean Bridger was strangled, Olivia said. If Sean Bridger was sexually abused, either before or after death, if his genitals were removed or mutilated, then this would be your kind of killer. We're talking sadomasochistic. Isaac would have used the victim's body to perform sex acts with after death. The PM report stated there was no evidence of recent sexual activity. So we can rule that out. What are the other two forms of dismemberment murder? Olivia asked. The next one is psychotic, where the killer has completely lost touch with reality. He may say he's hearing voices or suffer from some kind of delusion. The fifth kind of killing is one we associate with the world of organised crime, whereby dismemberment is a way of sending a message to others. Like a mafia hit? Yes. Which category does Isaac fit in? Olivia pondered. I'd say psychotic. I'm not saying he's heard voices telling him to dismember his victims, but it takes a person with a complete lack of empathy and an inability to experience emotions to sit and calmly cut a person into 12 pieces. Don't forget, throughout his police interview, Isaac answered no comment to every question. Throughout his trial, he remained in his seat, not reacting at all to what was going on around him. He showed no remorse whatsoever for killing and mutilating Sean Bridger. He's separated himself from the Isaac McFadden his daughter and colleagues knew, to become a violent, composed and controlled killer. If I go and talk to him, he's not going to help me in any way, is he? No. He doesn't care about his victims. He has no interest in whether their bodies are ever found or in giving the victims' relatives closure. I think that's why he's written this code, so that he can read back and remember what he's done. Because at the time of murdering and dismembering, he was on a whole other plane. I'm not going to be able to get inside his head, am I? No. And you shouldn't want to, either. However, there is something you can do to try and get him to open up to you. What's that? You can feed his ego. Yes, he has the upper hand because he knows the keys to the code. He knows where the bodies are buried. But he doesn't have anyone marvelling at what he's done. If you, the renowned Dr. Olivia Winter, tell him that he's something new, something you've never come across before, something you want to study and understand, he'll tell you. He won't be able to resist. So I have to go in there as his #1 fan? I'm afraid so. Just don't turn into Kathy Bates. Olivia laughed. I know who that is. Sebastian's face hardened. Olivia, I'm serious. Don't let him try to manipulate you. You're there to understand him, not support him. If he gets inside your head, you're fucked. Chapter 11. Civic Centre, Newcastle City Centre. Wednesday, 22nd of January, 2025. Thomas Landy had had no success trying to find a solution to his living problems over the phone. He eventually made an appointment with a housing officer at the Civic Centre and hoped that someone would be able to help him. He was kept waiting for 20 minutes after his appointment time before a woman, Rosa Glass, who barely looked older than him, called his name. She led him into a tiny office, closed the door behind them, but deliberately opened the blinds so people could see in.
Now, Mr. Landy, I've been reading your emails and looking over your circumstances,
she said in a sickly voice. Thomas noticed how she didn't apologise for keeping him waiting. She opened a slim cardboard folder and took out a few sheets of paper.
Let me just confirm. Your mother was a council tenant and you lived with her. She died recently. And you don't qualify to live on your own in a 3-bedroom property. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, he said, already exasperated. He had repeated this same line over and over again every time he called and struggled to be understood.
And there's no family for you to live with?
No. My mother was an only child, as was my father. My father died when I was 2 years old. Both sets of grandparents are dead. There's literally just me, he said, a catch in his voice. Rosa Glass looked up at him. She gave him a faux sympathetic smile.
I'm sorry to hear that,
she said, without a single hint of emotion behind the words.
Now, are you working at present?
No, I was at college, but I deferred my course when my mum fell ill. I was hoping to go back now, though.
OK. Will you be going back, or are you just thinking about it?
I will be going back.
Good. You will qualify for a 1-bedroom flat or a studio apartment, and we can help you with hardship funds and the various benefits open to you as a student. Obviously, you'll get a discount on your council tax. In the wake of the cost of living crisis, we can help you with gas and electricity too.
Thomas suddenly felt overwhelmed. The bills at home all came out of his mum's bank account via direct debit. He'd had everything switched over to his account when he went to the bank and closed his mum's accounts, transferring what little money she had left into his. Gas, electricity, TV license, council tax. He had no idea about any of this. He was 18 for crying out loud. He should be at college finishing his A-levels, going out every night with Dean and Rick and Haken and getting pissed, not sitting in a council office that reeked of desperation and sweat on the verge of homelessness.
Unfortunately, at present, we don't have any 1-bedroom flats or studio apartments available. We can put you in touch with a housing association, and the same benefits to help with rent and council tax will still apply. However, we are pushed for time, as you're due to be out of your mum's house within the next 10 working days.
I'm aware of that.
We do have emergency accommodation available. They're usually hostels and B&Bs.
She pulled a face.
They're not very nice, but it's a roof over your head, that's the important thing. And it is only temporary.
Temporary? For how long?
Unfortunately, it could be a while before a property becomes vacant. Are you sure you don't have anyone you can stay with? A friend?
No, he said flatly. Look, what do I do with all my stuff? I'm living in a 3-bedroom house. I've got all my mum's furniture, sofas, wardrobes, fridge, cooker. I'm going to be staying in a B&B. What do I do with all that? Rosa looked at him blankly. She shrugged. I'm actually asking you for advice here, he said, raising his voice slightly. Rosa glanced out of the window towards the open-plan waiting area. Thomas suddenly realised why she opened the blinds. It was so somebody would notice if she was attacked by her visitor. Thomas wasn't like that. He would never hurt anyone. But he'd fallen on hard times. He was asking the council for help. They obviously tarred all desperate people with the same brush.
You could sell them, I suppose,
she said. They're my things. They're my mum's things, he said, choking back his tears.
I don't know what to say to you, Mr.
She looked down at her file.
Landry.
Lundy, he corrected her, struggling to hold back his rage.
Would you like me to fill you out an application for emergency accommodation?
Thomas looked around him. His eyes were caught by posters on the walls offering help for asylum seekers and women suffering domestic abuse, or children being groomed online, or the elderly who couldn't afford their heating. Where was the poster for a teenager whose mother had just died and who was homeless? Where was the targeted help for him? He didn't want to live in a shitty B&B on his own. He didn't want to have to sell the sofa his mother loved, or the dressing table she'd inherited from her mother, or the cooker she worked hard to save up for. They were her things. They were his things. He wanted them. He needed them. He wanted his mum now more than ever. Outside the council offices, Thomas allowed the sleet and icy wind to cut into his face. He leaned against the building and looked up at the sky. He was crying. He felt like he was falling down a hole and there was no bottom. He wiped his eyes with the damp sleeves of his coat. Across the road, a man layered up against the elements was selling copies of The Big Issue. He felt the urge to cry again. How many people were on the verge of losing everything? Before his mum became ill, she often struggled from month to month with the rising costs of bills and food. She often joked about running on empty in the days leading up to payday. Once she fell ill, the money from the government and charities came pouring in. Where was it when she really needed it? How much longer would it be before he was standing on a street corner selling The Big Issue? He was supposed to be going back to college in September. Thomas wanted to be a vet. He loved animals. He always had done. It was all he'd wanted to do since he was a small child. He had the grades and the aptitude. He just needed a break. One small break. Chapter 12. D.I. Sutton emailed Olivia everything he had on Isaac McFadden. Interview transcripts, video files, statements from his daughter, colleagues, neighbours and friends. Before she headed off to Newcastle, Olivia wanted to know everything she could about Isaac, about his life before, during and after the killings, and about the investigation as a whole. If Isaac was as prolific a serial killer as the evidence suggested, the last thing Olivia wanted was to go into the interview room with him unprepared. He would be able to tell straight away that she hadn't done her homework. Right now he had the upper hand, and he would continue to do so until Olivia cracked his code and the bodies were found. However, Olivia had to show him that she was more than a match for his intellect. Sebastian had agreed to take one of Olivia's lectures while she spent the day at home studying the interviews and statements. After showering and taking Stanley on an amble around the block, she went up to her home office. Stanley had a bed in there and made himself comfortable, while Olivia sat at her desk, turned on her computer, and opened the video file of the first interview with Isaac McFadden. She had already read the transcript, so knew what questions were coming, and his responses, but she wanted to see his reactions, his movements, the subconscious telltale signs of lies. The camera in the interview room was high up and angled to focus on Isaac. He was sitting alone, having refused a solicitor. From this point of view, Olivia could only see the backs of the heads of his two interviewers, D.I. Linus Sutton on the left, and D.S. Shona Lees on the right. Isaac had had his clothing removed upon arrest, and was wearing a white Tyvek forensic suit. His hair was neatly swept back. Before pressing play, Olivia leaned in and took in his body language. His shoulders were relaxed. His face wasn't tense or frowning in panic or worry. He seemed the embodiment of calm. "Mr. McFadden, can you tell us about what was found in the boot of your car when you were pulled over earlier this evening?" Linus asked. Isaac remained still, his fingers interlocked in front of him on the table. It was a while before he spoke. "No comment." His voice was steady and perfectly pitched. "For the benefit of the recording, in your car, police officers found 3 industrial waste sacks containing body parts and clothing. How did they get there?" "No comment." "Who is the person in the bags?" "No comment." "Did you kill them?" "No comment." "Where were you taking the body parts?" "No comment." Isaac's tone didn't waver once. He seemed to be remarkably in control of his emotions for a man who had been found with a dead body in his car. "Mr. McFadden, you've refused a solicitor. However, as this interview isn't progressing, I would like to ask you again if you would like to see a solicitor." "No comment." "You're not even going to answer a simple yes or no question?" "No comment." "Mr. McFadden, answering no comment to every question is not going to look good when this goes to court, and believe me, it will be going to court. You've been found with a dead, mutilated body in the back of your car. Now, for your own sake, please, tell me who the body belongs to." "No comment." The interview was paused. Olivia sat back in her seat and watched the still image on screen of Isaac McFadden. She could perfectly understand why Linus Sutton hadn't been able to read him. She couldn't either. If he had killed 12 people, why wasn't he being smug? Why wasn't he lording it over the police that they'd caught a prolific killer, that he'd been able to murder a dozen people without once appearing on their radar? The second interview with Isaac McFadden was conducted the following day. The victim, Sean Bridger, had been identified through his DNA, which was stored on the National DNA Database following a previous arrest in Newcastle for supplying drugs. Before pressing play, Olivia looked closely at Isaac again. His hair wasn't as smooth, and he hadn't been allowed to shave. He hadn't been provided with a change of clothes, and he was looking uncomfortable in the paper suit he had been wearing for almost 24 hours. Was this a tactic by D.I. Sutton and his team to make Isaac ask for something, in the hope of moving this investigation further forward? Very probably. "Mr. McFadden, we've identified the body in the back of your car as belonging to Sean Bridger." Isaac didn't say anything. "Do you know this person?" No comment. "We've spoken to your daughter." Olivia paused the video. It was the first time Eleanor had been mentioned. She took the footage back a few seconds and played it again. There wasn't a flicker of emotion on his face at all. "She doesn't know the name Sean Bridger." "Who is he to you?" No comment. "Someone you work with?" No comment. "A friend?" No comment. "A lover?" No comment. Olivia watched that last question being asked again. She wanted to see if there was any flicker in his eyes at the mention of a possible same-sex lover. There wasn't. "The post-mortem examination was carried out earlier this morning. We believe Sean Bridger was strangled. Did you strangle him?" No comment. "Did you use your hands or a ligature?" No comment. A hair was found between 2 fingers of Sean's left hand. The DNA in that hair matches yours. Can you explain how it got there? No comment. Mr. McFadden, the evidence shows that you killed Sean Bridger. You cut him up and you were prepared to dump his body somewhere. Can you confirm that? No comment. Linus released an audible sigh. I'm going to charge you with Sean Bridger's murder. Is there anything you would like to say before I do so? No comment. Very well. Isaac McFadden, I am charging you with the murder of Sean Bridger. You do not have to say anything, but it may harm your defence if you do not mention, when questioned, something which you later rely on in court. Anything you do say may be given in evidence. The fact Isaac hadn't said anything since he was brought into the police station made the caution a moot point. He remained still and fixed his gaze on D.I. Sutton as he read the police caution. The interview was terminated. Olivia couldn't understand what game Isaac was playing. She needed to think. She needed to clear her head. She decided to take Stanley for a walk. Olivia could walk for miles when she had some thinking to do. When she was on her own, that was fine. Unfortunately, with a miniature dachshund for company, a long walk was out of the question. She looked down and saw his little legs going like the clappers to keep up with her. She apologised to him and slowed down. Why does someone remain silent when they're being interrogated? She asked Stanley as he cocked his leg. He looked up at her with his big brown eyes and tilted his head to one side, as if genuinely listening to her. They walked on. In the war, captured soldiers remained silent and only gave their name, rank, and serial number. They didn't speak because they were protecting their comrades and their country from capture and invasion. They had something worth keeping silent for. So what was Isaac McFadden keeping silent for? According to D.I. Sutton, the only person Isaac had in his life was his daughter, Eleanor. Was he keeping quiet in order to protect her? But from what? She already knew he was a killer. She was also the one to find the code book and the box with the trophies. Surely he must have realised she would eventually need to clear out his house and would come across his stash. Did he honestly believe she wouldn't be curious and look further into it? Would he rather have her think he had only murdered one person, not 12? Would it make any difference to how she felt? Olivia stopped dead in her tracks. Stanley kept walking and was pulled back by his lead. He gave a little yelp. She bent down and picked him up. "Oh, I'm so sorry, Stanley," she said, kissing him on the nose. "It's just, I think I might have worked out why Isaac replied no comment throughout his interview." A gust of wind caused her to shiver in the cold January afternoon. "Let's go home," she said, turning and heading back to Modbury Gardens. "And while you're tucked up in your comfortable bed, chewing on a schmacko, I'll try and find evidence of Isaac having a partner in crime." Chapter 13. Northumbria Police, Forth Banks Police Station. A knock on D.I. Sutton's door caused him to look up from a report he was struggling to make sense of. DCI Diane Wise stood in the doorway. "How was your trip to London?" "Oh, fantastic," he said. "Had dinner at the Ivy, took in a show." "And the infamous Dr. Winter?" "She's much smaller than I expected." Diane pulled out a chair and sat down. "Is she going to help us?" "She said she would. I emailed her everything I've got this morning." "You are keeping this to yourself, aren't you?" she asked, looking over her shoulder and out into the CID suite. I don't want the press hearing about us consulting with a forensic psychologist. Nor do I want to hear the words, she lowered her voice to barely above a whisper, serial killer, mentioned anywhere until we have definite proof. I haven't told anyone. Good. Now, Linus, on a personal note, how are things? Fine. That's a lie. I'll ask you again. How are things? He swallowed hard. They're fine. I promise. You haven't booked the 2nd of February off. I've no intention of booking the 2nd of February off. It's the 1st anniversary. I'm aware. He interrupted. If it's all right with you, I'd rather just carry on as normal. Are you still seeing the therapist? No. Why not? His phone began to ring. He looked down at the display and saw that it was Eleanor McFadden calling. Do you mind if I get that? She stood up and headed for the door. If I was a suspicious person, I'd say you orchestrated your phone ringing at that time. She smiled and winked as she left the room, closing the door behind her. Linus picked up his mobile, took a deep breath, and swiped to answer the phone. Eleanor, what can I do for you? Hello, I was just ringing to see if you'd made any progress on the notebook and the items, she said, her voice oozing with nerves. Linus had told Eleanor that she was welcome to contact him at any time if she had questions regarding the investigation. Eleanor had taken him up on that and called a couple of times a week for an update. I'll be honest with you, Eleanor. I'm afraid we haven't, not yet. However, I've been speaking to an expert in psychology who is looking into the code for us. Hopefully she'll be able to come up with something we haven't thought of. She? Who? I'm afraid I can't reveal her name, Eleanor. Oh, right. I see. No, of course not. I'm sorry. I'm... Is there something you wanted to tell me, Eleanor? I don't know, she said. I can't make sense of anything right now. I've been looking back over my life, my time with my dad, the times we went on holiday when I was a child, the school plays he came to see me in, and when he cheered me on at sports days. Were they genuine times? Was he being my dad then, or was he looking around and choosing his next victim? Linus didn't know how to answer that question. He wished Olivia Winter was in the room with him. He could hear the agony in Eleanor's voice, the pain and sadness radiating down the phone line. Eleanor, the forensic psychologist I mentioned is coming up to Newcastle at some point. Would you like to speak to her? She'll have more of an understanding of what you're going through than I have. She might be able to help you. Will she be able to tell me why my dad became a killer? Linus was hoping Olivia would answer that question for him. I don't know. Possibly. It's frightening, isn't it? You never really know what people are like. Even those closest to you, those you love and respect, you don't know what's going on behind their eyes, in their heads. Eleanor, I'm sorry for interrupting you, D.I. Sutton. The call ended. Eleanor McFadden was sitting on an armchair in her living room. The curtains were drawn. The television was on with the sound muted. The room was lit by a single standard lamp in a corner. Darkness was falling. Another day over. Another day that had passed by in a blur. Eleanor had no recollection of what she had done today. She'd slept late, having eventually fallen asleep during the small hours from exhaustion. Around lunchtime she became hungry but couldn't be bothered to cook anything. She fancied a big bowl of cereal but was low on milk. She hid her unwashed hair beneath a beanie hat, put on a pair of jeans over her pyjama bottoms, buttoned up her coat to the neck so people wouldn't see her pyjama top beneath, and headed for the shops. She hadn't given her neighbours any thought during her father's trial. She woke early, drove to the court, and by the time she stumbled over her front doorstep, it was late and pitch dark. She hadn't seen anyone to talk to properly for months. The automatic doors of the co-op yawned open, and she stepped inside, squinting beneath the brightness of the strip lighting. She headed for the cereal aisle and picked up a couple of boxes of crunchy nut cornflakes. She went to the fridge and grabbed 2 4-pint bottles of milk. She turned and headed for the self-service counter, then stopped in her tracks. Right in front of her, glaring, gawping at her, was her next-door neighbour, Alice D. Her face was unreadable, her eyes were wide and her mouth agape. She was clearly shocked to see Eleanor. But why? She hadn't done anything. She was simply out buying milk and cereal. Why the stare? "Hello, Alice," Eleanor said quietly. She suddenly caught a taste of her own breath. It was stale. She couldn't remember the last time she'd brushed her teeth. "Eleanor, it's..." She looked her up and down. "It's lovely to see you. How are you?" "I'm fine," she said, trying to smile. She wasn't sure it came off as a smile. It felt more like a grimace. "How are you?" "Oh, you know, the usual. This winter seems to be dragging on, doesn't it?" "Can't say I've noticed." "No, well, you wouldn't have." Her face dropped and began to redden in embarrassment. "What I meant was that well, you've had a lot on your plate recently, haven't you?" "You could say that." "Listen, Eleanor," Alice began, stepping closer and placing a comforting hand on Eleanor's arm. "If you ever want to talk about anything, you know where I am." "Thank you. That's kind of you to say," Eleanor said, and suddenly felt a warmth within. Maybe she could face the real world again after all. She smiled, said goodbye, and headed for the till. As she turned left at the bottom of the aisle, she could hear the chatter in the background. "Is that who I think it is? Isaac's daughter. Yes, I wouldn't have the nerve to show my face in public, would you?" Alice said. Eleanor couldn't pay for her shopping fast enough and rushed home just as the tears began to fall. Now, sitting cross-legged on the armchair, second bowl of cereal of the day on her lap, she flicked through the channels before settling on The One Show on BBC One. It was comforting viewing, though it depended which guests they had on. She recognised the actor sitting on the sofa, but couldn't recall his name. She might as well watch it. She had nothing else to do. "So this is the first time you're playing a real person. You've always played fictional characters in the past, and now you're playing a serial killer, the infamous Richard Button. What's it like to play someone real?" the interviewer asked. "I relied heavily on the script," the actor said, "and I read the book by Sebastian Lister, which was very detailed. According to the press, you even went along to the prison where Richard Button is being held and spoke to him. Is that right?" "Yes. He actually got in touch with me asking if I wanted to ask him anything." "How does he feel about you playing him?" she asked, with a smile. "He said he was pleased, but we'll see after he watches it." "Will he watch it?" "He said he would."
So what did you talk about?
That has to remain between us, I'm afraid, he replied, teasingly. Did you speak to anyone else in preparation with the role? Richard's daughter, Olivia Winter. She's a prominent forensic psychologist. She knows a great deal about the mind of a murderer. Eleanor didn't hear the answer. She tuned them out. She put the bowl of cereal on the floor beside her chair and stood up. She looked all round her untidy living room for her laptop, eventually finding it on the floor beneath the coffee table. She plugged it in and switched it on. Googling Olivia Winter, she first went to Wikipedia and gave her entry a quick read, taking in the highlights. Daughter of serial killer Richard Button. Mother and sister stabbed to death when Olivia was 9 years old. She was also stabbed 4 times and survived. She went to live with her grandparents and changed her name, later becoming an eminent forensic psychologist, yet keeping her true identity a secret. It was only revealed last year when she survived an attack by serial killer Jamie Farr in London. An idea struck Eleanor. If anyone knew how to survive the actions of a serial killer, it would be Olivia Winter. Eleanor could learn so much from her. Chapter 14. At the exact time agreed upon, Olivia's laptop rang out the tune of an incoming Zoom call. She accepted and smiled at Dr. Boyd Hailstones. Olivia hadn't known what to expect from a man with such an unusual name. She tried not to trivialize, but certain names conjured up certain images, and nothing came to mind with Hailstones, apart from the obvious. Boyd Hailstones was somewhere in his 50s, with a shock of thick, wavy hair that was more salt than pepper. He was clean-shaven, slim, and had a humorous twinkle in his eye. When he introduced himself, his deep Scottish burr was so quiet, Olivia had to turn up the volume. "Thank you for agreeing to talk to me," Olivia said. "You're welcome. I've heard of you, of course. It's delightful to finally see you in person." Olivia was struggling to get used to complete strangers knowing who she was. It made her uncomfortable. "I want to talk to you about Sean Bridges' post-mortem," she said, getting straight down to business. "I've spoken to D.I. Sutton and he told me you believe Sean was still alive when Isaac McFadden began cutting him up. Is that correct?" "It is. A most disturbing case. It's definitely one of the more unusual post-mortems I've ever carried out. I'm not afraid to admit it's given me many sleepless nights." Olivia knew exactly how he felt. "I'm sorry to put you through it again, but can you explain how Isaac could go about dissecting the body while Sean was still alive?" "The toxicology results showed a high dosage of a local anesthetic agent, specifically bupivacaine hydrochloride, as a major nerve block. It would have been injected into the space around the nerve Isaac was planning to cut, in order for it to sort of bathe the nerve, rendering the cut painless to the victim. There would have been a great deal of blood loss, though, wouldn't there?" "Absolutely. However, that can be limited, providing Mr. McFadden was knowledgeable in tying off blood vessels to stem the flow. He would need expert knowledge of medical procedure. He would need expert knowledge of surgical procedure. At the trial, you mentioned in questioning that Isaac needed to have surgical knowledge. Yet the defense stated Isaac had no medical training whatsoever. The prosecution really dug into his background to try to find if he had ever obtained such knowledge and couldn't find anything." "That's right. I believe all they could find was an attendance of a first aid course and moving and handling training to go with his job. Is there any way you can think of where Isaac could have discovered this kind of information on how to administer a nerve block and to tie off blood vessels? He certainly wouldn't have got it by watching Casualty, Boyd said with a wry smile. As I said in my testimony at the trial, Isaac either found a way to enroll on such a medical course under a different name, though the length of time it would take to learn all this would have left a huge, questionable gap in his life and CV, or he had somebody with him who already had that knowledge. A tick in the box for a possible second killer. Olivia cleared her throat. She looked down at the notes she'd been making. Where would Isaac have been able to get bupivacaine hydrochloride? I shuddered to think. However, we both know how anything and everything can be bought from the dark recesses of the internet these days. I'm sure a 5-minute Google search would have sent him in the right direction. He said, almost depressingly. How long would it have been before Sean died? Olivia asked, dreading the answer. Boyd paused before answering. I can't answer that one. I only hope it was very early on. There was genuine emotion in his voice. If Isaac McFadden is as proficient in surgical procedure as he appears to be, then he would have been able to draw out the death of this poor young man. Sean would have gone into trauma. He may have passed out with the shock of seeing someone removing a part of his body. It's possible Isaac McFadden could have waited, possibly even brought him round before continuing with his dissection. Olivia felt a shiver. She pulled her cardigan tighter around her. She felt sick. The silence between them grew while Olivia took in the enormity of Boyd's claims. I'm aware that you've conversed with all manner of killers around the world, Dr. Hailstones continued. Have you ever come across anything like this before? Olivia swallowed the bile rising in her throat. No, I haven't. It is possible to take a body apart without sawing through bones. They're held together with muscles and tendons that can easily be cut with the correct tools. All you'd need is a scalpel and a very sharp blade. As I mentioned before, a search on Google will inform you where the veins and tendons are on the body. I'm no expert, but I would also say it would take a complete psychopath to put another human being through the torment Sean Bridger was put through. I couldn't agree with you more, Dr. Hailstones. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me? Not at the moment. Well, you have my email address. Please feel free to contact me at any time if you need further information. Thank you. Good luck to you, Dr. Winter. The call ended. Olivia sighed. The atmosphere in her office was suddenly incredibly heavy. She was going to need all the luck in the world to try to understand Isaac McFadden. Chapter 15. Thursday, 23rd of January, 2025. Olivia had found a replacement for her lecture. Sebastian had cancelled his, and they'd both instructed Daisy to move any Zoom calls to another day. Any phone calls that came in, she was to take messages, and once the door to the meeting room was closed, they were not to be disturbed under any circumstances. Unless Stanley needed to pop out to pee. They were sitting at opposite sides of the large table, laptops open, both with a copy of Isaac's code in front of them, pads and pens at the ready, and the coffee machine was on standby. I couldn't sleep last night, so I did some research into Isaac McFadden. Sebastian began.
Why couldn't you sleep?
Olivia asked, picking at a croissant. Well, I'm guessing I could have slept perfectly well if it hadn't been for Robert's toothache. Of course, that kept Catherine awake. I was watching sodding Barbie at 5 o'clock. As I dropped them off at school, she told me she'd enjoyed getting up early, and could we do it again tonight? Tell her yes, but she'll have to watch Oppenheimer this time. Anyway, between what Linus Sutton sent you and what I've been able to find online, I think I can paint a pretty interesting picture of Isaac McFadden. Are you sitting comfortably? Olivia sat back in her seat and held her coffee mug in both hands. Ready when you are. Isaac made the news before he even opened his eyes. At 17 seconds past midnight on Thursday the 1st of January 1970, the midwife cut the umbilical cord and Isaac McFadden was brought into the world, the first child born in England in the 1970s. His proud parents, Peter and Susan, were featured on the inside pages of their local newspaper holding their beautiful child. Sebastian passed Olivia a photograph he'd printed off the internet. He's got his father's nose, she said. Sebastian continued. Born and raised in Jarrow in South Tyneside, his mother was a housewife and his father worked at the local coal mine, a 5-minute walk from their terraced 2-up, 2-down house. Isaac wasn't an academic child and required additional help from teachers to understand basic maths and English. He was a slow learner and was the last in his class to be able to tell the time and tie his shoelaces. He often seemed to be distracted by other things going on around him and found it difficult to focus on his lessons. He left school at the age of 16 in 1986 with no qualifications. Where did you get all that from? That was from the prosecution in the lead-up to the trial. As a child, Isaac was close to his father, Peter, and always wanted to work alongside him down the coal mine when he was old enough. By the time Isaac left school, the majority of the coal mines were closing down in the north of England, and Peter had been out of work for 18 months, following the closure of the local pit. Isaac took a job on the production line of Carter, Weddell and Throp, a local shoemaker. His job was to cut the leather and line up the templates for the holes to be pressed for the laces to thread through. He was known to be quiet, yet conscientious. He had to concentrate hard to be able to perform his tasks. He didn't mix with any of his colleagues, preferring to go straight home after his shifts. Wow. The prosecution really did their homework, didn't they? Olivia asked. All that came from a statement given by Joyce Simonite. Who's she? She was secretary to Mr. Weddell of Carter, Weddell and Throp. Now, while Isaac was at Carter, Weddell, I'm just going to call them CWT. It's easier. Isaac was made redundant from CWT in 1992 at the age of 22. Now, tucked away on page 5 of her statement, Joyce Simonite mentioned that she knew Isaac's parents, particularly his mother. She says that while they were a close family, Susan McFadden was very strict and ruled her house with an iron fist. When Isaac was made redundant, the first thing he said was, how was he going to break the news to his mother? Was he scared of his mother? Olivia asked. Joyce didn't say. She did go on to say that it wasn't just Isaac she ruled over, but her husband too. Joyce's husband worked in the mine with Peter, and he'd told her that Peter hated being at home during the day. He'd do anything to be out of the house. Did he say why? I've no idea. Haven't you read any of what Sutton has sent you? I've glanced, she said, hesitatingly. I was distracted after speaking to Dr. Hailstones. Yes, and thank you for your graphic email at midnight. Sebastian said, shooting Olivia a daggered look. Anyway, following this, Isaac had a string of jobs, mostly cash in hand, as a labourer on building sites, painter and decorator, and lastly as a delivery driver. All his former colleagues and bosses said he was a diligent worker who never had a sick day and was a true grafter. In later years, following his marriage to Louise Phipps in 1995, he worked as a sales rep for MediSupplies UK, a medical company that sold equipment to hospices, hospitals and nursing homes. Meeting Louise seemed to have been a turning point in his life, as he went to evening classes to gain the qualifications he missed out on at school and learn essential computer skills. At MediSupplies UK, his territory covered the entire north of England from the border with Scotland down to Harrogate in North Yorkshire. Once again, he was described as being an exceptional worker who never had a sick day. The only blot on his employment record was in 2002, when he took an extended period of leave following the death of his wife from cervical cancer. He was off for 6 months while he worked out a future for himself and Eleanor, who was only 5 years old. So at the age of 32, Isaac found himself widowed and left to bring up a daughter on his own. Olivia said, "That can't have been easy." "Tell me about it," Sebastian said, who had also found himself widowed with 4 children to support. Fortunately, Tilly was 19 and very independent, leaving Sebastian with 12-year-old Alistair and 7-year-old twins to contend with on his own. "I've read the statements from Eleanor," Olivia said. "There is no mention of Isaac having any other relationship." "Well, bringing up a child on your own and holding down a full-time job tends to take up quite a large chunk of your day," Sebastian said, speaking from experience. "Yes, but even as she grew older, there's no mention of Isaac having any kind of a personal life. Eleanor becomes a teenager, and off she goes with friends. Then she goes to university. All it says about Isaac is that he worked. I doubt Eleanor would have minded if he'd married again." "There's a statement somewhere from Isaac's neighbour," Sebastian said, scrolling through his laptop. "Leslie Quinn. Yes, I've read it. She helped Isaac out a lot when Eleanor was small and calls him a doting family man." Maybe Isaac wanted to keep a low profile so he could kill without attracting attention. Olivia mused on that statement. "It's possible, I suppose." She held up her empty coffee mug. "Fancy a refill? Then I'll dazzle you with my research." They took a break while Olivia refreshed their coffees, and Sebastian woke Stanley up to take him for a quick trot around the block so he could get up close and personal with a few lampposts. Back in the meeting room, work resumed. Question: why would Isaac reply no comment to every question put to him during police interviews? Olivia asked. "Because he's hiding something," Sebastian answered, without having to think. "What's he hiding? More bodies? What else?" Now Sebastian was stumped. He thought for a moment. Well, maybe he's not hiding something as such. Maybe he's trying to protect Eleanor from the truth coming out. But the truth is going to come out because he's left his trophies in his wardrobe along with a headache-inducing code book. True. Maybe he has some other secret he doesn't want to be exposed. Go on, Olivia prompted. Sebastian looked at her. You already know, don't you? I have no proof, it's just a theory. Are you going to share it? Before I do, you seem to know a great deal about Isaac's life. Is there any reference to him having studied medicine or medical procedures? Of course not. He had trouble tying his shoes when he was younger, I doubt he knows anything about medicine.
Agreed. So, what if the reason Isaac remained quiet was because to speak would be to reveal he has a partner in crime?
You think he's killing with somebody else?
Somebody who knows how to obtain... She looked down at her notes. Bupivacaine hydrochloride. And knows how to administer it. Also, they know how to tie off blood vessels to stop Sean Bridger from bleeding to death, and physically be able to take a body apart without vomiting all over it.
He works for a medical company,
Sebastian said. He's a salesman. He doesn't need to know how to inject someone with a nerve blocker.
but one of his customers might.
Also, look at our two victims. We've got Sean Bridger. Now he's addicted to drugs and he's selling his body. Isaac could have found him and lured him that way. I've no idea how he managed to find Peter unless he too was either selling himself or was gay and Isaac took advantage of that.
But we don't know if all the victims are male, let alone gay.
Sebastian interrupted. Precisely. If Isaac was using one single way to lure his victims, procuring rent boys, or finding victims on the gay scene or via gay sex apps, then D.I. Sutton would already know about it. Someone will have made the connection that there are 12 victims from the gay community disappearing. The fact they haven't makes me think all these victims are completely different, and I don't think one man alone could lure them all in.
A double act.
Look at Isaac McFadden for a moment, she said, swinging her laptop around to face Sebastian. The screen featured a still of Isaac in the interview room at Forth Banks Police Station. He doesn't stand out in any way, does he? He's not overly good-looking. He's of average height and average build. He goes to work every day and he comes home in the evenings. What else does he do? Nothing. He's keeping well below the radar. Why? Because he's a killer and he doesn't want to get caught. However, when he finally is caught, why isn't this mild-mannered man crumbling and confessing chapter and verse? Because his partner is still out there, and he's protecting them.
Who is his partner? Eleanor?
I don't know, and I won't know until I talk to her. Do we know of any families who kill together? Sebastian inhaled as he sat back and thought.
There's the infamous Kelly family in America in the 1880s. Mother, father, son, and daughter. I think they killed about 11 people between them. Then there were those two sisters, Christine and Leah Papin in France in the 1930s.
It may not be Eleanor, though. Don't forget, she brought the trophies and the codebook to the police.
But she wasn't alone when she found it. She was with the neighbour, Leslie Quinn, who was helping her clear out the house. Eleanor could have known it was there all along and knew she wouldn't be able to get it past Leslie without her noticing, so pretended she didn't know of its existence.
True.
On the other hand, we could have ourselves a folie à deux.
Olivia's eyes widened. If we have, which one is Isaac McFadden?
The primary or the secondary?
She asked.
The fact he's remained quiet and is literally giving nothing away suggests he's the secondary. The primary, the more dominant one, is still out there, and he's protecting them.
If that's the case, then we have to ask ourselves if the primary will continue killing on their own, or begin the search for a replacement secondary. Chapter 16.
Leslie?
As soon as she heard her name being called, she rolled her eyes. She'd been shopping, bought too much, and was struggling with lifting the heavy bags from the boot of her car. She stood up straight and saw her neighbour, Hal Garfield, trotting towards her from the house next door. She frowned at him. He lived directly opposite. There was no reason for him to be next door, What are you doing at Isaac's house? She asked.
I thought I heard something,
he said, slightly out of breath.
I was putting my bins out and I heard glass breaking. Thought I'd better check it out. The last thing Eleanor wants is those kids back causing trouble. In the right light, you can still see the graffiti on the garage door.
Leslie gave him a weak smile and returned to her shopping. She didn't like Hal. He was nosy, always prying into people's affairs.
Did you find anything?
She asked.
Sorry?
At Isaac's house, did you find a broken window or anything?
Oh, no, it must have come from somewhere else. You know how sound travels when it's quiet. Anyway, I'm glad I caught you,
he said. Hal was somewhere in his 40s and worked in computers. He had told Leslie about it once, years ago, but he spoke for 15 minutes non-stop and she still wasn't any the wiser as to what he did. He was single, and Leslie had never seen him with anyone. Why he needed a 3-bedroom house was beyond her.
I called round the other day, but you weren't in.
Oh,
she said. She was in. She had heard him knocking, but remained upstairs and silent in the hope he'd go away.
Have you seen Eleanor lately?
He asked, lowering his voice when he said her name, as if there was a curse attached to it.
I saw her last weekend,
she said.
How's she doing?
As expected, I suppose. It's not easy having your father sent to prison for life for murder.
No, I guess not. Did she... has Eleanor said what she's going to be doing with the house?
Leslie glanced at the house next to her, where Isaac had lived. To see it locked up and unlived in was sad.
I think it's a little early for conversations like that, Hal. She's still taking in everything that's happened.
Right, understood,
he said with a smile. He backed away a couple of steps, then stepped back towards her.
It's just, listen, if she does mention selling it, think you could let me know.
You want to buy it?
Well, it's bigger than my house. Bigger garden, too. I could grow vegetables.
Hal, I'm not going to bring the subject up when I see her. It's not exactly tactful, is it?
No, I understand. But if it comes up, if you could point her in my direction... Thanks, Les. Anyway, must be getting back. I've got an Audiobooks on the go. I don't want it spoiling. Look after yourself,
he said, retreating down the drive and waving at her over his shoulder. Leslie watched him go. She hated that he'd shortened her name without asking her permission. It gave the impression they were friends, when the only reason they spoke was simply because they lived opposite each other. She slammed the boot of her car closed and looked up at Isaac's house. She gave a sad smile and shivered in the cold. As she went back to her house, she turned on the front doorstep and saw Hal across the road, standing at his door. He held up a hand to wave to her, a ridiculous grin on his face that she could see even from right over here. Out of politeness, she waved back. Chapter 17. Biker, Newcastle. Sunday, 26th of January, 2025. Thomas Landy was sitting in the living room of his home, his former home. It was no longer his home, despite the fact he had another week before he was forced to vacate the premises. He'd asked among his friends to see if they could let him have a spare room, or even a sofa, for a week or two, until he sorted himself out. But they'd moved on. He'd dedicated the last year to looking after his mother. He'd forfeited his college education, holidays, birthday nights out, weekends away, and they'd all formed other friendship groups. Diana Peacock was going out with Craig Sheldon. A year ago, she hated Craig Sheldon. Aria McCary had left Newcastle and was backpacking solo around Europe. His best friend all through secondary school, Darren Claypool, had dropped out of college and was working at HMV in the Metro Centre. There was a time he would have called and told him all about that. Thomas's mother had taken priority. Now she was gone. He had nobody left. There was a knock on the door. It made him jump, even though he was waiting for it. He took a breath and looked around the room one last time, in its usual state. His mum had spent days decorating it. She spent weeks choosing the right sofa. They were her things, and he was having to let them go. He opened the door to a rough-looking man and woman. He tried to act tough, like this was his house, but he had never felt so alone before in his life. "Hi," he said. They didn't say anything. "You come for the sofa?"
Well, we haven't come for tea,
the man said. He walked in without being invited. The woman followed, her eyes stuck on Thomas. She didn't bother putting out her cigarette and continued to smoke as she came in. His mother hated the smell of smoke. She would never have allowed her into the house. Thomas ran after them into the living room.
"I don't know,"
the man said, studying the sofa. He gave it a kick.
"It looks more knackered than your photos suggested. What do you think, Shell?"
I doubt this is from John Lewis. Were you trying a kid?
She scoffed at Tom.
It is from John Lewis. It was bought in the January sales 4 years ago.
It's been well looked after, honest.
Yes, and this is real Prada,
Shell said, flashing her jacket.
"Look, we've come all this way. We may as well take it off your hands. But we're not giving you 100 quid for it,"
the man said.
"We'll give you 30.
30? No. It was over 1,000 brand new. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Nothing's ever been spilled on it. They're the original cushions and everything."
"You'll never get 100 quid for it. It's faded from the sun. You can tell. You can always tell,"
he said, trying to sound like he knew what he was talking about. Thomas knew they were trying to get a fast one over him. There was no way he was giving it to them.
Look, I'm sorry you've had a wasted journey, but I think I'll wait for other offers.
"You what?"
the man said. He pushed past Shell and loomed over Thomas. Thomas looked up at him, at the moth tattoo on his neck. He tried not to wince at the smell of stale tobacco on his breath.
"You taking the piss?"
What? No.
"You've had us come all the way out here in the cold. Now you don't want to sell it to us?"
Tom swallowed hard.
I will sell it to you for £100 as we agreed.
"But it's not worth 100 quid. I already told you. Now if you don't want to sell it to us, fine, we'll go. But you're giving me petrol money. I want 30 quid off you."
What? No, I'm not giving you any money.
You either give me the sofa, and I give you 30 notes, or you give me 30 notes for a wasted journey. What's it to be, lad?"
he asked, slapping Tom softly on the cheek. Thomas was sitting on the bathroom floor. He'd vomited everything he'd eaten today down the toilet. Yet he was still retching. Tears were streaming down his face. This wasn't fair. He had done nothing wrong. Yet he felt as if he was being punished by everyone he came into contact with. The council was treating him like scum. People were taking advantage of him because they could. His friends had deserted him, and his mother had left him when he needed her the most. Why was this happening to him? Eventually he stood up. He wiped his mouth with the sleeve of his jumper and walked down the stairs into the empty living room. As soon as he saw the space where his mother's beloved sofa used to be, the tears returned.
"I'm so sorry,"
he choked.
"I'm sorry, Mum. There was nothing I could do."
He dropped to his knees.
"Where the fuck do I go from here?"
Chapter 18. King's Cross Station, London. Tuesday, 28th of January, 2025. Olivia had spent the best part of a week living and breathing everything there was to know about Isaac McFadden. His daughter, his work, his dead wife, and his childhood. She had spoken to D.I. Sutton in Newcastle on several occasions, sharing her theories, though she was still no closer to cracking the code. She hoped, by talking to Eleanor and others who had played a part in Isaac's life, as well as visiting the man himself in prison, she would be able to work something out. Linus told her he had spoken to Eleanor, and although she was still struggling to understand how her father could have murdered 12 people without her knowing about it, she was happy to sit down and talk to Olivia. It was another bitterly cold day. Olivia had checked the weather forecast in Newcastle, and it was 4 degrees colder up north than it was in the capital. She had packed her suitcase with heavy jumpers, thick socks and boots. She hated leaving Stanley, but knew he would be in good hands with Sebastian and his children, though she made the kids promise her they wouldn't overfeed him. Stanley knew how to twist them around his little paw when it came to handing out bonios. She looked up at the announcement board in King's Cross Station. Her train to Newcastle hadn't yet been assigned a platform. She was surrounded by a wall of noise, commuters chatting amongst themselves or calling out to their fellow travellers to keep up. Parents chastising slacking children, teenagers talking on their mobiles with the speaker on so their entire conversation could be heard. Add to this the constant updates from station announcements, and it was a cacophony. Olivia couldn't wait until she was on the train in the first-class carriage, relaxed in the quiet space with her thoughts and her research. She had plenty of time before her train was called, so headed for W.H. Smith to buy some snacks for the journey. A man not looking where he was going, too distracted by whatever he was glaring at on his phone, bumped into her wheeled suitcase. He apologised, and Olivia waved him off. But his eyes widened as he looked at her, as if he knew her. She quickly turned away. Olivia grabbed a packet of mint humbugs and a large bar of Galaxy. She looked up for where to pay and was hit with a row of paperback books, all featuring the actor playing her father. His picture took up the entire cover, a sinister grin on his face. He looked nothing like her father, but it was what the picture represented that struck Olivia. She froze, transfixed, looking at the man the whole world would soon associate with her dad, the man who had tried to kill her. A hand reached out beside her and picked up a copy. "Wonderful actor, isn't he?" she said to Olivia. She didn't reply. The woman hurried off to pay for her book. Did she think she was reading fiction? A cheap crime thriller to occupy her for a few hours on her journey, only for her to cast the rest of it aside, unread, once she reached her destination. This was real. This was true life. This was her life. The announcement boomed out around the station. Her train was ready to board. Sitting comfortably in a single seat facing forwards, Olivia took out the printout of Isaac McFadden's code and her tablet. She had read through the information Sutton had sent her and her own notes many times, but she always liked to be prepared when interviewing a serial killer. Killers were, by design, manipulative. And if Isaac really had killed 12 people with the aid of a partner, without anyone close to him discovering it, he was obviously a grand master of manipulation. If Olivia showed one sign of weakness or unpreparedness, Isaac would see right through her, and she could kiss goodbye to any hope of getting anything from him.
"Can I get you a hot drink?"
the steward asked her. "Can I have a very strong black coffee, please?"
"Of course."
She smiled.
"Would you like anything from the menu?"
"Not right now, thank you." Within a couple of minutes, the steward was back with the coffee.
"It's as strong as I can get it. I can keep topping it up if you want. Just give me a shout."
"Thank you." Olivia smiled. She took a sip. It was weak. She would need several of these if she was going to read about the dark crimes of a serial killer. She didn't want to have too many, though. She would hate to have to break her rule of ever attempting to use the toilet on a moving vehicle. Olivia had been sent a list of Isaac's customers by MediSupplies UK. She had found their locations on a map and saw that he covered a large area of northern England in the course of his work. Although based in Newcastle, he had very few customers there. He went as far west as Whitehaven and Barrow-in-Furness, as far south as Harrogate, and occasionally headed into Scotland as far as Lockerbie and Dumfries. In between, there were large areas of open countryside, including the North Pennines, the Lake District National Park, the Yorkshire Dales National Park, and the Forest of Bowland. And that was just to start with. Add the countless rivers, canals, and reservoirs, forests, woods, and parks, and Isaac could have dumped his victims anywhere. If his code didn't reveal a location, it would be nigh on impossible to locate them. 3 of Isaac's customers stood out as being particularly close to him. They had appeared in his diary most often, and he had taken them out for dinner on several occasions, according to his expense accounts. Melanie Knox in Carlisle, Vanessa Charlton in Cockermouth, and Chris Cohen in Middlesbrough. Olivia didn't know much about them at present, but Sutton and his team were working on it. Hopefully she would know more within a day or two. Olivia leaned back in her seat and had another sip of her bland coffee. She was struggling to understand who Isaac could be in league with. According to the list of his customers, there were no doctors, surgeons, nurses, dentists, or anyone who would have acquired medical knowledge through their work. He dealt with managers. Besides, would he really involve someone he worked alongside? How would it come about that they had a shared interest in killing people? Why was Isaac's life such a blank? Even Olivia, in her almost monastic lifestyle, had someone she was close to in Sebastian Lister. Olivia closed her notebook. She had no choice. She needed to use the toilet. She held her breath throughout the ordeal, hovering over the seat, and washed her hands several times, using the sanitizer she always kept in her bag. She decided against having any more coffee, and returned to her tablet. Isaac wasn't a prolific user of social media and only had a Facebook page where he posted photographs of when he was out with Eleanor for a meal or a walk along the beach at Whitley Bay or Sandhaven. It would seem that Isaac enjoyed the countryside, hiking in particular, as he posted sprawling views of the stark landscape with comments attached, saying how many miles he had walked. Did he go alone or with a friend? Other than the ones with Eleanor, nobody else was ever tagged into the posts, and there were no selfies either. Isaac listed his hobbies as walking, hiking, spending time with his daughter, local history, and preservation. Did he partake in these hobbies on his own? Or did Eleanor join him? Or someone else? Another question Olivia was struggling to answer, based on what she had learned about the affable, gentle, hard-working and decent Isaac McFadden, was what had turned him into a killer in the first place. And not just a killer, a butcher of people. Had he finally snapped? Had he looked back on his life, his tame, safe existence, and realised there was more than being a sales rep and father? If that was the case, why didn't he do something worthwhile? Why not walk the length of the country to raise money for charity, or volunteer at a homeless shelter, or offer a spare bedroom to a refugee? Why go over to the dark side? At what point in his life did he wake up one morning and decide to kill someone? Olivia looked around her at the other people in the first-class carriage. Most seemed to be business people, hammering away on laptops, occasionally looking at their phones and having intermittent conversations, many of which ended with the classic line, "You're breaking up, I'll have to call you back." There were two elderly women sitting at a table opposite her. They were sharing a bottle of wine and chatting quietly, laughing as they flicked through a glossy magazine. They were both well-dressed, understated makeup, sensible shoes, a hint of a sharp perfume. Olivia guessed them to be in their late 70s. She doubted they'd ever had any murderous intentions. In front of them was a man Olivia estimated to be in his 40s. He was vastly overweight, his gut pushing hard to turn his shirt buttons into missiles and fire them across the train carriage. His brown hair was receding, his goatee was unkempt, and his leather shoes were scuffed. He studied the screen of his laptop as if it was the most important thing in the world to him. It probably was. He had 2 mobile phones and a tablet lined up on the table. He looked the very definition of a workaholic, a heart attack waiting to happen. Olivia didn't think he was the type to snap and run havoc with a gun or machete. If he snapped, he'd keel over and die at his desk. She almost felt an ounce of sympathy for him. He really should take a look at his lifestyle and make some serious changes if he wanted to reach his 50th birthday. A woman on a single seat, further up the carriage, put down her mobile phone, reached into her bag, and picked out a paperback book. Olivia caught a glimpse of the cover. It was the TV tie-in edition of The Riverside Killer by Sebastian Lister. She was more than halfway through. Olivia wondered what she would think if she knew the only survivor of Richard Button's reign of terror was sitting less than 5 feet away from her. Would she be tuning in to the adaptation next month? Very probably. Olivia turned away. She angled her head and leaned out into the aisle so she could see the young man sitting close to the back of the carriage. He was in his late 20s, she surmised. He was wearing a fitted suit. The trousers had ridden up and revealed plain black socks. He had neat blonde hair, perfectly coiffed, a firm jawline, and a smooth complexion. He wasn't reading, he wasn't working, he wasn't scrolling through his phone. He was sitting perfectly still, gazing out of the window as the train turned everything into a blur as it whizzed through England. What was he thinking? Olivia wondered. He had an intense stare. His gaze seemed to be fixed on something far in the distance. It couldn't be anything beyond the window as the train was going too fast. He was obviously lost within his own thoughts. What were they? He turned and looked at Olivia. He must have sensed he was being stared at as his eyes latched onto hers. He didn't smile. He didn't acknowledge her. He held her gaze. Olivia blinked and looked away, down at her tablet. She waited a few seconds and risked a sneaky look back up. He was still locked on her. There was something troubling about this young man. The smart suit, the perfect hair, the smooth skin, the handsome face. It was a veneer. What was he covering up with his professional appearance?
Would you like to order from the menu now?
The steward asked Olivia, making her jump.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you.
No, it's fine. I was just thinking. There's actually nothing I fancy. I think I'll wait. Thank you.
No problem.
The steward went on her way, asking Olivia's fellow first-class passengers if they required any more drinks. When she arrived by the side of the young man in the perfect suit, he waved her away without even looking at her. For such a young man, he had an air of confidence usually associated with a man of experience. Olivia shook her head. He could simply be a very confident man. There didn't have to be a dark side to him. Maybe he had achieved everything he had set out to do so far in his personal and professional life. Maybe he was truly happy. And exactly where he wanted to be in the world. Did he have to be a potential serial killer? Did he have to be sitting in first class on LNER, plotting his next kill? Olivia looked down at her notes. The last thing she had written was, "At what point had Isaac decided to kill?" She looked back up at the young man. She had the urge to ask him the same question. Chapter 19. Olivia didn't tell D.I. Sutton the time of her arrival in Newcastle. She had the feeling he would be waiting for her at the train station to take her straight to the police station, to get stuck into discovering how prolific a killer Isaac McFadden was. What Olivia really wanted, after a 3-hour journey, was to shower, change her clothes, have a drink and something to eat, and prepare herself for what was to come. Like any other train station, Newcastle's was busy with passengers gawping at the boards or racing for the platforms. Olivia looked for an exit sign and quickly made her way towards it. Daisy had booked her a standard king room in the Crown Plaza, a 4-star hotel in the Stevenson quarter of the city. It was close to the train station, only an 8-minute walk away. She had no idea where it was, having never been to Newcastle before, but didn't want to look foolish by getting a taxi and arriving before she had even managed to secure her seatbelt. She followed the blue dot on her phone, dragging her heavy-wheeled suitcase behind her. It was cold in Newcastle, and Olivia was glad she had checked the weather forecast and dressed in layers. There was a biting breeze blowing in off the Tyne. She checked in and made her way up to her room. She was pleasantly surprised by how spacious, warm, and comforting it seemed. She had no idea how long she would be staying in Newcastle. However, if she was sticking around for the foreseeable future, she would be very happy in this room. She went over to the large picture window, peeled back the sheer curtains, and looked out at the view, expecting to see a buzzing metropolis with designer buildings and flashing lights. The first thing her eyes landed on was the logo for Northumbria Police. The main station was right across the road from her hotel. "Thank you, Daisy," she said to herself. She had asked her secretary to make sure she was close to the station, but she hadn't expected to be on its doorstep. She relaxed on the bed. She didn't realize how tired she was until she lay back and felt herself sink into the deep memory foam mattress. She decided to close her eyes for a few minutes, recharge her batteries, then get something to eat and read her notes for tomorrow. 4 hours later, Olivia opened her eyes. She quickly sat up and looked around at the strange dark room. It was a few long seconds before she realized she was in a hotel room in a strange city and not the comfort of home. She must have been more tired than she thought. She let out a heavy sigh. She stood up, closed the curtains, and turned on the lights. Her large suitcase was in the middle of the room. She decided she might as well make the room feel as close to home as possible while she was here, and began to unpack. The first thing she removed from her bag was the framed photo she kept by her bed at home. It showed her mother and sister in the sunlit back garden of their home in Kingston-upon-Thames. They were smiling to the camera. The picture of happiness. It was Olivia's favourite photograph, and as much as it tugged at her heartstrings, it made her smile when she looked at it. She placed it on the bedside table, so it would be the first thing she saw in the morning when she woke. Next, she removed her laptop and notebooks and assembled them on the fitted desk. One of the notebooks dropped onto the floor. As she picked it up, a photograph fell out. Turning it over, she saw it was a snapshot of her with Ethan Miller. It was difficult for Olivia to describe her relationship with Ethan. They were casual acquaintances, though he wanted to take things further. Before he left for the Amazon rainforest on the 2nd of January, he had told Olivia he loved her. She hadn't reciprocated. She didn't know how. She had no idea what her feelings were towards Ethan. She was fond of him. She had a great deal of respect for him. He made her laugh. The sex was off the planet amazing. But love. Olivia didn't know what that felt like. That wasn't technically true, as she loved Stanley. Dogs were different. Dogs were loyal. The photograph was a selfie of her on the back of Ethan's motorbike. They were both smiling broadly into the camera. Olivia had her arms wrapped around him, holding him tight, her head resting on his leather-clad shoulder. Ethan's eyes lit up with the flash. His designer stubble had felt so good against her smooth cheek. She felt herself smiling. Ethan could be good for her. But she knew she couldn't open herself up to him. She refused to allow herself to be vulnerable with a man and risk being hurt. When Ethan returned from the Amazon next month, she would tell him they could never work. She placed the photo on the desk and looked around at her room. Her home for the foreseeable future. It was devoid of character and personality. It was as empty as she was. It was perfect. After a luxurious shower, she put on her bathrobe and sat down on the bed. She was hungry, but wasn't in the mood to get dressed and go down to the hotel restaurant. Daisy had given her a potted history of Newcastle and told her about the nightlife and the plethora of eateries the city had to offer. There was plenty of time for Olivia to explore. Right now, she didn't want to go out, so she called down for room service. While she waited for it to arrive, she opened her laptop and looked at the type-out version of Isaac's code and her own notes alongside it. 12. 12th victim? M6. Question mark. Date, Eton, Edge, brackets Poppy. Could Poppy refer to drugs? Helpful indeed, present, brackets heat. Question mark. Brown, blue, blue, black, 12/5/10/20. Description of Sean Bridger. Brown eyes, blue top, blue jeans, black shoes, cut into 12 pieces. 5'10", aged 20. Pound sign? Question mark. If Poppy did refer to drugs and the police knew Sean Bridger was a drug addict, what did the other 3 words refer to? And why was Poppy in brackets? Did the first letter of each word mean something? Together they spelled deep. Had Isaac been planning to bury Sean deep underground before he was pulled over by police? Together, date Eton Edge Poppy meant nothing. Not to Olivia. What did they mean to Isaac? She had so many questions she wanted to ask him, but doubted he would answer. Killers like Isaac enjoyed being in control. A knock on her hotel room door told her room service had arrived. She opened the door to a young man holding a heavy-laden tray. She let him in, told him to put it down on the desk, and rummaged around in her pocket for a tip. She found a single £2 coin. Would have to do. He thanked her and left. The smell of perfectly cooked beef, roasted vegetables and gravy, made to the ideal consistency, made Olivia's stomach growl. She hadn't eaten anything substantial since breakfast. She sat down and tucked in. She couldn't eat fast enough. Meal over, she logged onto the hotel's Wi-Fi and checked her emails. There was the usual spam from organisations she subscribed to, the majority of which she deleted unread. Sebastian had forwarded her something for her to cast her eye over. Daisy had sent her an article entitled 15 Amazing Things to Do in Newcastle, which she bookmarked. Logging onto the BBC News website, she skimmed the main headlines. She tried to avoid the news as much as possible. It was all bad, about conflicts and suffering around the world. She couldn't take on more horrors. She went to the World News page to see if there was an active serial killer gaining momentum, or if an unwitting one had been captured by police. There was nothing to pique her interest. She was about to log off when something caught her eye. At the bottom of the page, she saw her name within a headline. Why the fascination with Olivia Winter? She didn't want to read the article. The launch of the drama of her father's killings was rapidly approaching, and media outlets were milking the story for all it was worth. Richard was a hot topic, as was his sole survivor. She didn't want to click on it, but knew it would keep her awake if she didn't have a peek. She gave in to her urge for self-flagellation and clicked on the story. Why the fascination with Olivia Winter? A year ago, Dr. Olivia Winter, forensic psychologist, was hailed as a hero as she tackled a violent serial killer and ended his reign of terror that had been gripping London for months. Footage of her being wheeled into the back of an ambulance, suffering 4 stab wounds, giving the thumbs-up sign to a nearby detective, went viral, and the search was on for the world to find out more about this incredibly brave academic. It wasn't long before her true identity was revealed. Olivia Winter was born Olivia Button, daughter of infamous serial killer Richard Button, whose life is about to be turned into a 4-part drama beginning on ITV next month. On the 21st of December 1999, Richard, being pursued by police, went home and murdered his wife and 6-year-old daughter. He was caught in Woodland at the back of the suburban home in Kingston-upon-Thames, stabbing the 9-year-old Olivia, who managed to survive her injuries. Why did Olivia grow up and choose a career where she would surround herself with serial killers? She works for the Behavioural Science Administration based in Westminster and travels the world to interview incarcerated serial murderers in the hope of discovering what makes a person kill. But is Olivia really trying to understand her father's actions? Is she searching for closure? Is she really the right person to interview a serial killer, when she could so easily be blindsided by her father's crimes? Professor Andrew Tanner at the University of California, Berkeley, said, "The trauma Dr. Winter faced as a child is something nobody can comprehend. Even if she has been seeking help with a therapist over the years to talk through her issues, there are going to be occasions when something will trigger her memories and send her back in time to that night when her father was unmasked as a serial murderer. Sitting across a table from a serial killer will no longer be a one-sided affair for her. The killer will know who she is, what she went through, and they will use that against her. Dr. Winter is going to face closer scrutiny by her peers in her future publications, as they will want to know just how clouded her judgment really is." Ms. Winter is single and lives alone in North London. She has written extensively on the mind of a murderer. Her first book, The Secrets of a Serial Killer, won the Non-Fiction Crime Writers Association Award. Her second, depicting the life of Joseph Lansbury, known as the Seattle Slasher, was a New York Times bestseller. And her most recent book, The Psychopathy of a Serial Killer, published in 2021, was seen by many as a seminal manual in understanding the makeup of a murderer. Can someone who has survived a serial killer not once, but twice, really have an open mind when she's sitting across the table from a murderer who is revealing the technicolor details of their crimes? Is Olivia just a little too close to be able to understand what lurks within the mind of a murderer? Olivia sat back in her seat and shook her head. She had heard of Professor Andrew Tanner, but never met him. She hoped now that she never would. She had heard via Sebastian and Daisy that some people within her circle were questioning her research and interviewing methods in the aftermath of her true identity being released. There was nothing the great British public enjoyed more than the downfall of someone who had worked hard to achieve their position. With the bravado brought on by the alcohol she'd consumed from the minibar, she did something she had never done before. She Googled her own name. She clicked on news and read the headlines written about her. Who really is Olivia Winter? The truth behind Richard Button's final victim and the reason he kept her alive. What does Dr. Winter's research tell us about Dr. Winter herself? Surviving a murderous attack, what is going on in Olivia Winter's head? "So that's what people are saying about me," she said to herself. If her identity had been revealed when she was first attacked by her father at the age of 9, she would have received an outpouring of sympathy from the public. But as an adult, as a doctor, as a forensic psychologist, her work is called into question. There is no sympathy for an esteemed figure in society. If she went on BBC Breakfast and burst into tears as she relayed the horror of what she went through as a child, the viewing public would be on her side. She would probably be inundated with requests for more media appearances. Then the inevitable offer to appear on Strictly Come Dancing or I'm a Celebrity, to have her open her heart further while chewing on a kangaroo's testicle. That was not the life she wanted. She wanted to live in the shadows and be ignored. Let her work speak for itself. But now that was being called into question, simply because she refused to be dissected in the media. Olivia slammed the laptop closed, pushed back the chair, and went over to the minibar. She hoped there was a decent supermarket nearby with a good selection of wine. She grabbed a handful of miniatures and slumped onto the bed. Screw the hangover and the befuddled brain tomorrow. Tonight she needed oblivion. Olivia woke with a start. She often did. She rarely remembered her dreams, but they always seemed to jolt her awake. She sat up and wiped her eyes with the backs of her hands. She hadn't fallen asleep, merely nodded off on the bed in a drunken stupor. She looked at the time on her phone. It was a little after 3 o'clock. She couldn't get back to sleep. She flicked on the kettle, put the complimentary dressing gown around her shoulders, and opened up her laptop. The hours of darkness, when not used for sleeping, may as well be put to good use. She didn't have Stanley to talk to, so work was the next best thing to occupy her mind. She read more about Isaac, about his life, his childhood with a meek father and a domineering mother, his return to college in his mid-20s to get the qualifications he'd missed out on at school. The making of a true family man. It seemed strange to Olivia that he had had it all. Good career, wonderful child, and it wasn't enough. Would he have become a killer had his wife not died? That was an unanswerable question. Looking back on her notes, Olivia saw that Isaac's wife, Louise, died on the 1st of September 2002. He wasn't captured until 2024. How long was he killing for? And did his code give her any hints? She looked back at the printout. Nothing stood out. But then an idea came to her. She fumbled through the pages until she found what she was looking for. Isaac and Louise had married on Friday the 1st of August, 1997. Isaac was born on the first day of 1970. The first day of the month seemed to follow him around. His wife even died on the 1st of September. When he was born, he would have been told he was something special, having got into the newspapers as the first child born in England in 1970. Who chose the day for their wedding? Did he kill his victims on the first day of every month? Olivia went back to the code, to the second column in particular. A1, O1, F1, J5, N2, J6, M4, M5, A5, O3, J9, M6. If she was writing a code to list all of her victims in, she would have a column of dates, so she would remember when they were killed. Is that what this was? She ignored the numbers and looked at the letters. A, O, F, J, N, J, M, M, A, O, J, M. They were all initials of the months of the year. April or August, October, February. J could either be January, June, or July. It fitted. The second column could be when the victims were killed. The first three in the table were A1, O1, F1. That could be April or August 1st, October 1st, February 1st. But then why had he switched to J5, which could be the 5th of January, June or July? She doubted those were the dates of the deaths at all. They had to mean something else. But she had finally cracked the second column. She was sure of it. Surely that could help in tracking down missing people. If they all disappeared on or around first day of the month. Extract from a notebook allegedly written by Isaac McFadden. The first dead body I saw was my father's. Mum told me not to see him. She said it would upset me. But I wanted to say goodbye. Hadn't been able to do that while he was alive. I knew he was ill. It was obvious.
The amount of coughing and wheezing, the vomiting, the blood-stained tissues in the bin. It would have taken a complete idiot not to see that he didn't have long left. But I couldn't face it. I loved my dad. He was my whole world. I couldn't say goodbye to him. He died while I was at work. I was called into Mr. Weddell's office and he sat me down, told me Mum had called, and that I needed to go straight home. He didn't tell me why. He didn't need to. I knew. Dad had already been taken away. A week later, it was the funeral, and Dad was brought back into the house in an open coffin, people to say goodbye. I begged and pleaded with Mum to let me see him. In the end, she gave in. I walked slowly to the coffin and looked inside. I had no idea who that man was. He was clean with neat hair. He was wearing a smart suit and a navy tie. I'd never seen him in a suit before. He looked nothing like my dad. I even asked Mum if she was sure it was him. I watched as the lid was put in place and screwed down. It was lifted and carefully taken out of the house, put into the back of the hearse, driven away. It wasn't far to the church, and it was a fine day, so we walked. Mum was struggling to hold back the tears. So was everyone else who attended. But I wasn't. I didn't feel anything. Who was that man in the coffin? It wasn't my dad. He looked nothing like my dad.
Chapter 20. Wednesday, 29th of January, 2025.
Welcome to Newcastle,
D.I. Linus Sutton said. He had a smile slapped on his face, but it looked as if it was causing him great pain. Olivia was an expert in masking her true feelings, and she could spot a faker a mile away. What was Linus hiding? Olivia stood up from the chair where she'd been kept waiting in the spacious and bright atrium of the Northumbria Police Headquarters. There was something strange going on with Linus that Olivia couldn't quite put her finger on. Admittedly, this was only their third meeting, but he hardly made eye contact with her. And he was radiating a sadness that manifested itself in his lolloping gait and his slumped shoulders. She felt like she was looking at a male version of herself. "Thank you," she said.
How was your journey?
"Long."
Hotel okay?
"Yes, very cosy."
Excellent. We're upstairs,"
he said, hesitantly leading the way.
There's something I should probably tell you before we begin.
He stopped at the bottom of the stairs, blocking Olivia's path. He turned to her. "What is it? Has something happened?" she asked, taking in his drawn expression.
No, nothing like that. It's just, well, we're not running a full investigation into Isaac McFadden right now. My boss doesn't seem to think we have enough evidence to throw the resources of a full team at it.
Olivia mused on this. "I can see that," she said.
So, for the moment, it's just you, me, and a very junior DC.
"Oh, well, I'm sure between the three of us we can locate 12 bodies hidden somewhere in an area the size of a small country," she said flippantly. Linus smiled at her remark, but it didn't reach his eyes. He must be the only person in the country whose smiles looked like he was going to burst into tears. Olivia looked around at the open-plan space as they made their way along the top floor towards a room at the back of the building. She felt the cold stares of the inquisitive fall upon her as she passed police officers and civilian staff. News of her arrival had spread quicker than COVID throughout the entire building, it would seem. She imagined her name had risen in the Google search engine rankings, and they'd know so much more about her than she would ever know about them. Suddenly, Newcastle didn't seem far enough away from London to act as an escape.
"I've typed up an updated version of the code,"
Sutton began.
"I've included our theories regarding the colour of clothing, age, height, and how many pieces we believe each body was cut into. If we could find where one was located at least, it would be a help. I may have cracked the second column. I think they're the months of when each victim was killed. However, it's the list of the 4 words in the 2 columns I can't get my head around," Olivia said. "They don't seem to mean anything. I'm wondering if Isaac's daughter might know. Did you go through the code with her to see if it made any sense?" "When she brought it in, she said she couldn't understand it. It meant nothing to her. Personally, I think she was glad to hand it over. We're just through here on the left." Sutton directed her along a corridor with threadbare floor tiles. "I've explained to Eleanor who you are. The fact you're a forensic psychologist and helping with the code. She said she already knows who you are."
"I should think the whole country knows who I am right now," she said, as she saw 2 women standing in a doorway, glaring at her. She couldn't hear what they were saying to each other. Linus opened a door to a small room that contained a single table with 6 chairs around it. That was the only furniture. There was an underlying fusty smell, as if there was something dead behind one of the radiators. There were a couple of tasteless generic prints on the walls, a whiteboard, and half-opened Venetian blinds at the window.
"We're in here. It can't be easy for you at the moment with the drama seemingly everywhere. It was advertised twice during Emmerdale last night."
She looked at him as she placed her case on the table. She smiled. "You're a soap opera fan?"
No. It was just something to have on in the background."
Olivia could tell she had hit a raw nerve. She looked down at his left hand. He wasn't wearing a wedding ring. There was a white band on his finger where it used to be. "I used to do that. Have the TV on in the background for some noise. Now I just talk to my dog. Do you live on your own?" Linus didn't answer. Something out in the corridor caught his eye, and he immediately jumped upon it, opening the door and beckoning a young man inside.
"Olivia, this is DC Ryland's Sweetland. He'll be helping us."
Olivia tried not to judge upon appearances, but Ryan Sweetland looked as if he was on work experience from secondary school. He was of medium height, around 5'8", very slightly built, and wearing a fitted checked shirt and black trousers. Olivia wondered if he'd bought them from Next's children's department. She looked down at his feet. His matte black boots couldn't be more than a size 6. She turned to Linus, then back to Ryan. So this was the crack teen that was going to unmask a serial killer, a DI who was clearly going through some kind of personal torment, and a DC who would probably need to be put down for a nap in an hour's time. If Olivia was meant to be the sane and in control one, then may God have mercy on them all.
"Nice to meet you,"
Ryan said, holding out his hand. Olivia smiled. She took his hand in hers. It barely gripped her. "And you?"
"I know he looks about 12, but he does have a very sharp mind,"
Linus said, as if reading Olivia's thoughts.
12. Olivia would have guessed younger. Now, I've had the case files brought in. Linus indicated the boxes stacked in the corner of the room. I thought we could run through everything so we know we're all on the same page. How does that sound?
Fine.
Before we begin, would you like a coffee?
I'd love one, thank you.
That's my cue to do a Costa run. I'll be 10 minutes,
Ryan said, leaving the room after taking Olivia's order of a strong black Americano. He's a child, Olivia said to Linus. He has an IQ of 165 and graduated from university 2 years early. He has a degree in mathematics and in clinical psychology and is studying criminology in his spare time.
What the hell is he doing in the police, then?
I ask him that every day. He says he wants to understand the human condition. I thought he'd be perfect working on this. Olivia immediately changed her mind about DC Sweetland. In this case, appearances clearly were deceptive. 20 minutes later, Ryan returned with 3 Costa takeaway cups and a square of Millionaire's shortbread for each of them. When they were all settled and ready to begin, Linus took out a printed copy of Isaac's original code and the new one he'd made from the information he and Olivia assumed to be correct. Olivia filled them both in on what she and Sebastian had been talking about regarding the psychology of a killer who cuts up their victims. Linus was listening intently, while Ryan frantically made notes on his tablet. If Isaac is this great organised killer who's planned everything, every victim, every kill and dismemberment, then from his point of view he's got away with his crimes, apart from Sean Bridger, Linus said. He's languishing in prison with the knowledge that there are 11 other victims out there we know nothing about. He's not going to tell us anything, is he?
No, Olivia stated. However, we need to look at another angle here. Isaac was caught by accident. He obviously planned to continue killing. Yet, throughout his interviews and trial, he gave nothing away as to motive or where he buried his victims. All you have is one man with one body in his car. What are you saying? It is very possible that Isaac wasn't working alone, and that he's remained quiet to keep his accomplice safe. Linus's eyes widened. He sat back in his seat and blew out his cheeks. You mean there's a second killer out there? It's a possibility, Olivia said calmly. This level of organisation, where you have 12 victims yet only have knowledge of one of them, is almost unheard of. One man keeping all this to himself, I find incredible. I don't believe someone wakes up one morning and decides to kill, let alone become a serial killer. When you identify a killer and look back at their lives, at their past crimes, you see an evolutionary process that led them to become a prolific killer. Isaac doesn't have that kind of past. He doesn't have a criminal record. However, if there were 2 of them, and they sat down and decided to kill, they could have come up with this structure of the type of victim to go for, how to kill them, how to dispose of the body, who could alibi them if they were ever questioned. I don't believe Isaac McFadden could do all this on his own. Not from what I've read about him. But surely Isaac fits the description of a psychopath, Ryan said. Someone like that could very well kill 12 people, cut them up, hide their bodies and keep it to themselves. I agree, Olivia said. If Isaac is working alone, he clearly has the mentality to separate the killer version of himself from the supposed normal version of himself, where he's able to hold down a job and interact with his daughter. Split personality, Linus said. Dissociative identity disorder, Ryan corrected him. Olivia smiled to herself. She was very impressed with Ryan.
In the interviews between D.I. Sutton and Isaac I've watched, Isaac has remained stoic throughout. Nothing phases him. You could threaten him with the hangman's noose and he wouldn't bat an eyelid. Even at the first mention of his daughter, Eleanor, the person he's supposedly the closest to in the world, he doesn't flinch. There is nothing there. There's no reason for him to remain quiet, yet he does so. What does that tell you? Linus asked. It tells me that there is someone out there who Linus holds in higher regard than his daughter. Someone he is protecting. But we've been through his entire life, Linus said, frustration rising slightly. You have, but you need to look closer. There are 3 of Isaac's regular customers who stand out as people Isaac has paid particular attention to. Whether he was simply schmoozing them for their business, or it goes deeper, I don't know. But you need to look at Melanie Knox, Vanessa Charlton, and Chris Cohen. Isaac has been doing this job since the turn of the century. Do you think this goes back as far as that? Linus asked. I don't really know, she said. When I first looked at the code, I thought it was a fairly recent thing. Now, I'm not so sure. I'll admit I'm struggling to understand Isaac here. I'll know more once I've spoken to Eleanor, and to Isaac himself. Linus took a final bite of shortbread and a lengthy sip of coffee. His brow furrowed as he thought. So, let me get this straight. Have we got a serial killer couple on our hands and there's still one out there? Olivia took a breath. It's one theory. I'm guessing you both know what a folie à deux is. The subtitle of the Joker sequel? Linus said. Ryan smiled. It's a delusion or mental illness shared by 2 people who are incredibly close to each other. That's right. Myra Hindley and Ian Brady, Fred and Rose West, Nathan Leopold and Richard Loeb. Ryan said. I've never heard of those last 2. Linus said. Basically, a folie à deux is 2 people who both have some kind of psychological disorder, though one will have it more prominently than the other. Olivia said. When they meet and their disorders are shared, it is incredibly dangerous. Now, on their own, they might not kill. But together, well, we can see what happens simply by looking at the Wests and Hindley and Brady. There is always one who is more powerful than the other, an instigator who pushes them further than merely having murderous delusions. So are we looking for a Myra or a Rosemary to Isaac's Ian and Fred? Linus asked. Not necessarily, Olivia replied. His partner in crime could easily be male. Leopold and Loeb, Ryan added. I'm going to have to look those 2 blokes up. But how has Isaac been able to lead a perfectly normal life, marrying, having a child, a good job, if he's been killing all this time? Linus asked. If this does go as far back as the early 2000s, maybe even earlier, then Isaac McFadden is one of the most in control and dangerous psychopathic killers I've ever come across. However, if it's more recent, then it's possible that Isaac's disorder has lain dormant for most of his life, and only came to the front when he met his partner in crime. Isaac is the submissive one? Ryan asked. I think he is. If he was the dominant one, once caught, he wouldn't care about his submissive partner being still out there and free. He'd give chapter and verse to his crimes, reveling in them. The fact he's remained silent tells me he's the secondary, and the primary is still walking the streets. So, again, how do we find this second person? We've literally been through Isaac's life, Linus said. Yes, you have, and I believe you've already interviewed them. Olivia pointed to the box files behind her.
Are all the interview statements in those boxes? Yes. Then there's your killer.
Bloody hell,
Linus said. The trio took another break, and Linus popped to the toilet, leaving Olivia and Ryan alone in the small room. Ryan was unloading the boxes, while Olivia was scrolling through her notes on her tablet. Have you checked missing persons lists for any people who have a likeness to Sean Bridger? She asked. Yes, and we're getting updates all the time. The problem is, Sean Bridger wasn't listed as a missing person. We don't know if any of the other victims are even being missed by family or friends. Ryan sat down. That makes me feel incredibly sad. I mean, surely someone is missing these people. You'd hope so, wouldn't you? But people fall off the radar for all kinds of reasons. I think we should keep an eye on missing persons, but maybe we need to talk to the homeless charities too, especially those within the Northeast, for now. They'll know the regulars, and they'll notice when they go missing. If that doesn't give us anything, we need to widen the net, especially to areas where Isaac had his regular customers. That might not be possible at the moment, Ryan said, pulling a face. Why not? Well, like D.I. Sutton said, it's just us working on this at the moment. That kind of search requires manpower, and we just don't have it allocated to us. CID is stretched to the limit as it is. I could get pulled off this at any moment if a major incident develops. And D.I. Sutton is also heading an inquiry into a drugs bust. There was a light knock on the door. It opened, and a man in an ill-fitting suit stepped in, holding an envelope. He looked at Olivia, his gaze lingering a tad too long for her liking. He turned to Ryan. Sheldon, I'm waiting for your money for Jack's get-well present. Sorry, he said. He bent down to pick up his rucksack from beneath the table, took out his wallet and rummaged around inside. You're Olivia Winter, the man said. It would appear so. Here you go. Ryan handed over a £5 note. A fiver? Don't go mad. He snatched the note from him and left the room, clocking Olivia once more. Who's that? Olivia asked. D.C. Lowell, Ryan said, as if it left a nasty taste in his mouth. He called you Sheldon. From the Big Bang Theory? He's intelligent, socially awkward, finished university ahead of his peers, Ryan said, looking down at his notes, his face reddening. Do they all call you that? Most of them. The older ones call me Doogie. I had to look that one up. The other detectives might consider the nicknames to be good-natured ribbing, but Olivia could see from Ryan's face that they hurt. This went further than office banter. Ryan? Oh, he said, interrupting her. Would you like to see Isaac's original notebook? Ryan pulled out a leather-bound A5 book from the evidence box and handed it to her. The leather was deep red, the book well made. Olivia would have bought it herself if she'd seen it on sale somewhere. This definitely wasn't from a chain store. She opened the front cover. Nothing was written on the title page. As she leafed through it, she took in the neat, tiny handwriting. There were no spelling errors, no crossing out of words, no pages torn, no mistakes at all. An alarm bell rang in Olivia's head. It's strange. I don't know why I didn't pick up on this while reading the photocopy. What is it? Ryan asked. It's too neat. It's too perfect. Obviously, we don't know when he wrote this. Had he just killed?
Was he planning a kill? Was he thinking about the former kill? Either way, his mind would have been all over the place. Yet this is all perfectly structured and neat. There are no misspellings or crossings out. This isn't written by someone with a murderous mind. Ryan looked at Olivia with rapt attention. She continued. Either he wrote his ramblings elsewhere and transferred them to this book when he was calmer, or... She paused, while in her head she sorted the words she wanted to say. Or, Ryan asked. It could be a few things. Isaac could be so cool and calm that killing a person has no effect on him whatsoever, which, frankly, scares the living daylights out of me. Or it was written purposely with the intent to throw the police off the scent. Or somebody else wrote this book. But it's Isaac's handwriting. We've checked, Ryan said. He could have copied it. The more I'm finding out about Isaac McFadden, the more I'm starting to think he's not working on his own here. Now I never go to see a killer until I've done my homework. And if Isaac has covered his tracks so well that we don't even have a second suspect on the horizon, I'm going to have to be shit hot when I go and see him, or he'll eat me alive. How dangerous can he be? He's in prison, Ryan said. And that's the worst place he can be, Olivia said. He's got absolutely nothing left to lose. Chapter 21. Biker, Newcastle. Thomas Landy took one last look around the empty living room. He didn't feel sad about leaving. After everything the council had done to him over the past few weeks, they could have their house back and shove it up their arse. All he thought about when he looked in the empty rooms was his mother. She loved this house, despite it not being hers to own, and she looked after it as if it was. It was always neat, clean, tidy, and tastefully decorated. And even though she hated gardening, she made sure the lawn was always trimmed and the weeds eradicated. This was her home. Their home. And now it was a shell. Following the council's strict instructions, Tom had had to get rid of everything in the property, including the carpets. He had spent the week ripping them all up, rolling them down the stairs, and leaving them in a pile outside for the council to collect for the rubbish skip next week. Due to his circumstances, they were waiving their rubbish collection fee. If he'd had the money, he would have told them what they could do with their so-called generosity. On Wednesday, Janet Ray from next door had taken Thomas in her car to donate the last of his mother's possessions to charity shops around Newcastle. She had offered him her sofa for a couple of nights until he could go to the B&B on Friday. But he had turned her down, saying he was staying with a friend. He didn't tell her he was kipping on the empty living room floor in a sleeping bag. At the front door, Thomas took one last look over his shoulder. He wanted to cry, but he had no more tears left. And he didn't know who he would be crying for anyway. He lifted his heavy rucksack onto his shoulders, picked up the bulging holdall, his entire life's possessions in 2 bags, and left the house. He slammed the door behind him, locked it, and posted the key back through the letterbox. Thomas made his way by bus to Benwell. It was a tired-looking area of Newcastle, seemingly forgotten by the council. Houses were in disrepair, gardens overgrown, roads filled with potholes. Nobody seemed to care about where they were living. He struggled with his bags, which seemed to be getting heavier with every step of his journey. He pushed the door to the Egremont open and stepped inside.
Straight away he wanted to turn around and leave. There was a thick stench of grease and fried food. The thin carpet was brown and stained. An elderly man sat behind a desk in the corner of the hallway. His grey hair was thin and swept across his scabby scalp in a comb-over. He wore a beige cardigan that looked a couple of sizes too big for him. He was bent over a newspaper. He looked up at Tom, his sunken eyes boring into him. "Yes?" he asked, his voice heavy with phlegm. "I believe there's a room booked for me by the council." "Oh, you believe there is, do you?" he mocked. He moved the newspaper to one side to reveal an old and stained keyboard. "Name?" Thomas Landy." He typed slowly and with one finger. "Well, Thomas Landy, you're in luck. The council have indeed booked you one of our more gracious rooms." He pulled open a drawer, grabbed a key, and tossed it to him. "The front door is locked at 11 o'clock every night. No visitors staying overnight, no toasters, microwaves or air fryers in your room. Breakfast is served between 7 and 9 every morning, and clean the bathroom after you've used it. The amount of complaints I get about hairs in the drain is unbelievable." "Aren't the bedrooms en suite?" Thomas asked, looking towards the stairs. "Sorry, your lordship, the penthouse suite is taken. I'll have the key back if you're going to kick up a stink." "No, it's fine, It's fine, honest." "Right, here. Before you go up, put your scribble on this form here." "What's it for?" "It's to say you've arrived, and so the council will release the funds to allow you to live in such splendour." Thomas stepped forward. With a shaking hand, he picked up a sticky biro and began to fill in the form, putting his full name and telephone number in block capitals. "So you just got out of prison, have you?" the man asked. Thomas looked up. "No," he said firmly. "No, I didn't think so. You haven't got the hardened look about you. What happened to you, then?" "Me mum died. We lived in a council house. They wouldn't let me stay in it on me own." "Oh." The man's face softened. "I'm sorry. Council are a bunch of bastards. This place only stays open because they pay for immigrants and ex-cons to stay here. Look, a word to the wise son, don't leave anything valuable lying in your room. Take everything with you when you go out, and—" He stopped and looked over his shoulder to make sure there was nobody listening in. "Do everything in your power to make sure your stay here is as short as possible." Thomas swallowed hard. He wanted to thank the man for his advice, but was worried that if he said anything, it would release a torrent of tears. Instead, he nodded, picked up his bag, and headed for the stairs. The label on the key told Thomas he was on the 3rd floor in room 16. He walked up the stairs. In the background, he could hear the sounds of the B&B. Loud music he'd never heard before was coming from somewhere. The sound of a baby crying from somewhere else. He passed one room with the door ajar. He glanced inside and saw a woman sitting on a bed, wearing only a bra and pants. "You my 12 o'clock?" she asked, in heavily accented broken English. "No," he said. "Well, piss off then." Thomas hurried along the corridor, up the next flight of stairs, and found room 16. He unlocked it, scurried inside, and locked it behind him. He could perfectly understand why the council was keeping this place open. Nobody in their right mind would voluntarily spend a night here. The walls were tobacco yellow and stained with damp patches. The same brown carpet as everywhere else in the building was frayed, and the floorboards beneath were visible in places. The curtains stank of stale air, and as he sat on the bed, he heard several springs groan under his weight. He felt like he needed a shower just by being in this room. A door slammed in the corridor, making Thomas jump. Heavy footsteps descended the stairs.
"You tight bastard, Barry, don't bother coming back here until you bring me what I'm owed,"
someone yelled. Thomas closed his eyes.
"I wondered how long it would be. Can't we go a day without you screaming, Dawn? And you can fuck off as well, you old bastard!"
Thomas wrapped his arms around himself. He started rocking back and forth. How the hell had it come to this? Chapter 22. Linus had arranged for him and Olivia to go out to Heaton, where Eleanor McFadden lived, and interview her together. Ideally, Olivia would have liked to interview her alone, but Linus stated that if Isaac did have a partner in crime, at present, the likeliest suspect was the only person they knew about whom he was genuinely close to, and that was his daughter. He couldn't allow Olivia to go into her house alone and question her about her father's crimes. Reluctantly, Olivia agreed. Linus booked out a pool car, and Olivia watched out of the window as Newcastle passed her by. She marvelled at the buildings, some of them very old, with ornate cornicing. During the drive, Olivia kept stealing glances at Linus as he concentrated on the road. A sadness emanated from him. He had the faraway look of a man on the verge of bursting into tears. When he had work to concentrate on, he gave it his full attention. But now, as he was driving, his mind was clear, and whatever was troubling him jumped to the surface. His eyes were glassy with tears, and he kept sniffling to rein in his emotion. "Are you originally from Newcastle?" Olivia asked, for something to say to fill the silence.
"Hexham, not far."
Ah. She had no idea where that was. She was hoping he would elaborate, but he didn't. "Is everything all right?" she asked.
"Yes, fine. Hope you've packed some thick jumpers. It's going to get colder. There's snow forecast for the weekend,"
he said, clearly wanting the topic of the conversation to move away from him. "I'll be fine. Are you sure you're all right? Something's changed since you came to London." They pulled up at a red light. Linus opened and closed his mouth a couple of times, as if to say something, but changed his mind.
"It's just the January blues. I get like this at this time of year."
Olivia wasn't convinced. "No, you don't." He turned to look at her. He quickly turned back to gazing through the windscreen at the still traffic ahead. Olivia could see Linus was in great emotional pain. "Talking is the hardest thing in the world," she said. "It's also the most important. It can save lives. You can talk to me, you know. I'm a complete stranger, and sometimes that's better than talking to someone you know. I won't judge. I won't tell anyone. I'll help you if I can."
"Why do you want to help me?"
he asked, gaze fixed firmly ahead. "Because you're a good guy. I can see that." Olivia was brilliant at giving people advice. She was terrible at accepting it, and even though she knew what she had to do in order to achieve some form of equilibrium, she refused to do it. Olivia was, and always would be, a complete fuck-up. Around her, she saw good people like Sebastian Lister and Ethan Miller,
And she needed them to stay good. She needed to know there were good people in the world. Otherwise, what was the point in any of this? "You know all about me, don't you?" she began. "You know who my father is. You know what happened to me as a child." "Yes." "I've never confronted that. I should have done, but I haven't. I've locked it all away, thinking that if I ignore it, it'll go away. Last year my father had a heart attack. I was encouraged to go and see him and make my peace, just in case he died and I'd later regret it. I didn't want to go, but I went along and I saw him. He survived, and it wasn't long before I saw the evil in him come to the surface. Nothing had changed. I actually hate myself more for going to see him in hospital, and it's one extra thing I'm beating myself up about. I'm doing everything wrong, Linus," she said, so he turned to face her. "Please do not turn into me." His bottom lip began to wobble. He bit down on it hard. He opened his mouth to speak, but the car behind beeped its horn. The lights had changed to green. Olivia waited for him to say something more. She could see him wrestling with indecision. She was in for a long wait. Eleanor's house on Mandela Terrace in Heaton wasn't easy to find, and the sat-nav took Linus down a small alleyway beside Heaton Baptist Church that he probably shouldn't have driven down. There was no designated parking space, but fortunately it was the middle of the day, and most people were at work, so they found somewhere to park with ease. The weather was deceptive. As they'd driven here, Olivia had had to pull down the visor to protect her eyes from the dazzling sun in the brilliant blue sky. But as she opened the door, a blast of cold air hit her. She looked around her. It seemed like a quiet, unassuming neighbourhood. Tree-lined pavements, Victorian-style terraced houses, some with attics and large bay front windows. The front gardens were no bigger than a postage stamp, but people seemed to keep them neat and tidy. It appeared to be a pleasant place to live. Linus knocked on the black door with a gloved fist and stood back. It wasn't long before it was opened, and Olivia was almost taken aback by what she saw. Admittedly, she had only seen Eleanor in photographs, but she was always well turned out, hair neatly tucked behind her ears or tied up in a bun, designer clothing that fitted her perfectly. Even in the paparazzi snaps of her on her way to court, she looked elegant and poised. The woman Olivia saw before her looked as if she'd endured a 5-day bender and been dragged out of bed. She was wearing grey tracksuit bottoms and an oversized hoodie with a suspicious food stain on the left breast. Her hair was all over the place, knotted, lifeless, her dark roots showing. "Eleanor, we're not early, are we?" Linus asked, looking at his watch. "No," she said, stepping to one side to allow them to enter. "Eleanor, this is Dr. Olivia Winter I was telling you about." Eleanor closed the door behind them. She briefly looked Olivia up and down. She gave her a sad smile. "Nice to meet you." "And you," Olivia replied. The hallway was bright with a high ceiling. There was a musty smell about the place. Windows hadn't been opened for a while, and Eleanor had done little cleaning. She led the way into a spacious living room with bare floorboards, a leather sofa, and expensive artwork on the walls. There was a matching armchair in the crook of the bay window. "It's strange," Eleanor began. "I've just seen the actor playing your father on Loose Women." Olivia had been about to sit down but stopped.
She looked over to the muted television to see a row of women behind a desk, chatting animatedly. Eleanor picked up the remote and turned it off. He was on the One Show the other night, too. Eleanor continued. There's a lot of buzz around that drama at the moment, and here you are in my living room. The producers will want the millions they've spent on it to be matched in viewing figures, I suppose, Olivia said agreeably, with an over-the-top smile. She sat down on the sofa, Linus next to her. He gave a good interview. You don't realise how much research goes into playing a character, do you? You think they just read the script and say the lines. He actually visited your dad in prison a couple of times. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, Eleanor gasped. She slapped a hand to her mouth. That was so insensitive of me, wasn't it? I bet you think I'm a right bitch. No, it's fine. She waved her off. I'm talking about it like it's not real, but it is, isn't it? For you. It's your life on screen. That must be, I don't know, horrible to see it dissected like that. I've no intention of watching it. I've lived through it. I don't need to be reminded. No, of course not. No, sorry. Eleanor sat on the armchair, perched on the edge. I suppose if everything turns out to be true about my dad, they'll be clambering all over each other to want to make a drama about it too. True crime dramas are pretty hot at the moment, aren't they? I'm afraid so. I hope I can be as strong as you are about it, should it happen. Olivia felt anything but strong. Can I get you a drink? Eleanor asked them both. I'm fine, Linus said. I'd love a coffee. Olivia said. Okay, sure. I'll have one too, seeing as you're making one, Linus added. Eleanor stood up, gave them both a brief nod and a smile, and left the room. Here's a tip, Olivia said, leaning close to Linus and lowering her voice. Always accept the offer of a cup of tea, even if you don't want one. They leave the room and you can have a good look around. You can learn a lot about a person by how they've decorated their home. I've never thought of that. So what does Eleanor's living room tell you about her? Eleanor's home was simple in its style. There were very few possessions or unnecessary ornaments on display. What there were clearly expensive. Eleanor had good taste. The rugs scattered on the floor were thick and plush. The television on the wall was huge and not a cheap brand. All wires were hidden. Not a single device in sight. No Blu-ray player, no skybox, no games consoles. Shelves either side of the fireplace were neatly packed with paperbacks. There were a few well-thumbed Penguin classics by Austen, Gaskell, and Hardy. A complete set of Harry Potter novels in the covers designed to attract the adult reader, and books by Sally Rooney, Dawn O'Porter, Donna Tartt, and Dolly Alderton. A wide variety of fiction. Well, it's not easy to tell at the moment. It could do with a good clean. I'm guessing since she found all that stuff in her dad's bedroom, she's been moping about the place, feeling sorry for herself. However, it's minimalist in its decoration. Bare floors, expensive furniture. Eleanor is a very unfussy kind of woman. No nonsense. She knows her own mind and what she wants out of life. She's probably got a plan of where she wants to be in 5, 10, 20 years' time. Although everything is on hold at the moment. Wow. You're good, Linus said, impressed. She also has a tortoiseshell cat named Teddy. She had spaghetti bolognese for her evening meal last night, and she's having an affair with the man directly opposite who works as a dental hygienist. Linus's mouth fell open. Where did you pick all that up from? I didn't, I'm joking, she said, nudging him, He smiled. It was a genuine smile. The first genuine one she had seen. It lit up his face. Eleanor came back into the room carrying a tray with matching mugs and a full cafetiere. She set it down on the coffee table and poured out the drinks, releasing a strong aroma of coffee. She told Olivia and Linus to help themselves to cream and sugar. "You'll want to ask me about my dad, won't you?" Eleanor asked. She sat back on the armchair and tried to relax, but her body language was giving her away. She was tense and awkward, uncomfortable in her own home. "Whatever you want to tell me." "I honestly don't know where to begin. It still doesn't feel real. This time last year I was sitting where you are now, looking at holidays for the spring with my boyfriend. We were thinking of Corfu. Less than 6 months later, I don't have a boyfriend. My dad's being held on remand for murder, and I've had to leave work." "How long had you been seeing your boyfriend?" "About 4 months. Not long. We weren't serious. I knew he wasn't the man I was going to marry, but we had fun together." "How soon was it after your father was arrested for murder that you split up?" "Less than a week," she said, an iciness in her voice. "He gave me some shite about us not working out for a while and maybe we should have a break. I remember calling him, telling him he'd left some of his things here. He just told me to bin them. Bastard." "What did you do for work?" "I was a team leader at Weber Adams. They're a digital marketing company. They didn't actually ask me to leave, but suggested I take some time away to reevaluate things. It doesn't look good for a company to have a team leader who keeps crying." "Will you go back?" "Would you?" "No, I don't think I would. They were really good about me leaving, actually. They treated it like a redundancy, so I got a good payoff." "What are you doing at present?" Eleanor seemed reluctant to answer. "Very little," she eventually said. "Not good, I'm aware. I shouldn't be spending my days alone watching daytime TV, but I don't know. I just can't face the world at the moment. I go to the shops across the road and I feel like everyone is looking at me, talking about me behind my back. Do you get that?" "I used to. Throughout the whole trial, I kept expecting someone to say there had been a massive error and that they got the wrong man. Even after his sentencing, I was waiting for the phone to ring and it would be the police saying they'd arrested the real killer and could I go and pick my dad up. Silly, isn't it?" "It's not silly at all," Olivia said. "Our parents tell us how to know right from wrong. They teach us how to behave in the world. We're here because of them. When they do something wrong, it's a huge blow, and you start to question everything." "He cut a body up into 12 pieces," she said, struggling to maintain a grip on her emotions. "How? Why? I don't understand. Can you explain it to me? Because I'm clueless." "I really wish I could," Olivia answered, truthfully. "Eleanor, the book you found. It's real, isn't it? And those things, they were all trophies of his victims. That's what I'm helping the police look into. You wouldn't be here, though, if you didn't think it was genuine. If you didn't think my father had killed 12 people. Oh, God," she said, putting her head in her hands. "It sounds so... I don't know, it's like I'm talking about someone else. My father has killed 12 people. I can't get my head around it. I can't even begin to..." Olivia didn't say anything. She was waiting for her to fill the silence. People in Eleanor's position wanted answers, and they would look to people like D.I. Sutton and herself to give them. They'd want to ask as many questions as they could, and in doing so, they'd reveal so much about their own thought processes. Eleanor, Linus began. Olivia inwardly sighed. She would have preferred the silence to grow, for Eleanor to become awkward and start talking again. Are you seeking help? Are you talking to anyone?
I had a couple of sessions with a therapist,
Eleanor said.
I couldn't settle. I became paranoid, wondering if I couldn't open up like that to a complete stranger.
It's not easy. Therapy isn't for everyone, Linus said. Olivia looked across to him. She could see in his eyes that he was speaking from experience. Eleanor grabbed a tissue from the box on the coffee table and wiped her eyes.
The problem is my mind won't settle. I keep thinking that my entire life has been a lie. Everything I thought was real and true has been a complete lie.
No, not everything, Olivia said. You had a mother who loved you. You have 30 years of memories of holidays and birthdays and Christmases. Happy times.
They're tainted.
No, they're not. You just think they are. At the moment, everything is still incredibly raw. And it will be for a while. You think back to a time that you thought was happy, and you wonder if your father was plotting to kill while you were unwrapping a birthday present, or if he was eyeing up his next victim while teaching you to ride a bike. We can't know what other people are thinking at any time, but you can look back on those times with a smile. At a time when you were at your happiest. She blew her nose and gave Olivia a pained smile. Olivia reached down for her mug of coffee and took a sip. Lovely, she said. She'd tasted better, but it made her smile grow. She needed Eleanor to be compliant, and any compliment would do right now. I'd like to ask you some questions. D.I. Sutton and his team may already have asked you them, and they're not going to be easy questions, but the answers will help. Eleanor took a deep breath to prepare herself.
That's fine. Go ahead.
The young man who was found in the boot of his car, Sean Bridger. Did your father know him?
I've no idea.
Had he mentioned the name before?
No.
Did you know him?
No.
How do you think your father met him?
I'd rather not think about that.
Why not?
D.I. Sutton has told me all about Sean Bridger. He was estranged from his family. He was a drug addict. He stole things to sell so he could buy drugs. I suppose it's not beyond the realms of fantasy to guess he might have sold himself at one point or another. I'm just worried he sold himself to my father, and he bought him.
Are you worried your father is a homosexual? Eleanor winced.
No. It wouldn't have bothered me at all. What would have bothered me is him paying for sex with 20-year-olds.
Were you close?
We were when I was younger. Work took up a lot of my time.
After your mother died, was there anyone else in his life? A girlfriend?
No.
Not at all?
No. I remember when I was about 10 years old asking if he was going to marry Leslie Quinn next door,
she said with a warm smile.
I wanted Leslie to be my new mum.
What did your dad say to that?
He said nobody could replace Mum, and he wouldn't even try.
What about as you got older? Became more independent and went out with your own friends? Wasn't there anyone for your dad then? She shook her head.
He just worked.
Would he have told you if he was seeing anyone? Eleanor paused for a moment while she thought.
I like to think so. We talked about most things. When I was a teenager, I got up to all kinds of shit. I really experimented with my youth. Dad was a great support. I think if he'd met someone else, he would have told me. Dad loved Mum. He still loved her. He was fine on his own. Perfectly fine.
Olivia thought Eleanor was defending her father too much. The man was a serial killer, and the whole country would very soon know about it. But if there was any scrap of dignity she could hold on to regarding her father, she would grab it tightly with both hands. Looking back, is there anything that stands out about your father? Anything that suggests a red flag? Eleanor shook her head. Tell me about your dad's friends, Olivia asked.
He didn't have many. There was Leslie next door, Hal across the road. His social life seemed to involve people he worked with. If he wanted a meal out or anything, he'd take one of his clients to dinner.
What about holidays?
He went hiking and camping occasionally.
Who with?
Himself, mostly.
Did you ever go with him?
God, no. I like a firm mattress. I could never get comfortable in a tent.
Olivia wasn't getting anywhere with Eleanor's answers. If anyone should know anything about Isaac, it should be his daughter. She was either holding back or genuinely didn't know. Eleanor, about this notebook you found. Did you read it?
Some. I couldn't.
Is your dad the type of person to create such an elaborate, cryptic code?
I don't know.
She shrugged.
A year ago, he was just me dad. He worked hard, he went hiking, he watched Formula 1 and drank craft beers. Now he's a fucking serial killer. I feel...
She stopped herself.
Go on,
Olivia prompted.
I don't know. When Mum died, Dad took on the role of both parents. He always put me first. He was always there for me when I needed him. I'm not looking at my past through rose-tinted glasses. He really was the best dad I could ask for. That old fake. Was he faking it so I wouldn't find out who he really was? How long was his killing spree going on for? I'm really struggling to understand everything. And it hurts. In here,
she said, slamming a fist against her chest.
I'm knotted up inside, and I can't.
She gave in to tears and bent double, rocking back and forth. Olivia and Linus watched, impotent. There was nothing either of them could say or do that would make Eleanor feel any better about the situation she found herself in. Only a handful of people could sympathise, and although Olivia was one of them, no words of comfort came to mind. As Eleanor sat in the armchair, head in hands, crying her heart out, Olivia saw herself as she was, aged 9, discovering that her father was a serial killer and had murdered her mother and sister. When she'd regained consciousness in hospital, her gran and granddad were by her bed, tears streaming down their faces as they told her everything. She wanted to scream. She wanted to shout. She wanted to run away from everything. That was how Eleanor was feeling now. And any soothing words Olivia could say would sound bitter and hollow. There would come a time when Eleanor would be able to function in the world, but it wouldn't be for a while. Eleanor, tell me something good about your dad, Olivia said, eventually. Eleanor looked up at her with tear-filled eyes.
Like what?
I don't know, just share a good memory. She thought for a moment, her face a map of frightening emotions. Soon it began to soften, and, very slowly, the darkness seemed to fall from her face, and a small smile appeared.
When I was 8, I wanted to be Mary in the school nativity play. I wanted that part so much, but I didn't get it.
I was devastated. I cried all the way home, all through tea, and even walking upstairs to bed I was in floods. I can still picture it. I ended up having to play a wise man at the last minute when one of the boys vomited during the dress rehearsal. The next morning was Saturday. I woke up, and Dad was sitting on the edge of my bed. He'd brought me breakfast, and told me to stay in bed until he came to fetch me. When he did, he told me to put my dressing gown on and come downstairs. He turned the whole living room into a stable. I've no idea where he got the straw from, she said, with a huge smile on her face. He got Leslie to play the innkeeper. Gran was still alive then. She played the angel. I still laugh now when I think about her sitting on the dining table with a fag hanging out of her mouth. Dad was Joseph and I was Mary. We put on a little play together, just the 4 of us. It was so much fun. All 3 were grinning by the time Eleanor finished her story. She looked away from them, saw her living room, and reality dawned. The smile quickly faded.
How can one man be 2 different people?
She asked. Killers, particularly serial killers, tend to disassociate themselves from their real lives when they're killing. It's as if they're 2 people. You could have been sitting together on this sofa watching the news about one of his victims, and it would be as if he was hearing about it for the first time. It would never enter his head that he killed him.
So, he could have gone out, killed someone, then come round here and had a few drinks while watching a film with me.
Yes.
And from his point of view, it would have been as if it was a normal day.
Yes.
How can he do that?
Olivia only knew the scientific answer, not the personal one. She thought it prudent not to say anything. Olivia and Linus didn't stay much longer. As they were leaving, Olivia gave Eleanor her card. She told her to contact her at any time, should she have any questions, or think of anything that might help. She seemed to soften then, knowing there was someone out there who might be able to help her come to terms with what she was going through. Well, what do you think? Linus asked, as they made their way back to the car. She's all over the place. It's understandable, obviously, but that makes her incredibly difficult to read. You don't think she's Isaac's partner in crime? I never cross anyone off the list until I have absolute proof, but I can't see it. So that leaves us with no suspects then. Only X. Formerly known as Twitter. You think Elon Musk is involved? Linus said, with a smile in his voice. Olivia turned to him and took in his grin. It was good to see him show a lighter side, even if it was only briefly. X is a person we've yet to identify. X is someone incredibly important in Isaac's life who hasn't appeared on the radar yet. Or who has, but is keeping their murderous persona deeply hidden. Back in the house, Eleanor was standing in the middle of the living room, looking out through the slats of the blinds at Olivia and Linus chatting as they walked back to the car. She would have loved to hear what they were saying. She liked Olivia. She seemed to know what she was talking about, and she came across as strong and professional. After reading about her online, she had expected someone with more emotion attached to them. She was also shorter than she imagined. She watched the car drive away and returned to the armchair. She sat back and closed her eyes. Eleanor lost time. She had no idea how long she sat in that chair, struggling to compose herself. Her mind had wandered. It had shut down in order for her to relax, get her breathing under control, and stop the agonizing horrors tormenting her. She was battling hard to cope with everything that was happening around her. This darkness was new to her, and she didn't like it. She went into the kitchen and made herself a peppermint tea. The book, The Riverside Killer, by Sebastian Lister, was on the kitchen table. She picked it up and took it back into the living room with her. She was 3/4 of the way through and had left post-it note arrows on various pages she wanted to revisit and research when she was finished. As Eleanor settled and read about the day after Richard Button had murdered his wife and youngest daughter and almost killed Olivia, a thought struck her. There was only one way to get through this horror, and that was to claim it. The press was going to be on her doorstep again once the news of her father's code and his many victims was released. She needed to take control and own her victimhood. Chapter 23. Transcript of Zoom conversation between D.C. Ryan Sweetland, Northumbria Police, and Vanessa Charlton, manager of Meridian Homes Northwest. Thank you for agreeing to talk with me. Can you tell me about your relationship with Isaac McFadden? It was purely a professional relationship. As you know, he worked for MediSupplies UK, and we bought everything we needed from them. We've looked through Isaac's diaries, and we've highlighted the customers he's spent the most time with, and we found 3 people who he saw more than any others. You're one of them. He took you out to dinner several times, didn't he? What did you talk about? They were business meals. Meridian Homes owns 5 nursing homes, and they're adding to their portfolio all the time. When they bought a new property, I contacted Isaac, and he came over to discuss what we need. Discussing it over dinner was a more relaxed environment. Did you ever talk about anything personal? Well, obviously we didn't talk about business all the time. We're not robots. Can you elaborate? We talked about our families, hobbies, the usual things. I hope you don't mind me being blunt, but did Isaac ever seem interested in taking things further? Did he ask you out in a romantic sense? No. Never? No. Never. Mrs. Charlton, I'm getting a sense that... All right, if you must know... Shit, look, I had a little too much to drink one evening while we were out. I shouldn't have done, and I regretted it the next morning. I mean, I'm married, for crying out loud. Something happened between the two of you? No. I made a pass at Isaac, and he brushed me off. He was very polite about it, and he didn't mention it again when we met the time after. He was a gentleman. Transcript of Zoom conversation between D.C. Ryland Sweetland, Northumbria Police, and Christopher Cohen, owner of Cohen Distributions Limited, Middlesbrough. Mr. Cohen, thank you for agreeing to talk to me. According to his records, you were one of Isaac McFadden's longest-serving customers. You've known him for more than 10 years. Can you tell me what he was like? He was a good bloke. He knew his business. He was confident, funny, personable. He took you out to dinner on several occasions too. Yes, well, you've got to have some perks in sales. His company was paying, so we had a few meals in some top restaurants. What did you talk about during your meetings? Work, mostly. But it can't be all work, can it?
Know what I mean?
So, the conversation did turn personal.
Oh, yes.
Can you elaborate?
You're a bloke. What do you think two single blokes talk about once the wine has started flowing?
I need you to tell me, Mr. Cohen.
Well, like I said, we were two single blokes. He travelled around a lot with work. He told me a few stories about the women he met, how a few went back to his hotel room if he was staying over.
He slept with his customers.
I very much doubt there was much sleeping going on.
Did he give you any names?
No names, just details.
Did you ever know Isaac to be in a relationship with anyone?
No, he never said. Everything was just casual for him. His job suited him perfectly. He wasn't one for settling down.
Did you ever go out with Isaac when it wasn't business-related?
I did, yes. Only once. He came over for a meeting and I'd turned 50 that week. I asked if he fancied joining me for a few drinks and we hit the bars around Middlesbrough.
Did you see him with any women?
I lost bloody count, mate. We ended up getting separated, though. I met an ex of mine who I hadn't seen for about 15 years, and things were rekindled. No idea what Isaac got up to. I called him the next day and he said he'd taken someone back to his hotel. Oh, I've just remembered he did tell me he was seeing one of his neighbours casually. Julie, somebody.
Ryan ended the call with Chris and sat back in his seat, a heavy frown appearing on his face. 2 conversations with 2 people Isaac spent a great deal of time with, and they gave conflicting statements about the type of person Isaac was. Vanessa Charlton said he was the perfect gentleman and didn't take advantage of her when she made a pass at him, and Chris Cohen made Isaac out to be a complete ladies' man.
Would the real Isaac McFadden please stand up? Ryan said to himself.
Chapter 24. Isaac McFadden's former home was a corner house overlooking Ridley Park and very close to the River Blythe. It was a strange-looking house, with the upper floor windows in the roof, 2 tall chimney stacks and an attached garage that seemed to have been plonked on the end. There was a driveway and a wraparound garden with a high privet hedge to hide the house from the street. The journey from Eleanor's house had taken almost 40 minutes due to traffic on the A19.
What do you think about the relationship between Isaac and Eleanor?
Linus asked as he turned the engine off. Olivia remained still. She hadn't even removed her seatbelt. From the outside, it looks like Isaac sacrificed any kind of a personal life to raise his daughter on his own following the death of his wife, which was incredibly laudable. However, they don't seem very close, do they?
I thought that. Eleanor didn't mention them doing things together. Obviously, I don't expect them to go on holiday together, but there was no talk of going out for a meal or to the cinema.
No, but Eleanor did say she got up to all kinds of shit when she was a teenager. Did whatever it was drive some kind of wedge between the 2?
It could have done. My dad didn't speak to me for months when I was 14 and he caught me drinking at a party.
Naughty boy. Olivia playfully chastised him. She removed her seatbelt and made to get out of the car.
He totally overreacted. I was grounded for a month for having 2 cans of Stella. I did vomit in his car on the way home, so maybe that's why he was so pissed.
You think? Are you close to your father?
We speak every weekend. He lives in Brighton with his second wife. My mum died when I was 20.
I'm sorry. Linus nodded.
She suffered with her nerves a lot. She was a fragile woman.
He cleared his throat.
Shall we go inside then?
Absolutely, Olivia said. She had found another layer of sadness to Linus. But that wasn't the only thing that was causing him such torment. Something closer to the present was giving him a shroud of sorrow. There was something about setting foot inside the house of a serial killer that filled Olivia with a sense of dread, but also one of excitement. Killing another person was the most extreme thing a person could do. Seeing how they lived, how they filled their home, would give her an insight into their mind. They walked up to the front door. While Linus was unlocking it, Olivia glanced around her. It was an innocuous-looking street. Other houses also had high fences or high shrubbery to act as a barrier from their neighbours. She wondered, briefly, what had happened to the supposed friendliness of the North. "Did your team speak to the neighbours?" Olivia asked. "Yes." "And? You've seen their statements." "Yes, but what impression did you get? I thought people up north were supposed to be friendly and polite and always chatting over the garden fence. You'd need to be 8 feet tall to talk to the people next door." "People are only friendly to those they know. Everybody's busy with their own lives these days. The time of chatting over the fence while you're hanging out your washing is long gone." He entered the house and left Olivia on the doorstep. She looked around once more. There was an upstairs curtain twitching at a house across the road. People might no longer be friendly, but it didn't stop them being nosy. Inside, the house was just as cold as outside. There was no heating on, and a fusty smell in the air. As she entered the living room, Olivia took a camera out of her bag, a Nikon D7 500, and took a few snaps. The house was devoid of life. The furniture was still in place, picture frames still adorned the walls, yet there was no atmosphere. It had the cold feeling of an unlived-in house, even though there were all the signs of a family still being present. It was the Mary Celeste of homes. "Why are you taking photos?" Sutton asked from the doorway. "It gives me a sense of who Isaac was in his private life," she said, taking a photo of a framed family picture on the wall. Mother, father, daughter, all happy and smiling. The picture of happiness. "I can't feel anything in here. Isaac hasn't lived here for so long that there's nothing to cling on to. But I can take away an image of what he surrounded himself with. What was important to him." "What was important to him?" "Family, obviously." She indicated the many photo frames. He genuinely loved his wife and daughter, there's no denying that. "Yet he was willing to ruin everything," Linus said, as he picked up a photo frame and studied it. "He won't have seen it like that. You don't kill someone thinking you're going to get caught. You do everything you can to make sure you don't get caught. Up until he was pulled over in the storm, Isaac had mastered that. He really was untouchable." "So why did he do something so ridiculous as to try to get rid of Sean's body during a storm?" "He either got complacent and thought he really was uncatchable, or he'd had enough and wanted to be caught. Although, I never believe that reason. If you want to stop killing, then just stop. You don't need to risk spending the rest of your life being locked up." Linus went through to the kitchen, leaving Olivia in the living room. She lowered her camera as she walked over to a sideboard. A framed picture had caught her eye. It showed Isaac in the middle of a field, a tent in the background. He looked windswept, with hair all over the place and ruddy cheeks, yet he had a broad grin on his face. He was enjoying nature. Eleanor said he went away mostly by himself. The question Olivia had was, who was taking the photograph? "There's a jar of coffee, but no milk," Linus called out from the kitchen. "Fancy a cup?"
Go on then. It might help to thaw me out, she said, heading into the kitchen.
What does Eleanor plan on doing with the house, do you know? Linus was spooning instant coffee into 2 mugs in the clean yet out-of-date kitchen. "I've no idea. You wouldn't want to move in here, would you?" "No. I'm guessing she'll make a loss. Someone will snap up a bargain. If you want to live in a house where a man chopped up 12 people, can the garage be accessed from inside the house?" Olivia asked. "Yes. It was a recent addition. I asked Eleanor about it after Isaac's arrest. It was installed in 2010, and there's a door in the hallway that'll take you through." Linus led the way while the kettle was boiling, and unlocked the internal door. Garage was freezing. The wind had picked up outside, and was causing the steel door to rattle. He turned on an overhead light. There were 2 strip lights, but only one worked. The one closer to the up and over garage door. Olivia stepped onto the concrete floor. "Everything's been taken away," Linus said, his voice echoing around the empty space. All that remained was metal shelving on the far wall and a few paint tins. "What was in here?" she asked, taking several photographs from different angles. There was a chest freezer. Olivia quickly turned to look at him and raised a questioning eyebrow. "Only food inside. Forensics went over every single inch of it. They found nothing to suggest a body or body parts had been inside. If there had been, they'd been securely wrapped up beforehand. There were plastic crates that contained medical equipment for his work, things he needed to deliver. Again, they were all tested. A couple did contain minute traces of blood. We can't get anything from them, unfortunately. Apart from that, all the usual car stuff you expect to find in a garage." Olivia stamped hard on the floor. "You haven't taken this up?" "It hasn't been tampered with in any way. The concrete laid by the company is exactly as it was in 2010. There was no need for us to dig it up."
What car did Isaac drive?
"A Citroen Picasso. Bought brand new in 2021. That's a decent-sized car, isn't it?" "Yes."
Olivia stood in the middle of the garage and looked around her. A chest freezer and storage boxes. Would you have said this garage was cluttered?
"Not overly, no. Why do you ask?"
With those shelves, it would be a very tight squeeze to get a Citroen Picasso in this space. He didn't use this garage to park his car. I mean, without a big chest freezer. And if he put those shelves on the back wall, he probably could have done, but not how it was. A gust of wind rattled the steel door. Olivia jumped at the echoing sound. "It's not soundproofed." "No." "Did the neighbours hear anything coming from in here? Any cries or screams or anything that stood out?" "They say not." Olivia looked around her. "Did anyone else have access to this garage?" "As far as we know, just Eleanor." "Did the neighbours notice any strange visitors? Anyone coming late at night or when Isaac wasn't here?" "They didn't say." "What are you thinking?" he asked, leaning against the door frame and narrowing his eyes. "At the moment, I'm still trying to work something out in my head. I'd rather keep my thoughts to myself, if that's all right." "You're the expert. I'm not going to laugh if you say you've evidence Isaac wasn't of this world."
Olivia laughed. It echoed. The kettle clicked off in the kitchen. Have you seen enough? Olivia nodded. Can I get a copy of the photos your team took when everything was in here? Sure, I'll send them over when we get back. Thanks. They went back into the house, and Linus poured boiling water into the mugs. He handed a mug to her, bearing the Kit Kat logo. Thanks. She took a sip. It was bland. I'm reading a couple of your books at night. I'm trying to understand more about what you do. I'm guessing you'd call Isaac an organised killer. I would, yes. That kind of killer is someone with a great deal of brain power, someone who can manipulate the crime scene and other people so the attention isn't drawn to them. If all that's true, how do you know what you can and can't trust when you look around this house, or talk to McFadden in prison? You have to trust physical evidence. Several spots of blood were found in this garage belonging to different people. You have to accept that the garage was used to cut up the victims. That's a fact. So you base the rest of your research and planning from this point. You put yourself in Isaac's shoes and you work out his journey to the disposal of the bodies. He's living in a built-up area, so it's natural he would wait until nightfall so fewer people might spot him. Look at the maps and find where the likely disposal points would be. He's not going to want to travel far with a body in his car, so he needs to get rid of it quickly. But what we would see as a potential disposal site might not be one for a psychopathic killer like Isaac, which is why we try and find out as much about Isaac as we can, so we can think like he does. Linus pulled a face. Really? That's what you do? Try to think like a serial killer? Jesus, Olivia, how are you able to function having all that inside your head? I'd be a complete basket case by now. Olivia gave one of her knowing smiles. To Linus, it would show she was in control, and nothing fazed her. To Olivia, it was a defense mechanism. The truth was, she was a complete basket case. She should not be doing this job if she wanted to survive to a ripe old age. Olivia stood in Isaac's bedroom and looked out of the window. It was at the front of the house and overlooked the park opposite. She could see warehouses in the distance. "What's at the other side of the park?" she asked, taking a photograph. "Blythe Harbour," Linus said. "There's an historic lightship not far from here, and a yacht club." "Beyond that would be the North Sea?" "Yep. Not far at all." If he dumped body parts out to sea, we may never find them. We checked with the harbour offices, and Isaac never rented a boat or approached anyone with a boat moored there. According to Eleanor, Isaac didn't know anyone with a boat. Olivia turned back to the room. A king-size bed took up most of the space. Fitted wardrobes were still filled with Isaac's clothes. When Eleanor found the notebook and came to us, she was in the process of clearing out the house. We asked her to leave it as it was for the time being, in case we needed to do further testing. Is she in a hurry to sell? I'm not sure. You wouldn't want to hang on to it though, really, would you? No, she said, thinking of how long it took her grandparents to sell her family home, and the loss they made on it. I'm finding it hard to believe that if Isaac killed 12 people, he somehow had to bring them to the house, maybe unconscious but still alive, before killing them and dismembering them in his garage, then leaving to dispose of the parts. How can no one in this street have realised something strange was going on here? People tend to keep themselves to themselves.
But they're going to notice Isaac coming and going at different times of the day and night. The fact he's an organised killer means that he's going to try to outfox potential witnesses. That means he won't bring a victim back here at the same time every day. He'll change the time. Sometimes it'll be midday, sometimes the middle of the afternoon, sometimes the early hours of the morning. How can nobody have noticed the erratic times he was keeping? Reading the witness statements, they all say that basically Isaac was the kind of person you didn't really think about until you saw him. He blended into the background. None of the witness statements mentioned seeing someone come to the house regularly, did they? Apart from Eleanor, he had no friends, no partner come to visit. No. Not once. Not one person worth mentioning in 20-odd years. Don't you find that strange? Olivia asked. A little. But if it's purely innocent, you're not going to remember, are you? But finding out your neighbour is a murderer will make you question everything. And that includes the people who come to the house. Going back to Isaac having a partner, you said there's always a dominant and a submissive one. Does that always have to be the case? Linus asked, crossing his arms as he leaned against the wall. There are usually 3 categories for couples who kill. The first is a dominant who coerces a submissive to murder. The second is a dominant who gets together with someone who appears to be good but will harbour demons of their own to go on to murder. The third can actually be the worst. You get 2 bad people, both of whom are too cowardly to act alone, but they join forces, and their dysfunctional relationship leads them into acts of evil. Can't see Isaac being a cowardly sort of person. Me neither. The fact there are traces of blood from different people in the garage, and the fact the neighbours didn't see anyone unusual come to the house, makes me think Isaac is the cool, calm, dominant one. However, he remained silent throughout his interviews and the court case. He's not speaking to the police when you question him about the code. He's covering up for someone. A dominant wouldn't protect a submissive like that. So, if Isaac is the submissive one of the partnership and the dominant one is still out there, what will they be doing now? Will they continue killing on their own? Maybe. Or maybe they've got another submissive waiting in the wings. Extract from a notebook allegedly written by Isaac McFadden. I sit back, knackered, mentally and physically exhausted, and look at the scene in front of me. It genuinely looks like a scene from a horror film or an abattoir. The floor is awash with blood. There are body parts scattered everywhere. Legs, arms, torso, organs, head. I can't see for red. I have to take a break here. I have to settle myself down, compose myself. I also need to revel in what I've got in front of me. This used to be a person. A few days ago, this was a young man, walking around going about his business, unaware of the horror about to come his way. Now, he's in pieces on the floor. I don't usually give him a pronoun. He doesn't physically exist anymore. What is in front of me is meat, flesh, bone. This isn't a person, it's raw materials. I like to sit back, have a cup of tea, and look at what I've done. Am I sorry? No. Is it worth all the effort and risk-taking? Yes. Fuck yes. Chapter 25. Olivia left Isaac's house
leaving Linus to lock up and make sure it was secure. She headed for the car, buttoning up her coat and putting on her gloves.
Are you a journalist?
Olivia looked around to see where the voice was coming from. Her gaze eventually fell on a woman in the doorway of the house next door. She was conservatively dressed, in muted colours. She had her arms folded across her chest, and a severe look on her face.
I'd have thought you'd bled that family dry. Can't you just leave them alone? Can't you leave us all alone? For crying out loud?
I'm not a journalist, Olivia said. Documentary filmmaker, investigative reporter, whatever you call yourselves, you're sick. Linus, upon hearing the exchange, ran over to the dividing fence. I don't know if you remember me. D.I. Sutton, Northumbria Police. It's Mrs. Quinn, isn't it?
That's right.
She's with me. This is Dr. Winter. She's a forensic psychologist.
Is she indeed?
Olivia opened her mouth to speak, but Linus got in first. Have you been receiving unwanted attention from the media, Mrs. Quinn?
We did, once the trial was over. It's died down since. I thought it was starting up again. I'm sorry, she said, turning to Olivia.
No offence meant. By the look on her face, Olivia assumed Mrs. Quinn wasn't used to making apologies, and found they had an unpleasant taste.
Mrs. Quinn, have you lived here long?
Olivia asked.
Coming up to 30 years.
Would it be possible for me to talk to you?
What about?
I've said everything I know about the family. Can't you just let poor Eleanor try and come to terms with what's happened? Mrs. Quinn, Linus began. I can't go into details, I'm afraid, but Dr. Winter is working with us to try to understand more about Mr. McFadden. It would be useful if she could talk to you.
Mrs. Quinn seemed to think for a long moment. She looked Olivia up and down, as if judging her on appearance alone. Eventually she acquiesced by releasing a heavy sigh. I suppose you'd better come in, then. She turned and went back into the house, leaving the front door ajar for Olivia to follow. I don't recall reading her witness statement, Olivia said. Did she say very much?
Very little. She was very protective of Eleanor. She didn't want to tell tales.
Which means she knows tales to tell.
You think?
Only one way to find out, she said, making her way over the border to next door.
Do you want me to come in with you?
She thought for a moment.
No. I think I might do this on my own. I'll play the girls banding together card. I think Mrs. Quinn might appreciate that. How will you get back?
Well, in London we have these remarkable things called taxis, she said with a smirk.
Linus smiled. We're a bit backward up north. You'll need to call for a pony and trap. Olivia watched as Linus made his way back to the car. The slow gait and slumped shoulders revealed more about him than he would realise. When left on his own, and with nothing to occupy his mind, his thoughts went quickly over to the dark side. Leslie Quinn was somewhere in her mid-50s, though the dyed shoulder-length hair and the makeup made her look younger. Once Olivia was close enough and took in the lines around the eyes and the softening of the jawline, she managed to arrive at a rough estimate of her age. The iciness of the woman on the doorstep had thawed, and she welcomed Olivia into her home.
I'm afraid I can't offer you a cup of tea or anything,
Leslie said.
I thought I'd be terribly modern and have one of those boiling hot water taps installed. Unfortunately, it stopped working on me. Someone's supposed to be coming out to look at it. I'd been putting off updating the kitchen for years, but I finally got around to it last summer. I wish I'd never bothered with all the problems I've had. She said. First it was the waste disposal. Now it's the hot water tap. She said, with a smile.
That's fine, Olivia said. She sat down on the chintz sofa and looked around her at the neat, Spartan room.
So you want to know about Isaac, don't you?
Olivia nodded. She took a notebook from her bag and flicked to a fresh page to take notes. Did you know Isaac well?
I thought I did,
she said.
I've been here since 1995. Isaac and his family moved in a few years after me. That house had been empty for ages. It needed a lot doing to it, but they made it into a family home, him and his wife. They only had a couple of happy years before she died. That was tragic.
Isaac took it badly.
He did seem to fall apart. I helped with Eleanor for a while. I took her to school, picked her up. Isaac just needed a bit of time on his own to grieve, to get used to Louise not being around anymore.
What was it that brought him out of his grief?
Eleanor had an accident at school. She fell over in the playground, hit her head hard, and the school rushed her to hospital. Personally, I think they overreacted, but it had the desired effect on Isaac. He realised he'd been neglecting her. After that, he was a changed man. He put Eleanor first before anything.
He must have been very grateful to you for stepping in to help with his daughter.
Oh, he was.
She smiled.
I still helped if he was going to be late home from work or if he had to travel far and needed someone to take Eleanor to school. I work from home, you see. Always have done.
What do you do?
I'm an accountant. I've got my own business. I have an office upstairs.
When Isaac was arrested, Olivia began. Leslie's face soured.
Don't remind me. It was like something from a TV drama. All those police cars and vans pulling up outside with their lights flashing. They went through that house like nobody's business. Frightened the life out of me. Then they came knocking on here. Late at night it was, too. I had 2 plainclothes detectives in my living room questioning me in my nightie. I didn't get much sleep that night, I can tell you.
Did they tell you what had happened?
They didn't go into details. They said Isaac had been arrested. And could I tell them what he was like as a person?
What did you say?
Well, I just told them the truth. He was a family man. He still doted on Eleanor, despite her growing up and moving away. He was hard-working, quiet, friendly, everything you want from a neighbour, really. I called Eleanor up after they'd gone. She was at the police station at the time and said she'd pop round in the morning, which she did.
And she told you why Isaac had been arrested for murder.
Leslie paled. I'm afraid to say she did. I've known Eleanor since she was a bairn. She used to call me Auntie Leslie growing up. Eleanor told me everything, though I wish she hadn't done.
What did you think?
I didn't believe it at first. I couldn't. I'd been in Isaac's house. I'd been in there alone with him. What if...
She swallowed hard.
It doesn't bear thinking about, does it? I mean, why? Why did he do it?
She looked at Olivia as if expecting her to answer. Olivia didn't respond. She found it was best, in these situations, to say as little as possible and allow the other person to do the talking.
I suppose it could have been a moment of madness. I've known Isaac for, well, a long time. I never would have thought.
In your statement to the police, you told them that you didn't want to tell tales. That usually suggests there are tales to tell. Leslie froze. She didn't even blink. Olivia knew this meant one of two things. Either she was searching her memory for what she could reveal, or she was trying to conjure up a lie to cover what she really knew. There are no tales to tell. Isaac, well, he was just a regular family man. Was there anyone else after his wife died? No, she answered quickly. Nobody casual. No. Did you ever see visitors come to the house? She shook her head. Did Isaac ever ask you to babysit while he was going out with someone, a date or a friend? No. Do you know if he asked anyone else to babysit Eleanor? No. He always asked me if he needed me. It was usually for work purposes. You know, he was a salesman. Sometimes he had to go over to the Lake District, or there was one time he had to go up into Scotland. He said he didn't know if he was going to be late back with traffic and everything, so would I mind Eleanor when she came home from school? That was generally all, really. Right, Olivia said. She looked down at her notes. She hadn't written anything that would help her. Did you attend the trial? I did. Not every day. I couldn't stomach some of the things they were talking about. I went for the sentencing to support Eleanor. Have you been to see Isaac in prison? No. Well, you don't, do you? She said, almost embarrassed at turning her back on him. I suppose not. Leslie, is there anything you can tell me about Isaac? Anything that stands out as odd or strange over the past 30 years he's been living next door? Anything that stands out to you? Like what? I don't know. Anything that could help us understand Isaac better. Leslie frowned. Why are you asking now? Is this to do with those things Eleanor found in her dad's bedroom? Olivia nodded. Oh my goodness. Then she was right, she said, more to herself. They were trophies, weren't they? Is Isaac a serial killer? The police are wondering whether Isaac might be responsible for more crimes. They've brought me in to help them understand the psychology behind a killer, Olivia said, non-committally. How many? She paused, swallowed hard, and composed herself. How many do you think he... she asked, her hand rising to her chest and fiddling with a cross on a chain around her neck. We don't know that either. Good grief. It goes from bad to worse. I don't know what to believe about anyone anymore. Leslie stood up and went over to the window, looking out into her back garden. The press is going to be all over this again, aren't they? They're going to be knocking on my door night and day. Poor Eleanor. Leslie turned her back on the window. A tear escaped her right eye and ran down her face. You liked Isaac, didn't you? Olivia asked. She nodded. He was a good man. He'd do anything for anyone. He was so good-natured. She shook her head.
I can't believe any of this.
Are you married?
What? No, she answered quickly.
Did anything happen between you and Isaac?
No,
she said, almost wistfully. But you wanted it to. Leslie snapped out of whatever thought was at the front of her mind and turned to Olivia.
Of course not. Isaac was a neighbour and a friend, that's all. No, he loved his wife. The memory of her, you know.
She was clearly floundering. Her cheeks had blushed. She did have feelings for Isaac. Perhaps not now, but she had done in the past.
Look, I have work to do. You've taken up enough of my time.
Of course, Olivia said. She closed her notebook and placed it back in her bag. If you think of anything,
I have D.I. Sutton's number,
she interrupted. As she left the house, Olivia couldn't help thinking that Leslie Quinn had been holding a candle for Isaac over the years. She'd helped with his daughter when his wife died, and been a close friend ever since. Had she been hoping for a romance to develop? Olivia thought so. However, it hadn't happened. Why not? Maybe Isaac kept her at arm's length, so his murderous ways weren't discovered. Yet if Leslie loved Isaac, was she keeping tabs on him from afar? Was she watching his house, wondering if he was bringing a girlfriend back with him one night? If so, what had she seen that she hadn't told the police or Olivia about? Chapter 26. Olivia stood on the pavement at the bottom of Isaac's driveway. She was scrolling through Google, looking for a local taxi firm to pick her up.
Want to know about the murder house?
She looked up to see where the voice was coming from. At the house directly opposite Isaac's, a slim man stood on the front doorstep. He beckoned her over. Olivia looked down as she crossed the road, trying to hide her smile. She loved a nosy neighbour, though not when they lived in the same street as her. Hal Garfield stood back and allowed Olivia to enter his home. He greeted her with a broad smile, introduced himself, and closed the door firmly behind her. The hallway was spacious and bright, neat, tidy, and there was a strong aroma of an air freshener that caught at the back of Olivia's throat. He showed her into the living room.
Can I get you a cup of tea?
Hal asked from the doorway. That would be lovely, thank you.
Bag or leaves?
Oh, whichever's easier for you.
Right. Won't be a mo.
Olivia glanced around the room. It was an assault on the senses. Nothing matched. The carpet contained many random patterns and colours. The curtains were in a dark green velour fabric, and it was difficult to tell what colour the walls were, as every available space was filled with framed prints and bookshelves. She placed her bag on the sofa and went over to the shelves to look at the spines of the well-thumbed paperbacks. They were mostly true crime books and crime fiction novels. There was even a copy of The Riverside Killer by Sebastian Lister, and there were a couple of her own, too. Hal interrupted her thoughts by entering the room, carrying a tray with 2 cups and saucers and a matching teapot. He placed it down gently on the coffee table and began to pour. While he did so, Olivia opened her bag and turned on the digital recorder she always kept in there. Hal seemed eager to speak to her. Maybe he had juicy information to impart.
I know who you are,
Hal said, with a sly grin. Do you?
You're Dr. Olivia Winter, aren't you? I am. I thought I recognised you. I've got a couple of your books, he said, nodding to the shelves. So I see. You've got an amazing analytical mind. Thank you. How are you doing now? You were stabbed last year, weren't you? I was. I'm doing very well now, thank you, she said, taking the cup and saucer from him. Help yourself to milk and sugar, Hal said, taking his own cup and sitting down on the armchair opposite her. His eyes lingered on her, as if he was studying her. They've been advertising that drama about your dad a lot on telly recently. I'm in two minds whether to watch it myself, he said. I love a true crime, but I'm not sure about a dramatisation. You never know how much creative licence they've taken. Have you been shown an advanced screening? No, I haven't. I just wondered how true to life it really was. Mr. Garfield, Olivia began. Hal, please. Mr. Garfield always reminds me of that cartoon cat. He laughed. Hal, did you know Isaac well? I like to think so. He was a good bloke. He worked hard. He'd do anything for anyone if you asked him. We were on the same pub quiz team. Some of the answers he seemed to just pull out of nowhere, you wouldn't believe it. Sport was his specialist subject. He took a lingering sip of his tea. You see, I'm not mechanically minded, and I've got a clapped-out punto that I'm reluctant to trade in. Whenever I had problems, Isaac would come over and take a look at it for me. In return, I'd pop over to his whenever he needed anything doing with his computer. You work in computers? I do. I work for a local company who provide IT support to small and medium-sized businesses throughout the northeast. I've been there since they began 21 years ago and love it as much now as I did on my first day. That's very rare. I just love anything when it comes to computers. I could probably strip one with my eyes closed. He laughed. And you enjoy true crime, too, Olivia said, eyeing up the shelves. Oh, I do. I mean, I know enjoy isn't the right word. It's more of a fascination, really. I can never get my head around how and why someone would do some of the things they do, but I can't stop reading about it. I watch all those true crime documentaries on Netflix. I listen to all the podcasts, too. Me and a friend started one about true crime, but we didn't get many listeners, so we packed it in. Olivia suddenly felt uncomfortable and began to wish Linus was with her. There was a fine line between someone with a healthy interest in something and an obsessive fanatic. Hal was hovering very close to crossing that line. How did you feel when you heard about what Isaac had done? Initially, I was shocked, obviously. You don't expect to find a killer living bang opposite you, do you? The more I thought about it, though, the more I could understand it. Isaac, bless him. He was married, lost his wife, struggled bringing Eleanor up on his own, was doing a job he didn't exactly love. He's a prime example of someone snapping and railing against the norm, isn't he? Olivia bent forward to pick up her mug, to hide rolling her eyes. She wasn't a fan of armchair psychologists. The police are looking into whether Isaac may have committed more than one murder. Of course he did. Olivia raised an eyebrow. Hal leaned forward on his chair and lowered his voice, as if he was afraid of being overheard. I spoke to Eleanor. She told me what he'd done to that young man in the back of his car. He'd chopped him up into 12 pieces. Well, it's not a first murder, is it? You don't wake up one morning, decide to become a killer, and be an expert in dismembering a body. I didn't say anything to Eleanor. I could see she was struggling, but I said it to Leslie opposite. I said there'll be more victims out there. I'd put my house on it.
You said Isaac was on your pub quiz team. Did you see him a lot socially? Olivia asked, wanting to get Hal away from whatever he'd picked up on unsolved mysteries.
On and off,
Hal said, thinking as he spoke.
I went camping with him once, not my cup of tea. Half an hour to warm up a tin of beans, and I couldn't get comfortable in a sleeping bag.
You went camping with him?
Just the once.
Did you take his photograph? She asked, remembering the framed picture on display in Isaac's living room.
No. Why would I do that?
Just wondering.
The house,
Hal began.
Is that where he killed his victim, or victims, I suppose?
The police believe so, yes. Hal stood up and went over to the bay window. He peered through the slats in the wooden Venetian blind.
It's a shame. It's a lovely house.
Did you go in there much?
Like I said, I popped round whenever he needed help with his computer. I sometimes stayed for a cup of tea and we'd have a chat.
What did you chat about?
Anything and everything, really.
I've been speaking to his neighbour, Leslie Quinn. She said Isaac had never had a partner during the 30 years he's been living there. Did he ever confide in you about seeing someone? Hal went back to his armchair and sat down.
He was seeing someone.
Really?
Someone from work. A woman in the office. It was only casual. He said he'd been on his own too long to settle down again.
Did he tell you her name? Hal thought for a moment.
No, I don't think he did. If he did, I can't remember it.
Leslie across the road didn't mention this.
No. You see, Leslie was a bit keen on him. I think she was hoping they'd end up together.
Did she tell you this?
She didn't have to. It was written all over her face every time she saw him.
Was Isaac aware of Leslie's feelings?
He guessed as much. She'd drop everything for him if he wanted her, especially when Eleanor was young. He just saw her as a neighbour and a friend.
How did you first find out about Isaac being a killer?
When the police came screaming up in their cars the night he was arrested. I went over and spoke to Leslie. Neither of us could believe it. I mean, I know everyone says things like that when someone is arrested for something huge, but Isaac? A killer? Definitely not.
Have you changed your mind now that he's been found guilty? Hal let out a heavy sigh.
I've had to change my mind. The jury found him guilty. What else can I think?
Have you been to see him in prison?
I haven't, not yet. I will do, though. I thought I'd leave it for a while, let him settle in. Have you spoken to Eleanor?
Yes.
Did she mention what she was planning on doing with the house?
No.
Oh, that's a shame. As I've said, it's a lovely house,
he said, going back over to the window and looking at it again through the slats of the blind. Hal, is there anything you could tell me that might help the police with their investigations?
Not off the top of me head,
he said, without thinking.
Oh, while you're here, you wouldn't sign your books for me, would you? I promise not to put them on eBay.
Of course, Olivia said, with a painted-on smile. Hal took the battered paperbacks from the shelf and handed them to her. She took a pen from her bag and scribbled on the inside page.
I suppose it would be inappropriate to ask you to sign the Riverside Killer, wouldn't it? It would, yes, she said, firmly. Just thought I'd ask. Could we have a selfie? Olivia decided it was time for her to leave.
Chapter 27. DC Ryan Sweetland was composing an email when his mobile rang. He looked at the screen, didn't recognise the number, but swiped to answer anyway.
DC Sweetland?
He said. Hello, it's Melanie Knox.
I'm so sorry.
She began. Sweetland had tried and failed on 4 occasions to begin a Zoom call with Melanie, one of Isaac's more regular customers over in Carlisle. We've had some strong winds out here over the past couple of days and it's thrown my internet right out. I cannot apologise enough, she said, in a loud voice with a hint of an Irish accent. That's fine. It can't be helped. Do you want to conduct the interview over the phone?
Sure.
And you wanted to talk to me about Isaac McFadden? That's right, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'm afraid I can't go into too many details, but we're looking into Mr. McFadden's background as new evidence has come to light that makes us believe he may have committed further crimes.
Further crimes? I'm guessing you're talking about more murders.
That's what we're currently trying to ascertain.
I see. Well, you think you know someone. We've been looking through Isaac's diaries, and he had many appointments with you over the past couple of years. Yes, I run a couple of private care homes out here. They're not huge. We only take in around a dozen residents at each one. But we're able to give them the attention and support they require. And you used MediSupplies UK. Yes. I can't say we're one of their biggest customers, but I'd highly recommend them. Was it Mr. McFadden you always dealt with? Yes, the first time I called up, he came out to see me and I told him what I required, and he made sure we received everything on time. He seemed to know his products, and his selling skills were top-notch. I found myself buying more than I wanted, she said, giving a hint of a laugh. You got on well? We did. I think in a sales position you need to be personable, and Isaac certainly was that. Ryan could tell she was smiling as she spoke. I'm not sure how to put this without sounding too indiscreet, he began. I've looked at your sales record with MediSupplies UK, and it seems Mr. McFadden took a rather keen interest in you as a customer. He took you out for a meal more than any of his other customers. Melanie snorted a laugh. There was a connection between us. As I said, we got on well from the start. We had similar interests out of work. The relationship turned personal. That's the polite way of putting it, yes. You liked him? I did. Did he ever give you cause for concern? In what way? Well, given that he was arrested for murder, were there any times you thought you might be in danger? None whatsoever, she said firmly. He was kind, considerate, caring. He was a gentleman. I must admit I was more than shocked when I saw the news about his arrest. Now you say you think there are more victims. He certainly hid that side of him very well. I always thought I was a good judge of character. Obviously not. Ryan cleared his throat. I hope you don't mind me asking, but when you saw him outside work, what did you do? I mean, sorry, I don't mean... He floundered. Melanie laughed again. Let me save you the embarrassment. I won't go into details, but he did stay at my flat a few times, rather than a hotel. We used to go walking and hiking together. I even joined him camping a couple of times. Really? Yes, I'm a big fan of the great outdoors. Did Isaac ever talk about his daughter? Eleanor, yes. He spoke about her often. He was incredibly proud of her. Ryan sighed. He had been hoping for a juicy revelation. It seems as if Isaac might have been leading a whole other life. Is there anything you can tell me that you think could help us work out how and why Isaac became a killer? She thought for a moment. I'm afraid not. I know when I saw it on the news about him being arrested, and then his picture was shown, I was shocked. He was the last man I'd ever have expected to have murdered someone. Right. Well, thank you very much for your time, he said, dejected. You're welcome. Good luck with the investigation. Ryan ended the call and slumped in his chair. He had been reading up on the psychology of leading a double life and had discovered that around 70% of men and 50% of women have extramarital affairs, essentially leading a different life to the one their partner and close family and friends believe they have. However, in Isaac's case, it's not an affair he was concealing, but murder, and on a grand scale. The problem with leading a double life is that eventually it will spiral out of control, and the person will take further and further risks so that the two different lives remain separate. The question troubling Ryan was, how far had Isaac gone in preventing his daughter and his work life from intruding on his crimes? Did he have a second home somewhere, in a different name? Did he have other bank accounts? There was a tap on the glass door that made him jump. He looked up to see DC Lowell standing in the doorway. Sheldon, afternoon briefing you wanted, if you can tear yourself away from thinking you're in an episode of Mindhunter and fancy doing some real police work, he said, heading for the briefing room. Ryan rolled his eyes. He turned off his tablet and dragged himself up out of the seat. As much as he enjoyed his job, the research and the understanding of the criminal mind, he was liking being a detective less and less each day. As he left the room, he glanced back and saw Isaac's face in the centre of the murder board. He could see how alluring the thought of a double life was when you weren't enjoying your current one. Chapter 28. As Olivia made her way back to her hotel in a taxi, she thought long and hard about how her first full day of working in Newcastle had gone. She couldn't give herself an answer. She'd received conflicting statements from the people she'd spoken to. Eleanor had said her father wasn't interested in a relationship, yet Leslie next door clearly had feelings for him. Had she made them known to Isaac? If so, how had he reacted? Then nosy neighbour Hal said that Isaac had confided in him that he'd been seeing someone. Why had Isaac felt the need to change character depending on who he was talking to? The only way she was going to find out was by visiting Isaac McFadden and speaking to him face to face. Only then would she know just what kind of a man she was dealing with. Right now, she needed a drink. Olivia went to the hotel bar and ordered a vodka. Neat. No ice. It was dark outside, yet it was still only early evening. There was nobody else in the bar apart from the staff. She lifted herself onto one of the stools and drank the vodka back in one mouthful. Every day? The barman asked her. You could say that. Another? Please. Are you eating in the hotel tonight? I am, yes. Do you want me to set up a tab? Put everything on room 407. He poured her another drink, a large one this time, and walked away, leaving her to her dark thoughts. All of Olivia's thoughts were dark. She spent her days trying to understand serial killers, and when she wasn't at work, she was at home with her own darkness deep within her, waiting for a quiet moment when it would snatch at her attention. Run. That voice. Such a short word, but there was so much power behind it. Olivia had come home from visiting a friend on Tuesday, the 21st of December, 1999. The house was quiet. She wondered where everyone was. She looked in the living room and the kitchen. There was nobody there. She walked up the stairs, slowly, quietly, wondering if her mum or her sister were planning an early Christmas surprise for her. She looked in her own room, empty. She looked in her sister Claire's room, empty. She pushed open the door of her mum and dad's bedroom and froze. What she saw defied belief. It wasn't real. It couldn't be. On the bed, her mother lay, half propped up by the headboard. Her sister was in her lap. Red. There was red everywhere. Claire was dead. Her mother was struggling to stay alive. Her breathing was short and erratic. Out of the corner of her eye, Olivia detected movement in the ensuite. Run, her mother had said. Olivia, run. She said it again now inside her head. Olivia had run that night. She'd run for her life. But her father still caught up with her. He should have killed her. He had plenty of time before the police arrived. Why hadn't he killed her? Run! That voice wasn't inside Olivia's head. She blinked hard. Olivia! Run! She looked around her. There was nobody there. I love you, Livy. Only one person called her Livy. Where the hell was that voice coming from? She turned back, looked up at the television above the bar. It was the trailer for the drama about her father, about her life. The actor playing her father was following a woman down a lonely, darkened street. She looked back over her shoulder, fear etched on her face. Her father grabbed her from behind, put his hand over her mouth, and dragged her into nearby woodland. A piercing scream rang out, and Olivia's blood ran cold. The true story of one of Britain's most chilling serial killers, Richard Button. The voiceover said, in a harsh, tense voice, The Riverside Killer begins Monday at 9 on ITV and ITVX. Olivia staggered off the stool. It toppled to the floor. She could barely stand up. Someone can't handle their drink, she heard the barman say to a colleague as she trundled out of the bar towards the lifts. Olivia had had panic attacks before, many times, but she had always managed to hide them, or she'd been in her own home alone, or with Sebastian, who had been able to cover for her. Right now, she was alone, in a strange city, in a hotel she didn't know the layout of, and she felt like she was dying. She fell into an oversized potted palm, picked herself up, and slammed herself against the lift doors. She fumbled along the wall and stabbed at where she thought the buttons were. Olivia had no idea how she'd managed to get into her hotel room. 1 minute everything was a blur as she stumbled into the lift. The next she was lying back on her bed, staring up at the ceiling tiles and concentrating on her breathing. She was cold. She felt sick. She wanted to cry, but the tears wouldn't come this time. She climbed off the bed, stumbled to the window, and pulled back the curtains. She opened the window and leaned out, taking in huge lungfuls of freezing cold air. She took in the sounds and smells of a strange city. Traffic, conversations, a train pulling into the nearby station, laughter, the rancid odour of fumes mixed with whatever was emanating from the Tyne. Olivia shivered and fell back into her room, pulling the window closed. Sitting at the desk, she blew out a heavy sigh and looked down at her mess of paperwork. The forensic psychologist within was eager to find out everything she could about Isaac McFadden, but right now, she had no interest in him whatsoever. She just wanted to get the first train back to London and to the relative safety of her home in Modbury Gardens. Her eyes fell on the photograph of her and Ethan, and she felt a warmth inside her. He was a good man. After Sebastian, he was the best man she knew. He was kind and honest and gentle. He was far too good for her. When he came back from the Amazon, she knew he'd come straight to see her, tell her he loved her again, and would expect a response. How could she tell him how she felt? She had no idea of her feelings. Like Eleanor had said earlier, she was numb. She couldn't love Ethan. She wasn't capable. Yet, right now, she wanted Ethan more than ever. If they were both in London, she could have called him, asked him to come over on his bike, dressed head to foot in leather, asked him to fuck her hard and rough, hurt her, bite her, to pound her into oblivion. How could a relationship grow based on that? She tucked Ethan's photo beneath a notebook. Out of sight, out of mind. Chapter 29. Thursday, 30th of January, 2025. Olivia sat at the window of her hotel room, curtains wide open, gazing out at a pitch-black Newcastle. It was the early hours of Thursday morning, and freezing cold. She had endured a fitful sleep of only a couple of hours, and woken trapped in a cocoon of duvet wrapped around her. She'd wrestled herself free, and went over to the window, duvet over her shoulders, and looked out at the sprawling city. It was calming to watch over a metropolis in slumber. In the hours of daylight, it was a cacophony of noise. In the early hours of the morning, it was practically a ghost town. There were very few people about at this time. Taxi drivers, shift workers, emergency service crew members, insomniac dog walkers, and those with more nefarious motives. Olivia blinked hard. She couldn't even enjoy the hours of darkness, when everything was stripped back to the basics of empty roads and pavements. Everyone had to have an unwholesome reason for being out at this time. Why couldn't the man across the road, in the oversized coat and beanie hat, simply be heading for the train station to go to work? Why did Olivia look at him and assume he was a rapist looking for his next victim, stumbling drunkenly out of a nightclub? A young man stepped up to a cash machine, looked around him, and inserted his card. Why did Olivia think it wasn't his card, that he'd stolen it, forced his victim to reveal their PIN before stabbing them, and was now planning to empty their account? That was how her mind worked. It was always switched on and seeking out alternative motives for people's actions. She always thought the worst of people, never the best. It took a long time before she trusted anyone new. It had taken years for her to feel comfortable in Sebastian's company, to share her innermost thoughts and feelings, knowing he wouldn't try to get them published somewhere. Everyone else she kept at arm's length. If they didn't have the bullets to fire, they couldn't shoot her. Following a long and scaldingly hot shower, Olivia dressed and headed for the police station, stopping off at a Costa en route to get drinks and snacks for Linus and Ryan. She entered the small room to find Ryan on his own. He was wearing earbuds, looking seriously at his laptop. Olivia hesitated in the doorway. "It's okay, you can come in. I've just had a Zoom call. It's ended now," he said, closing the laptop. "I've brought drinks. Linus not in yet?" "Yes, he's in with DCI Wise, and she can be a bit of a talker, so he might be a while," he said, with a smile. "I need to talk to you about what I discovered yesterday about Isaac," he said, taking the coffee proffered by Olivia and inhaling the aroma. "I spoke to 3 of his customers and they all said conflicting things about him. I've printed off the transcripts of the conversations." He handed her the sheets. Olivia removed her coat and sat down. "I've had the same response chatting to Eleanor and his neighbours. Now, Leslie was clearly attracted to Isaac. According to Hal, he knew about her feelings, yet did nothing. Maybe he didn't find her attractive, but Eleanor said he wasn't interested in a relationship with anyone. Yet Hal said he was seeing someone at his office. "I'll give the office a call. Ask if they knew who it was," Ryan said, making a note. "Who's this Julie?" Olivia asked, reading Ryan's interview transcripts. "The only one I've been able to find is Julie Packard. She lives at number 8, a few doors down from Isaac. I've made a note to give her a call later. Why would someone be completely different around all these people? Surely even the most accomplished liar would trip themselves up at some point." "Some people lie if they have low self-esteem. They want to impress people in order to be accepted. I don't think Isaac needed to worry about that. Lying gives a person control over a situation as they're manipulating it. On one level, it's a defense mechanism to stop someone from getting close and seeing their true self and vulnerability. In Isaac's case, he's creating a different character of himself so that the real Isaac McFadden isn't revealed. But these people talk to each other. Surely Leslie and Hal and Julie chat about their neighbours. It's what you do." He hasn't said anything to them that's all that different. It's his customers who he's told dissimilar stories to, and they're unlikely to ever meet up. He really did manipulate everyone around him, didn't he? It would appear so. "I feel sorry for his daughter," Ryan said. "Oh, I nearly forgot. I thought you might like to see these." He brought up a box from beneath the table. "It's the trophies found hidden in Isaac's house." Olivia took the cardboard box from him, pulled back the flaps, and lifted out the dark oak box first. "Is this the box found in Isaac's wardrobe?" "Yes." "You don't happen to know where or when he bought it, do you?" "No," Ryan said. "Eleanor said she'd never seen it before." All the items had been tested for prints and DNA. Only Eleanor and Leslie's prints were discovered on a few items, and they admitted to handling them when going through the box. There was a partial thumbprint belonging to Isaac found on a lens of the pair of glasses. Olivia picked up the small, creased photograph of the young boy and girl. She studied it. "They look like they could be brother and sister." "We think they might be twins," Ryan said. "We've had that photograph in every national newspaper, on the local news, and it's on our website. Nobody's come forward to say they recognise it." "They may not be English," she said, as she brought the photograph closer and squinted at it. "When would you say this was taken? Late 90s, early 2000s? I'm not sure," Ryan said. "The furniture in the background looks dated, but the clothing of the kids isn't. They're either in the house of an elderly relative or, I don't know, maybe Eastern European? Russian, perhaps? It might belong to the guy whose passport is in there, Ryan said. I can't pronounce his surname. No, Olivia said firmly. I think each item refers to a different victim. The passport and the photograph are separate. She placed the picture, carefully, back in the box, and lifted out the chain with the St. Christopher medal. The patron saint of travellers, she said to herself. The young lad from Poland, tell me about him. We don't know much about him. He lived with his grandmother in a village just outside Dansk. He wanted to travel, so he saved up, bought a plane ticket and said he was off to England. Ryan said. He told a friend that he'd work his way back home via Portugal, then up through Spain, France, Belgium, Netherlands and Germany. He had it all planned out. And the stamp on the passport tells us he arrived in England on December the 16th, 2023. Olivia said, looking at the passport. She flicked to the back and studied the photograph of a young Peter. He was a handsome young man with floppy blonde hair and the vaguest hint of a smile on his thin lips. So, where has he gone? Ryan didn't say anything. Is this jewellery worth anything? Olivia asked, picking up the black zirconia ceramic ring. No, it's all costume stuff. The diamond stud isn't real either, in case you were wondering, Ryan said. I hate to say this, but I think we're going to struggle to identify these victims at all. What makes you say that? Sean Bridger was estranged from his family. Gitta Tchaikovsky left home to go travelling. Nobody's come forward to claim the photograph of the two kids. I think these are all people who have lost their way. Whether they've run away to escape their lives or been abandoned, or their families have turfed them out. They're all lost. Isaac found them. He saw something in them that he could take advantage of. That's why you don't know that there are 12 victims out there. Because nobody is looking for them. Olivia's voice had taken on a dark, sad tone. There must be something we can do, Ryan said. Find their bodies. How? Where do we even look? Everywhere. There was a bang on the glass, making them both jump. They turned and saw D.C. Lowell walking past. Bazinga! He called out, before putting his fingers to his head in the shape of an L. L for loser. Ryan looked down, as if concentrating on his work. Ryan, do you enjoy being a detective? Olivia asked. She'd noticed the way his face had dropped. He looked up at her. I'm guessing you can tell whether a person is lying or not. Most of the time, she said, with a smile in her eyes. So, if I tell you that I love being a detective, what will you say? I'll say that the smoke alarm will go off soon because your pants are on fire. He gave her a brief smile and returned to his laptop. Olivia took out her phone and composed a text message to Sebastian. Do you think we have enough work on to take on another member of staff? Particularly one with an IQ of 165. Chapter 30. By lunchtime, Olivia was developing a headache. She and Ryan had been going through missing persons reports as well as studying the trophies and trying to crack Isaac's code. Linus had come in and asked her to accompany him to DCI Wise's office so she could be introduced to his superior and fill her in on what they were working on. The 10-minute chat was succinct, and Diane Wise had offered Olivia anything and everything to help with the investigation, quickly followed by telling her there was no extra money available to assign more officers to the case. It was a conversation of contradictions. Olivia decided not to take Linus's offer of a bite to eat in town. She wanted to be alone with her thoughts for a while. Try to make sense of what she had learned yesterday from Eleanor, Leslie, and Hal, and put her own anxieties in a locked box in the deep recesses of her mind. It was true that serial murderers were great manipulators. Isaac had been able to manipulate his own daughter into thinking her father was the best. He'd blindsided Leslie next door, as well as neighbour Hal and all of his work colleagues, into believing he was a hard-working family man. The best person out of all of these to talk to again was Eleanor. She was the closest to Isaac. He would have had to work hard in order to convince his daughter he was who he wanted her to believe he was. Just what was hiding in Eleanor's subconscious about her father that even she didn't know about? Olivia ran her fingers through her hair, gripping it hard and pulling at it, causing her pain. She needed to try and crack this code. Maybe, hopefully, it would reveal the whereabouts of the victims, which in turn could reveal more about the killer and the second possible killer. She walked to the quayside with her satchel across her shoulder and decided to explore Newcastle on foot. If she was going to call this city home for the foreseeable future, she might as well know more about where she was living. She had heard a great deal about the famous Baltic Centre for Contemporary Art, which she planned to visit, and she would like to see the Angel of the North close up. There was a gorgeous building on the opposite side of the river, which Olivia had to look up. It was the Glass House International Centre for Music, also known as the Sage. She'd have a look on their website back at the hotel, find out what attractions they had in the coming days and weeks, and see if anything took her fancy. As she strolled along the quayside, she felt her body relaxing as she took in the calming river views and the bars and pubs, comfortably lit and oozing with welcoming atmosphere. As much as Olivia wanted to go into one or two of them and drown her sorrows in alcohol, she knew it was a slippery slope. She'd treat herself to a gin and tonic back at the hotel. The further she walked, the fewer people she saw. She walked under a beautifully designed iron bridge, crossed over the road, and continued to follow the river. She had no idea where she was going, but with a smartphone you were never really lost anymore. She could always turn back when she wanted to. A cold wind was blowing. Olivia raised the collar of her coat and looked at her watch. She'd been walking for well over an hour and had missed lunch. Her stomach grumbled, reminding her she needed fuel if she was going to concentrate on her task of cracking Isaac's code. She looked around her and had no idea where she was. She turned back and headed for her car. She had passed a few pubs and restaurants on her walk. She'd pop in, have a sandwich and a glass of wine. Something to lubricate the brain cells. Olivia found a bistro that looked homely and not too busy. While waiting for her chicken risotto to be prepared, she sipped a delicious Sauvignon and took out her laptop. She looked over at the next table, where an elderly couple were dining, and smiled at the woman. Olivia had no idea why people found it strange to eat out alone. She did it all the time. She would never taste great food if she didn't. She had chosen to live a life alone and keep people at arm's length. Occasionally she went for a meal with Sebastian, and she and Ethan had gone out a couple of times, though it was always a prelude to amazing sex. She shook her head. She had lost concentration. Another reason to kick the Ethan issue into touch. She needed to focus, and a man would hinder that. Opening up a file, making sure she didn't have any post-mortem photos on show in case the people behind glanced over her shoulder while they were tucking into their prosciutto. She selected the code she was adding her own notes to and hoped reading it for the 3,000th time would cause something to click into place. 12. 12th victim. M6. March or May. Date eaten edge, brackets poppy. Poppy equals drugs? Question mark. Helpful indeed, crescent, brackets heat. Question mark. Brown, blue, blue, black. 12/5/10/20. Description of Sean Bridger. Brown eyes, blue top, blue jeans, black shoes, cut into 12 pieces. 5'10", aged 20. Pound sign? Question mark. It didn't. It was still as confusing as ever. She looked at the final column. Why a pound sign? What did it mean? Had Isaac paid Sean Bridger? Sean had sold himself to men for sex in order to buy drugs. Is that what it referred to? The symbol in the entry above was an open parenthesis. What could that possibly refer to? She looked at the code as a whole again. Every time she read it, she seemed to have more questions about it. Yes, it was Isaac's handwriting. Eleanor had confirmed that. But why write it in the first place? Why did he need to keep a chart of his victims? It was narcissistic to keep a record so he could read it and marvel at his accomplishments. But from what she had heard about Isaac, he was anything but narcissistic. Nothing about the psychology of this killer fitted with what Olivia had discovered about Isaac. She sighed and looked down at her laptop keyboard. The letter S had faded. The letter A had disappeared completely. She wondered what the most common letter in the English alphabet was. She wondered how long she had had this laptop for, and if it was time for an upgrade. It did seem to be running slower lately. And the number 3 button stuck when she pressed it. Her eyes widened in realization. Oh my God, she said to herself. She looked back at the code on the screen, down at the keyboard, back to the code. The sick bastard. The couple opposite looked up at her. She apologized and scrambled around in her bag for her mobile. She searched for Linus's number and hit call. Olivia, what can I do for you? Have you got lost? He asked breezily. Are you anywhere near a computer? I'm always near a computer. What do you need? Look at the code. The waiter arrived at her table with her chicken risotto. Oh, sorry, let me just move this, she said, holding the phone in the crook of her neck and trying to find somewhere for her laptop. Thank you. Sorry again. Are you still there? She asked Linus. Yes. Where are you? He asked. I'm in a restaurant. Do you ever just take a break for food? You always have to be working. Yes, I do. Have you got the code in front of you? Yes. Right. The final column. The one with the symbols. Go on. It's been staring at us all this time. The symbols are all on the top row of numbers on a standard computer keyboard. Yes. So they are. Don't you see what this means? He's marking his victims out of 10. You think? Sean Bridger, the last victim. He put a pound sign in the last column. The pound sign is the number 3 on a keyboard. He's marked him 3 out of 10. The entry above that has an open parenthesis sign. That's the number 9. 9 out of 10. Asterisk 8. Ampersand 7. Asterisk 8. Bracket 9. Percentage sign 5. percentage sign 5, ampersand 7, bracket 9, asterisk 8, ampersand 7, bracket 9, pound sign.
Jesus Christ, that's beyond sick. Tell me about it. Why would you give that a rating? I mean, what are you basing it on? If the victims resisted or how loudly they screamed?
Olivia caught the eye of the elderly couple at the next table. She mouthed an apology and lowered her voice. Sean Bridges scored the lowest, only 3. Why? Did he mean nothing to him, or was it what Sean represented? The fact he was homeless and selling himself for drug money? Why would Sean only score a 3?
If you're expecting an answer, you'll have a long wait.
You need to get me an appointment to see Isaac McFadden as soon as possible.
I've been on to the prison. Well, Saturday morning, do you?
Perfect. She ended the call, apologised once again to the couple opposite, and began to tuck into her cooling risotto. It tasted good, but her appetite had gone. She could only manage a couple of forkfuls before she realised she didn't have time for eating. Now she had cracked another column in the code. She needed to give it more attention. She raised her arm and asked for the bill. She quickly left, leaving a hefty tip for the waiter. She headed for the hotel. It was going to be a very long night.